qualifiers online, and we're like, I didn't even know who. I didn't.
He's
think
got
he
like
was,
about 150,000 subscribers.
Absolutely.
We didn't know who he was, but you in Germany here, you guys probably know who Itsu is. Really big. He started off in Clash of Clans, and he's getting into Brawl Stars, and he's doing a great job. A really great player. Set #2 seed in the tournament.
#2.
Yeah.
It was like match, and he had the hardest. I really do think he had the hardest matchup for the players that he was playing off against, and so he was just incredibly skilled. Really excited to see his gameplay today. He took out Marsu, who was a legitimate.
Yeah, he's like
a pro player.
He's a pro player. He's really good.
And that is actually going to be Rift's team that we're going to be watching with Itsu. And Doing Life Gaming, he also had an interesting story.
Oh man, so Doing Life Gaming, he was in his bracket. He was on the side with Coach Corey, which most people consider Coach Corey was almost a shoe-in to make it here to the qualifiers today. And in a
really skilled player.
He's very good YouTuber, very good player. But in a wild upset, DLG came back in game #5 and was able to win it. And it was just, we were all shocked to see that happen. But we're excited to have DLG here with us today because he's a great guy, great YouTuber. I think he's got around 5,000 subscribers himself. Again,
very
Doing
underrated.
Live Gaming on YouTube. Definitely go check him out. Yeah, he's a very funny guy.
Hilarious.
Has a great big personality. You guys definitely go check him out.
And he's definitely a very skilled player as well. Obviously, I mean, he took out Coach Corey, who was the shoe-in for today's tournament.
Right.
And, I mean, it was funny because talking to Doing Life Gaming before, it was like, oh, sorry, you're facing against Coach Corey. Too bad we won't see you in Germany.
Right.
You know, but he made it. He made it.
Did.
He's got that skill. And talking to him, he's wanting to win today. He's wanting to do his best to play. And
you sure he wasn't wanting to lose?
You know, it would be sad. It would be sad. We'll see what happens. Here we are hyping him up. But, you know, he will be facing off against Itsu, who has...
Like I said, getting the #2 seed, and he played just tremendously in phase 2. It was really interesting to see that. So
There were actually a lot of some allegations against Itsu, people saying, "Hey, you're not playing with your team. Somebody's playing on your account." But no, clearly he was playing with his team. They were actually playing over voice, and you know, right there. And he's been practicing. He actually started playing the game when it very first released a year and a half ago. Day 1 of beta, he was trying it out. He had a ton of fun with the game. And for him, where he was a popular YouTuber for Clash of Clans, it was, hey, I've got to wait till this game goes global for me to continue creating content and to continue really playing here. But he kept on playing, and that's why we didn't know who he was, is he wasn't creating.
And he was the #2 seed. Now, speaking of the seeds, the #1 seed in the tournament was none other than Ash himself. Now, Ash, you guys, again, probably know who he is. He used to be a former Clash Royale pro. I mean, I remember watching him.
I subscribed to his channel before I even had a YouTube channel.
I watched him playing Clash Royale. In fact, I remember rooting for him in the King's Cup. I remember watching his interview and then rooting for him, and he just barely missed making it all the way to the finals of the King's Cup. But he's since then shifted over to Brawl Stars, fallen in love with Brawl Stars, and he's been multiple times #1 on the global leaderboards. And he played very well in phase 2 and ended up winning it all. You know, just first place in that was basically just getting #1
just trying to
seed
get the
here.
seed so that they could have the best position.
And him and Itsu faced off in the finals there, and it was such a close match.
It was so intense.
I'm looking forward to see if we can see that matchup again.
They'd have to meet up in the finals. So
if they make it,
could be the absolutely. We don't
Anything
know.
Could happen.
It's been a whole month since the last. Since the qualifiers, and I know that all the players, it's like, you know, you try to qualify, you're like, this is cool, but once you qualify, you're like, oh, $32,000 US.
Right.
I want my slice of the pie. You know, I want to do that.
I need to make friends with whoever wins that.
Yeah. Somebody want to take me out to dinner tonight or tomorrow night? But yeah, it'll be really exciting. One thing that's interesting about the Ash is that he actually took a little bit of a hiatus from his YouTube career after reaching 500,000
subscribers.
And he did so to actually pursue his master's degree. And while he stops, you know, he still is playing Clash Royale competitive, or not necessarily competitively, but he is playing Clash Royale. And now, since then, he's actually become a very prevalent member of the community. I know that people from his band, or from his club, they're called clubs now, by the way, Lex.
Right. I always forget. I still call them bands. It's a hard habit to break, I got to say.
That's right. People join his club, and they are just, you know, he's been an actually, even though he hasn't been doing Brawl Stars content frequently in the beta like you and I have, or some of these other content creators that are here, he has been in the community, and he's been building up that community.
He's such a helpful and knowledgeable guy.
He's super nice.
Yeah, he is. And he's been streaming a lot here lately as well.
Yes. Well, we're going to go ahead. We're actually having some of these players getting ready here, so we're going to go ahead and have a little bit of a break before we do that, and we'll be seeing you guys shortly. Welcome back to the Red Bull M.E.O by ESL Brawl Stars World Finals.
Yeah.
If you missed it earlier, I'm Kairos Time. This is my good friend Lex. How you doing?
I'm doing well. It looks like these players, just a couple more minutes left, and they are going to be hopping into the very first matches here. I am really excited to see what is going to come of these games. Who's going to win? Who's going to lose, and who is going to have a chance to fight back from that loser's bracket to claw their way back into the big stage tomorrow.
Yeah, we mentioned a little bit earlier about how they're going to be doing exclusive picks that only their team are going to be able to play. We'll be starting it off in Gem Grab, playing on Stone Fort, and it looks like Team Itzu, they actually had that first, the luck of the coin toss, their first draft pick was Bo.
What?
It was Bo. That's the brawler we said we didn't know if we were going to be seeing today. So.
That is really, really surprising, yeah, to see them pick Bo. And it looks like DLG's team immediately picked Jesse and then Pam, locking down two gym carriers. Now, do you think that was done because keeping a gym carrier away from them?
I think it's because Pam is so incredibly strong. It's actually really popular right now to actually play two.
Yeah, I've actually seen
that
comp of Jessie and Pam on Stone Fort.
Yeah.
Because they have Jessie has such great control of the center there. When she puts her turret down, it's so hard to get in there. And Pam, of course, is just overall very, very strong now.
They'll definitely have an interesting time playing with that, and what the strategy is, because typically with Bone or Stone Fort, it's no longer Bone Box.
Right.
With Stone,
in our hearts, it's
in our hearts, it's Bone Box. With Stone Fort, there's typically two strategies. Either all of your players go right in the middle at the very beginning, or you split up into 3 separate lanes. It's a very unique map in that regard, and so that's what Pam and Jessie actually do. Is they go right into the middle. You can see them right there. They got their draft pick, and then to counter that, Itsu actually drafted Spike, who is an excellent counter against Jessie. Really is one of the best counters right there for her, and being able to take out that turret. But it's going to be interesting, and it looks like the surprise pick, both of the... do we say that? Can they hear us? If we tell them what their surprise third is? Maybe we shouldn't say. We'll see.
We'll leave it for a surprise for everybody here.
But I'm excited to see that. This matchup is definitely going to be a very skilled one. Bone Box or Stone Fort. Oh, I gotta keep on saying
Stone Fort. That's
Stone Fort is one of those maps that's it's got a square in the middle with walls that the brawlers can actually go in there and try and protect that center area, and then to the sides there's actually bushes that allows some brawlers that are a little bit tankier, have a little bit more burst damage up close, to be able to sneak up on brawlers and take them out really, really quickly. And what's going to be interesting, one change to the game since last week, is actually the fact that the grass will no longer respawn on that map.
Yeah.
And so let's see here. We got
grass respawns nowhere anymore.
The only brawler that they're going to be playing that could actually remove grass is going to be Bo with his mines. And so I don't imagine these brawlers aren't typically brawlers that do take advantage of those of the grass.
Right.
So I don't think that they'll be looking specifically to
Yeah, they're more control brawlers, all of these that they're playing here. The comp that they used to be getting played quite heavily is like a Poco, a El Primo, and a Frank.
Yep.
And that's kind of fallen by the wayside. That's not near as much strong. It still definitely works, but it's not as strong as it once was.
The right players can pull it off, and they can actually win pretty well with it.
That team, I think, would suffer from the recent change where the grass never grows back, because those kind of brawlers will thrive on, surprising you and getting the jump on you. And with that grass gone, obviously that would remove that ability from them. So I don't think that's going to come into play too awfully much, at least on this first game, but we'll see how it shakes out. But it looks like they're mainly both teams are going for more of a control game, and we'll see who has the better skills here to grab hold of that. And of course, in gym grab, it's all about control. Can you hold center and keep it there without losing it, or if you do, be able to regain control? And we'll see which team is able to do that better. On paper, I mean,
yeah. What do you think? If we're just straightly not looking at the player skill or anything like that, we're just looking at brawler picks, which team do you think has the leg up?
I like DLG's team setup. I got to say, I think that is a very solid, more meta style. But
it is more meta.
It is more meta, but that's not necessarily to say that obviously Itsu. All these guys are good. They know what they're doing, and they pick those brawlers for a reason. They've got a plan in mind, and I'm really interested to see what they do with Bo and Spike.
Yeah, I think it'll be.
Spike's always been good on the map.
Yeah, Bo is. Yeah, Spike is. I mean, he's a gem grab.
He's good on pretty
beast.
much every map.
Yeah, he's excellent. But for Bo, using those mines, the one thing with this map specifically is that you do have 4 choke points into the center, and Bo can control that. He can do a defensive choke point. Yep. He can do an offensive one. He can put it onto the sides, and it looks like they're actually in match.
They're hopping in right now.
And looks that third brawler that both teams are playing is actually a Ricochet. Or Rico. It's not Ricochet anymore. It's Rico.
And look right here. It looks like Itsu's team already has 9 gems right now.
They are absolutely destroying that right there.
That Bo pick is obviously he was their gem carrier, like we thought he probably would be, holding down the center there. But
now we have Team DLG. They do have complete control of the center. And just because the other team has 8 doesn't mean that they can't actually hold that for this entire time.
A kill right there.
One of them gets taken out.
DLG.
Yeah, that one kill is actually, but they actually have to fall back. Itsu can't actually capitalize on that kill. He has to fall back because of that low HP. And they're able to take out the U-Day. And that means it's 4-8. Itsu, they can't seem to get into the center right here.
Big super by DXB there. Takes out DLG, and it looks like they're going to be able to push them out and
grab 2 gems and start that countdown. Now they have to fall back right there. How many does Itsu have? All 10? He has all 10. They have to take out Itsu, and DLG, he doesn't have the HP to be able to get in there and do it.
I had no idea where he was there. Too little too late there. It looks like Team Itsu with the unconventional, by standard thinking, unconventional picks really comes out on top right there. And as you see DXB picking up a star player there with that beautiful skin there on Ricochet.
Do skins equal wins?
I'm not sure, but in that case, it did.
In that case. Well, the other team also had the golden Rico
we'll just
as well.
Ignore that.
We'll ignore that. That's right. Okay, so that was a really intense matchup. They are going to be preparing for this next match where they're going to be playing on Kaboom Canyon in Heist. Now, Itsu had that first draft pick, and he decided to go with Pam. Once again,
like we were saying, Pam is great on almost every single map. And Kaboom Canyon especially, because there's so much grass in the middle, she can do a great job at making sure brawlers can't sneak up on you.
That's right. That's correct. So then we also have Doing Live Gaming had Spike and Brock, which on Kaboom Canyon. Wow, I say that on my videos too.
It's the new name of that map. We just renamed it.
Kaboom Canyon is now has that open area where they can actually just fire off shots right onto the safe. Before, Brock was already a super strong brawler for Heist. He could break those walls. He could actually just fire in those rockets. And now without that wall being there, he doesn't even have to break the wall for him to actually gain access to that safe. He just, from a very long distance, 10 tiles away from Brock, he can actually hit that wall.
Same thing with Rico. Like I said, we've been seeing more Rico on Heist as well, because in Kaboom Canyon, like I said, you can stand in the grass where they can't even see you and still reach the other team's safe from that point, which is really great. Now, coming back on the fourth pick there, Itsu has picked Jessie. So they've got Pam and Jessie on Heist. They're definitely playing it very much a control, except for that surprise pick, which we're going to wait and let you see once that game starts off. That one is definitely an offensive pick.
Yes, absolutely. Being able to take out some of those, squishier brawlers. We haven't even said the brawler. We can't talk about it. It'll be exciting. You guys will like to see that.
It'll be very interesting. In fact, both of the surprise picks, one of them's control, one of them's definitely aggression. So will control or aggression win out in this next Heist match? That's going to be interesting to see.
That will be interesting. But one thing that I like about Team Itsu's team is the fact that they have Pam and Jessie. For Pam and Jessie, when those two brawlers play on Heist, typically they play together.
Yeah.
It's not a comp where you don't just go in with Jessie. You don't just go in with Pam. You play both of them, and it's a very slow push. You slowly gain ground, and as soon as you gain a little bit of ground, you throw down your turret.
Right.
And then
Pam, if she can get close to the safe, she does such immense damage close up. Correct me if I'm wrong here. She has one of the highest.
Highest DPS.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to say but I didn't want to be wrong.
Tied with.
You know what? Whatever. I'm wrong all the time. Anyways, however, she at point blank range, Pam can just put out a ton of damage.
She really can. She has an absolutely insane DPS when she's up close, where she has those 9 bolts. Yeah,
there's like scraps. I think they call them scraps. It's like nuts and bolts that she shoots out.
Yeah, exactly. She has 9 of those, and every single time that one hits them, it does a little bit of damage. Which one by itself, I think it's like 300 damage or something.
Right.
It's not
like
anything.
320 or something like that. It's nothing great, but you multiply that by times 9, and you're looking at a lot of health off that safe. So while it sometimes may seem unconventional to pick Pam and Heist, it's been shifting this way more and more over the past month or so, and we're seeing Pam everywhere, and this is a classic example of that.
She can face off against tanks. She can face off decently, not long-range brawlers, but she can face off against all of the medium-range brawlers, which there aren't very many long-range brawlers like Brock, Piper, Ricochet.
Right. There's only a very small handful of brawlers that can actually outrange her, because if she can stay within range of somebody, she has enough health that she can take some shots, but she also she can
take hits from a Piper easy.
Right. She can poke at that brawler from a distance and put enough pressure on them that they can't stand there and just constantly go toe to toe with them. As long as she can dodge 1 or 2 shots, they're in trouble.
Exactly. Yeah, she just has so much survivability, and then when she throws down that turret, that also, especially in Heist, allows them to just gain a little bit more ground, kind of push up, and that's what we're going to be seeing. Whereas on Doing Live Gaming's team, they've got Spike and Brock, who aren't so much they're kind of controlling, but they're a little bit more like, hey, let's burst somebody down.
You can see Alex here, DLG here. He's getting ready to hop in this game. He looks like he's focusing down. They really want this. He lost that first game, but it's a best of 5, so that's just one game. There's plenty of time, to come back, and one game is nothing. One game is nothing.
No, they still have plenty. And this is a best 3 of 5. So one match lost actually does not doesn't have a huge impact. You know, obviously you want to go straight. You want to go those.
Oh, you would love to sweep the
wins.
other team, but that's not going to happen all the time because again, all these players are top notch, and you expect the competition to be fast and furious.
Yeah. It will be good though. Like we talked about a little bit earlier, Doing Life Gaming did take out Coach Corey, and that was an upset. That wasn't something we were expecting.
Right. It was a big surprise to most people.
So the question will be, is he going to do another upset? Because Team E.S.L, they were the second seed. They blew through so much. It looks like they're actually playing.
Yeah, are they in the game right now? But DOJ was one of the lowest seeds in here. So here we go, jumping in right now.
Okay.
All right, so as you can see right here, DOJ was playing Spike himself with that new Spike skin.
And we got Piper. That was the surprise
pick, the Piper.
And Piper, she's going to be able to do a very good job against Spike Doing Life Gaming right there because just one pick really
and this is where the offensive comes in there because look at Piper can reach that safe from a very comfortable distance. She just went in there, did just a couple shots on it and knocked it down to 87%. Look at that.
Look at that.
Another 6%. She's
oh my goodness, taking out Doing Life Gaming as well. Carmine's definitely going to want to he's probably going to be focusing on against Piper a little bit right here, where he is actually able to deal with her range, and he also has a little bit more health than Piper, which is a big benefit right here.
As you see,
doing a great job
Rift's
dodging
playing more of a center control, really just kind of keeping everybody back, and she's doing a great job at it because look at Osiris is low on health, DLG is low on health, Carmine is low on health. They're really controlling the middle, and look at both worlds take each other out. They're both probably okay with that, but look at Pam is now, Rift is right there on the stage. She did a ton of damage before, now she has to back off. Big super comes in from Carmine, takes almost
he takes out everybody. He takes out everybody.
Now's their opportunity to try to get a counter push coming in here, but instantly Pam respawns and pushes him right back out. And now with Pam in his face, he's got no option but to just go ahead. Okay, I'll go ahead and die now.
Well, he did the best that he could to try to survive there for a little bit. But they did get a little bit of damage onto the safe, and now both teams have damage on that safe. But Jesse, look at Itsu putting down that turret right there. Now the turret is firing.
He's going to have some open shots.
Wow, and Itsu, you can see right there, bouncing those shots off of the turret and then onto the
beautiful play.
Absolutely, and that's
not only putting pressure with that turret that the other players have to respond to, but using that offensively to make it all the way to the safe. And look at, it's the U-Day, spinning, shooting that safe. 2 more shots and the safe will go down.
Oh, and he actually goes for Osiris, takes him out, and it decides to fall back.
Wow, such great play. DOG finally gets that shot there from the projectile from the Spike, which I gotta say, great looking animations on the new and improved Spike there.
Absolutely.
But with 11% to 87%, they're gonna have to do something quick. It's the U-Day, it's coming down. Big super from Brox, wants to finish it off.
2 shots. Piper.
Wow. Piper, MVP.
So much damage that match. And one of the things was that it was so hard for Doing Life Gaming as Spike, such a squishy brawler, to actually survive those shots from Piper. And now Doing Life Gaming, they've got to win 3 matches if they're going to
have to get the reverse sweep here. But that was a hard spot for almost every, DLG was mainly on the side of Itsu the day. Not only is he outranged by Piper, so you can't get close to him without taking a shot hardly, because both these players, they're hitting the shots, and wow, it puts so much pressure. It's one of those picks where it's like Piper and Heist,
it's like,
but now with these walls changed, it's actually a viable thing. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Before that was the joke. It was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go play Piper and Heist.
I think I've even put a video with some pushing tips. I'm like, don't try to play Piper and Heist. Okay, well that video is pointless. Or at least that advice right there.
Yeah, you can absolutely play her now. It's interesting how just one of my favorite things about Brawl Stars is how changing little things on the map actually has a big impact on the types of brawlers that you're going to want to play. Before, if you were going to want to play Piper in Heist, you also had to have somebody break down the wall. And now, that's one thing that we saw right there, is that Piper, even though she has such a low reload speed, it takes a long time, you could see how he was actually using that and just was continuing to throw out shot after shot after shot, dealing damage, and she just picked at it.
And speaking of changing maps, map changes, we're going to be heading into Brawl Ball, which looking at the picks that they've got there, Itsu's team got to pick first there. They won the coin toss, and they picked Terra. Directly after that, DLG's team picked Jesse and Nita, and then it went back to Itsu, and they picked Spike. Itsu's team, those are 2 really strong in Brawl Ball.
Very strong Brawl Ball.
Yeah, DLG's team is definitely much more of a control here, but I've got to say, this map that they're playing, Is this the best Brawl Ball map in the game right now?
I mean, I think so. I mean, let's see here. Who was it that made that map, Lex?
You know, it was some great guy, some great YouTuber named Lex made that map right there. But yeah,
we got to throw in the plug when we can.
Yeah, you got to throw it in there.
But that's one of the cool things here about Supercell is that they are constantly looking for map ideas, and they're actually looking for, and that's one of the maps that, several of the maps in Brawl Stars are actually player created.
Yeah, community-made maps,
Absolutely.
or at least, if nothing else, community-inspired. They may do some tweaks on them, but for the most part, they were created by someone in the community. One of you all created a map and put it in, and in this case, that person was me. Sneaky Fields is going to be the next map that we're going to be playing there in Brawl Ball. It's going to be, usually you're going to see more heavier, tanky brawlers, but that doesn't look to be the case with their picks right here.
They're not doing that. They're going for control, and I think the difference is for Brawl Ball, if you have those tankier brawlers, is it's a risk. It's a high risk, high reward. You can, I mean, for climbing and for pushing in the trophies, you can absolutely, you know, use that and actually push really, really fast because you can just outpower your enemy player. But when they're playing against competitive players that know the brawlers through and through, those close-range, tankier brawlers tend to struggle a little bit.
Yeah.
And so they're going for what's safe, and I don't blame them for doing that. I would like to see some Daryl Brawl Ball sometime today.
He's very dynamic. He can really get in their score. But with all these changes to Brawl Ball, making it a little bit more of a defensive game, I am a little the Terra pick makes a ton of sense. And the Spike, as we said when we were leading in here, she was already great. And I think that the changes has just made her even that much more so. And I love Itsu's team's picks. Terra and Spike, they both are so controlling, and they can really force the enemy team to play in a certain way.
Yeah, it looks like they might be into a match right now. Yeah. Just getting started at least. And here we go. Just very starting out. 2 minutes still left on the clock, and both teams are still in the same. They're just at the very beginning.
I love to see that, you know, DLG's team right here, they did pick a traditional tank here, which he could cause a lot of ruckus in the center. If he's able to, you know, get in there and control it. Great ball carrier. He's so dynamic with that super. Looks like DXB
throws down that super right there, and with DXB, they're able to take out, take them out. DXB throws out the super, tries to take out Carmine, wasn't quite able to, but she's got her super charged up almost completely now, so she'll be able to keep on using that. That's one thing that's nice about Terra.
Great shots from Itsu right there. Around the corner, you know, was able to take out 2 brawlers and a massive super by Riff right there.
Is just melting through Osiris here. She's she's absolutely rocking it.
Yeah.
They're just trying to. It's interesting. You can see they're throwing the ball a lot less than we saw in the qualifiers, because now in Brawl Ball, throwing the ball actually takes up ammo, and they're in a very defensive situation. And this is about as good as they are, as much of cornering the ball as they can. Is just behind that wall on this one map here.
Which doesn't mean much though. With the other team having someone like El Primo, one super can get it over there and instantly, you know, get onto the ball. But they're in a spot right now where you can see them, you know, funneling out of that goal there. They need to be able to get the control of the field first before they can really move the ball up. And it looks like Carmine's coming in for a big shot there, but he was not able to finish him off. With them all pushed back there, it's going to be really tough to break through them and, you know, get that ball in the goal. But at the same time, for Itsu's team, it's going to be hard for them to get out of this spot.
It is going to be difficult for them to get out of there. It's going to take, and they've got them pushed back. They can at least get access to that ball. It's just, can they get rid of Spike? Itsu throws out a really good super right there and takes them out very quickly. They finally are able to have that defense. It looks like we might actually be going into some overtime, which at that point the bushes and the walls will break down, and it's going to be open things up a lot more. And brawlers like Rico is actually going to struggle a little bit.
Primo is actually going to have a harder time whenever this happens. He's going in for the big shot right there.
They passed it to Riff at the very last second. Riff actually throws it into that corner right there, and
she tried to get it away, but it looks like Carmine.
They've got to wait until that brawler. They've got to wait until
they're in a good spot. He's looking for a shot right now. He has a super ready to go. So if he can find an opening, he's going to be able to kick it in there with a super. He just decides to go in and see if he can push it in closer. Not quite there. As he takes out Itsu, DLG is the only one left there.
But Riff was still able to get, if he would have had his turret, then that would have actually worked out super great.
3 supers. All 3 of Itsu's team has a super. This could be a very great opportunity for them. Now, if in 25 seconds neither team scores, they will play this match over again.
Yes.
Any ties, and there is no ties. Ties don't count because we have to have some sort of score. So if nobody wins here in 15 seconds, They're gonna try it again.
They're just gonna throw the ball back there, try and keep them all pushed back, and hold it, because it's better to go for the draw than it is to go for the loss, you know. And so
big super from Carmine comes in there, not able to finish him off. 1 second, and it's going to be a draw. It looks like we are going to play this match over again.
Yes. And as far as the brawlers that they've picked, they already have the brawlers that they have drafted. And can they play the? Do they have to play?
They don't.
Brawlers?
They can completely change up their team as they want now. They still retain their draft picks that they picked, and the other team can't use them. So, for instance, DOG cannot use Terra or Spike. However, they don't have to play them. So they decide, you know what, that really wasn't working for us. We need to switch something up. They can do that if they want to.
Yeah, they absolutely can. And it will be interesting if they're going. Are they going to? What do you think they're going to do? They just barely had a draw. That's frustrating for them, because they obviously want to have success. What do you think they're going to be doing to try and?
I think the draw is more a product of the recent changes to the game mode, not so much a product of their team. Now they've got to be asking themselves, okay, be that the case, can we change anything on our team to help overcome that? Make it a little bit more dynamic, that we can group them up and wipe them. And honestly, their two picks are great. Rico is great too, but maybe I wouldn't be surprised if I saw them play like a Primo or something like that. You know, somebody a little bit more dynamic and tanky that they could, you know, facilitate a quicker wipe and score. Because right now they don't have any kind of super dynamic ball scorer. Yeah, and those brawlers like El Primo or Daryl, they can cover a lot of ground. Bull, and then Mortis. Yeah. With Mortis, that's one interesting thing. With to be completely honest, I'm very proud of myself for knowing the meta through and through. But right now, where we just barely had changes, I don't know how viable Mortis is in Brawl Ball, and I don't know if we'll see some of that. I think that Mortis he's definitely not the dynamic ball carrier that he used to be. He's not as bad as, you know, you might think, but I think that he does better now as a general brawler, more of an aggro, but he also has, if he has his shots, he can dribble to himself, which will take up 2 shots, wait just a second, get one reload, and then dribble again. That's but still then covering he has to wait. Yes. Yeah, he does cover some good ground there, but then he still has to wait for it to reload in order for him to kick it in. Right. Which I think the most skilled Mortis players would be able to handle that and actually still do it. But it looks like they're actually in the match right here. So did they change anything? It looks like no, they did not. They're going with the exact same team comps, hoping for a different result. Hopefully history does not repeat itself here. Carmine, I think that what we need to see different is Carmine doing exactly what he's doing right now. Look at that. Wow, look at that. Is able to take Itsu out, and that was all that they needed to be able to go in there. Now, we have 2 minutes. Can Team Itsu get another goal? Yeah, and see, this is the problem with Team Itsu's team comp is, again, they don't have a dynamic ball scorer. But look at Riff with a great super right there. She is doing like. She did a lot of damage, but didn't take anybody out with it. Now she has. But a little too late. But either way, she's got a super being close to being charged. And Osiris there decides to throw the ball in there. And that's an interesting corner where they just kind of put it in. And Carmine's got the ball now. Is Carmine actually going to go for another goal? I mean, you know what? At this point, they're in such a strong position. I think that, yes, you should go for another goal. It looks like he's going to. He's get the ball. Did he get it past there? DXB actually throws out the super. Wow. Is able to stop it. He was just a kick away from actually shooting it in there. But DXB used that super to Bear coming down from Osiris to help provide some cover. He's coming in with the ball. Can he get it in there? So close. Riff smartly throws it back in the corner, but can he finish it off? DXB's probably... What? Oh no, my gosh, so close. Able to get in there and actually take it out. It was super close. Doing like now this may be it right here. They're going to have to burn all of the health. He just walks it in. Wow, and that's exactly what you said earlier. Different. Yes, absolutely, and that's exactly what you said earlier, is those dynamic brawlers that are actually able to bring that ball to the goal, cover some ground, and that was what Team Doing Live Gaming They needed that game right there. They need not only just to not lose this matchup, but they needed just to build that confidence, get back in the game. So now it's 2 games to 1, and they're going to be moving into Bounty. I think I saw a roll of sweat just roll off of Doing Live Gaming. He's just like, it's an intense, I'm sure this is an intense moment for them. But the next map that we're going to be playing at is in Snake Prairie. Oh, this is one of my favorite maps. I love this map because it's a fan favorite. Oh, it's so different than anything else. It's totally different. You have so much bush, and what I'm interested to see, if you look at this here, Doing Live Gaming actually selected Bo. And does the picks actually swap back and forth? Who gets to go first? I think that they do. Yeah. So let's see here. It would have been Itsu that got first.
So Itsu would have been first pick right here, and he actually went with Rico.
Which is very solid on this map.
Yeah,
but
there's a lot of walls for him to actually bounce things or bounce shots off of.
Used to be far and away the #1 pick. You would always pick it. Of course, now with that nerf to that star power, that may be one of the reasons why he wasn't picked first for this map.
Yes, it's yeah, absolutely, because now he has that decrease in the range that he can actually see. It's only 2 tiles of a decrease of the range, but that's actually spreads around him entirely, which is a 55% nerf to the area.
Yeah, it was a massive nerf to the star power. And it's interesting because his star power for Bo, buff to his attack, was pretty much the only reason why you would ever really want to take Bo, because it was like the only thing useful about Bo was his star power.
It was like, okay, I'll play Bo, and I'm just not going to attack the entire time because you only need me for my star power.
He was purely utility.
Absolutely. And now he has a lot more damage, and and that's one thing with Bo as well, is that he's such an incredibly high skill cap brawler, where he will actually, if you move left while you attack, you do pinpoint damage because of the way his arrows actually fire off. But if you move to the right while you attack, it actually spreads further, which gives you more control. And that's one of the things with Bo, is if you don't recognize that, you don't know how to play that while you're playing off against another player, it was like, it just kind of feels mediocre.
Yeah,
but
you have to make that decision of, do I want to push all these shots into one spot, or do I want to spread them out? And Bounty in Snake Prairie is one of those times where you be strafing right quite a bit. If you don't know where somebody is, you're wanting to check as much ground as possible. Strafing right and shooting is a great option there. It's a very similar attack style to Leon. Leon does the same sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting because I think that the most skilled players could actually make Bo work out somewhat decently. But now with these changes where he has more damage, then it's a little bit more of a benefit to playing Bo on not only just in this specific map, but also on Bounty in general, because one of the benefits is that he actually has a very long range, and he has more HP than, say, Piper, who is typically very strong on Bounty, but she just gets taken out so quickly, you know? And so Bo has that ability to survive, and those mines, 3 of those mines will do over 6,000 damage, which will take out almost every brawler in the game if they happen to walk onto all 3. And how often does that happen, Lex?
What's weird about the mines is that every time I'll see them go down, I'm like, oh, mental note, they're over here. Don't step on them again. And what do you know, 3 seconds later, oh, whoops, there's the mines. I knew they were there.
That's right. Okay, you got to love that Lion Dance Brock skin
is looking great.
He's looking pretty fantastic. And it looks like we've got Leon in the back, and they're just kind of waiting to see what the enemy team is actually
Maybe they're having
some
connection issues here, because this does not seem, no, I mean, they're moving around. This is interesting.
Yeah, I don't know.
Now, DLG's team, they have the classic bounty comp that has been the meta for quite some time.
Oh, it looks like, if you look at Leon's movement patterns, that's bot.
Oh, he's a bot. Yeah, so they must have had some connection issues and lagged out there. So,
yeah. Which, I mean, we could always make fun of the bots. That's one of my favorite things to do when I'm spectating a game.
Except for when the bots actually, wreck you because they have instantaneous reflexes.
They do. You see that Piper throws that one shot.
The second that they see you, that you show up, it would be instant shots, as you can see.
Yeah, exactly.
But, yeah, so this isn't them actually playing, guys.
Yeah, most likely here.
Yep. So they'll regroup, get the Wi-Fi sorted out here, and then they'll get back into the actual game. As soon as we can get that squared away, we will. But currently, they're just going ahead and, they're, as you can see, they're dealing with the admin right now, working out these issues, make sure that it'll be back in.
Yeah, we just got confirmation that was a bot match, and this is. But, that's some Wi-Fi issues.
Yeah.
It happens everywhere.
It happens,
right? It happens even.
Technology is technology, no matter where you go in the world.
I've hardwired my phone to my Ethernet, and I've still had Wi-Fi issues. Or not Wi-Fi issues. You get the Wi-Fi symbol, which is funny because it's not a Wi-Fi. But, yeah. But, this will be interesting. We saw their picks.
Right,
and
so
we actually saw
Leon.
Yeah, which Leon was one of those brawlers where I wasn't 100% sure. After his changes to him, he was dominating. He was totally a dominating brawler beforehand. And since then, he's actually received a little bit of a nerf. And he was known very well for being strong, not only on Bounty, but also on maps with lots of bushes. And so it's going to be interesting to actually see that. Which team was actually playing Leon?
Itsu's team was playing Leon.
Okay.
And I think that these recent nerfs that we've seen to Leon, I was skeptical, or at least I was optimistic that it would result in him being a fairly balanced brawler. And I think my gut feeling tells me that they've probably achieved just about that.
The Brawl Stars developer team is so good at actually finding out those balance changes. You know, sometimes it takes a little bit of tweaking, especially putting out a new brawler.
And it's hard, you know, when you have 22 brawlers, you know, that all interact with each other. You may think that, you know, it may be something easy, like, oh, just nerf him in this way, and that's going to take care of it. But you got to think of all the possible interactions that go on.
Yeah, but this next match is going to be very important for Team Doing Life Gaming. They do have to actually win this if they want a chance to actually win. But if Team E.S.L. actually wins, then they are going to be able to move on, and Doing Life Gaming is going to have to face off against somebody else in the losers bracket.
Yeah. Definitely a very big match. I personally, I want to see this go to Game 5, man.
I want to see that too, and that's what happened when Doing Life Gaming actually faced off against Coach Corey.
It looks like
in
they're
the qualifiers.
It
looks like they are hopping into a matchup right here. So we'll be seeing gameplay of that here in any second.
Yeah, I definitely, like I said, I definitely want to see this going into Game 5. All right, yes, we have real players this time, no longer bots.
Yeah, they are moving on the map now. It's the Uday is able to go in there and grab that star, which is very important because but Carmine is able to take them out.
That's one thing you definitely want to watch out for, because whether you pick up 1 star in the center, that's great, but if you get killed in the process, you give them 2 stars.
Exactly.
So it's a negative trade. So it was a little bit of a risk, but at least they still got the 1.
Yeah, and now It's Uday has their super up, and so they're actually going to be able to get away if they absolutely need to. Yeah, they're just pushing people back. You can see Team Doing Life Gaming is kind of stuck in a little bit of a rough spot, and you've got Uday, DXB, E.S.L. They've all got walls that they can actually hide behind. Uday actually jumps away, but
Joey made a great play there to move up there. He saw where she was moving towards, knew that he could get her. As soon as she was land, she was done. Now Joey, of course, can see Leon there, and he knew where he was. He wasn't invisible yet.
He was not invisible yet. Yeah, absolutely. And
but now he is. He just went invisible. He's sneaking across the grass. They have no idea that here he comes.
He's coming up. He's finding out what they are, and he finds himself caught up in the middle of 3 brawlers.
Yeah.
That's the one thing. You could even see what happened right there. Is Doing Life Gaming's team, they clumped up so that they could deal with a Leon.
Right, that's what you got to do. With Leon, you've got to clump up there, but he comes right back in. He had his invisibility already again, but he finds the mines.
Oh,
he pulled a Lex right there and found 2 of the mines.
And is he able to get away? He was barely able to escape from there, and we are 8-7. It really could be, if anybody gets a kill here, it could solidify their win for this.
Rico's got a big super, unleashes it on Carmine, but DLG turns around and kills them right back as well. So they were able actually increased their lead right there.
Yes, and It's the Uday has to fall back. He doesn't have the HP to be able to do anything. Itsu's doing the best that he can to try getting there. DXB finds a mine, and they're just pushing him back.
Looks like some weird.
Wow.
Game 5.
Going into Game 5.
Just what we wanted to see. I love great competition.
Look at that. They're so excited. They're like, hey, we did it. We did it. Let's.
I love it to see competition like this. It started off really rocky for Team DLG.
It did.
But they have turned it around. They have brought it back to a tie, and we are going to gem grab for the deciding match to see who moves on in the winner's bracket and who's going to move down into the losers.
Yes, and for that map, we're actually going to be playing gem grab Chill Cave.
Yeah, it's
which
a nice
is typically known as a thrower map.
Yes.
Where brawlers like
Barley and
Dynamite, and also kind of Spike. Spike is he's a pseudo thrower.
Right.
But yeah, you can see Riff right there. She's talking to her teammates, trying to figure out the best comps. You can see them actually discussing things, yeah. So for the draft picks, what did they select there?
It looks like Itsu went with Spike. Or actually, no, DOG would have got the first pick there, right? No, yeah, they did.
Either way.
DOG gets the first pick. Went with Barley, and then Itsu picks Spike and Penny directly after that. Back to DOG's team, and they pick Nita. All very solid brawlers on this map. They all now getting a thrower is probably an advantage. However, they only took 1 thrower away from him, so technically, Itsu's team they can still play Dynamite.
They can still do Dynamite.
Who is really strong. He's definitely got more point damage than Barley, but he doesn't have as much control as Barley. So but both can work very well.
Yeah, and their third brawler, we don't see Team Itsu. They do have a traditional gem carrier, Penny, and she'll do a great job in the middle against Barley. And as soon as she gets her turret up,
I would imagine Team DLG with that team comp, they could pick a Pam to run the center, and it would be just a classic team comp.
It would be great. They could also go Poco.
Nita,
Poco works very well with Nita because of his ability. Yeah.
Jessie usually doesn't work as well on this map because you're going to see a lot of throws, and they can really remove her turret.
Yeah.
However, currently, Itsu, if they don't pick a thrower with their third, and DOG, they know 2 of their picks, they might take a chance and run a Jessie. But I think that most likely you'll see Pam in there with that combo.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you actually bring up a really good point in the fact that they don't know what their third brawler is. They know that they do not have a thrower, and so Jessie could actually be a great counter to Penny, because typically, well, it's tough because if you have a Penny versus a Jessie, if the turret is not, if Jessie actually bunches up with the turret, then Penny does a really good job at countering them because you know, she can.
This is a nice chess match though, because you see, of course, Barley can counter Penny's turret. Penny's turret's got a great range, but Barley can get in there and take care of that.
But he does have to displace himself from behind the walls in order for him to do that.
But Nita also has that bear, also can put pressure on them, and if they had double spawners, that would be a pretty formidable team.
That would be pretty difficult. And then Pam is just so strong.
Pam, of course. I still think I would go with Pam if it was me, which there's a reason why I'm not playing. But no, actually,
because you're here.
That's right.
That's right.
We could have played.
Yes. Yeah, and but one thing that's the difference between us is we've been focusing a lot on, you know, getting ready for this type of event. They've been focusing on a very different way in playing and just, you know, really diving into the meta and figuring out which brawlers are going to be the best 3 days after balance changes and after map changes.
It looks like these guys are getting ready. They've probably got their team comps set. They're ready to go. Here in just a minute, we'll be hopping into this game. As soon as that, you know, starts up, we'll see it on the screen. But I'm excited to see. This is the rubber match, man. Right here.
The rubber match?
That's right.
What's the rubber match?
It's game 5. It's the decider, man.
Okay.
You got to get with the lingo, Kairos. Come on.
Okay, I got to get with the lingo. That's right. This is the rubber match, guys, if you didn't know. We're having fun here. Okay, so as far as like the brawler, we don't know what their third brawler is. We've kind of discussed a little bit about what they could do. I think that both teams could honestly go with Pam. Let's say both of the teams went with Pam. Out of these two brawlers, Spike and Penny versus Barley and Nita, who do you think has the edge?
Spike does better than Nita, 1v1.
Yeah, Spike destroys Nita.
Barley, I think, could do a good job against Penny, 1v1. That's a pretty close match. They're just so different.
Yes, they are.
I think it's going to be a close match. Either way, I think this is going to be, may the best players win.
Yeah, I mean, you're right.
I think the comp advantage might lean towards the thrower a little bit, but overall, I think just as going to be comes down to who's got the best skill here, who's got the best teamwork, and can pull this one out.
And that's one of the things that I do love about Brawl Stars is that, you know, yes, the brawlers that you select for the specific maps, that does play a big role into things, but also just having the skill to actually play the brawlers. Yeah. The most skilled player can win a counter against a counter.
Sure.
And that's one thing that we'll see a lot today is we'll have players that they know what to do. You know, even though Penny or Barley does a good job at countering Penny, a skilled player as Penny will know what to do against that Barley, and they know those.
Put down the turret on the diagonal corner of the map so that Barley really can't have access, and it still puts pressure. There's a lot of things that you can do there.
There's also
like I said, the Spike versus Nita matchup. Definitely, you know, Spike has the upper hand in that matchup.
But you can also, if Nita can actually dodge those shots and get close up to Spike, then even though she doesn't have a lot of burst potential with a single
attack, Spike's so squishy.
He's so squishy, and she has such a fast reload speed that she's actually able to take out Spike relatively easily.
Right.
As long as she can get close without charging up Spike's super. Because as soon as Spike's super gets thrown down, then then either Spike has an invincible amount of health, or that Nita is just going to get, you know, slowed down, won't be able to make it.
And targeted by the other team.
And exactly, yeah.
It'll be interesting to see, but it looks like are they playing right now? Or they're hopping into the game?
They're at least getting close.
Yeah,
or they're all just chatting, you know.
They look pretty focused there, as you guys can see.
Yeah, it looks like they're playing here.
All right, so they did go with the Dynamite. They went with the thrower, and they did go with Pam. Pretty, you know, we're spot on there. You know, we know a thing or two about just one or two things, not three. Just one or two.
That's right. Joey's trying to get in there. Riff is doing such a good job at pushing Joey back. He was right in the middle of the gem mine, and he wasn't even able to pick up any of the gems, but now he is.
Killed her, took over the center. Itsu, looking there, had that super down at his own feet, healing himself up, but now with only 200 health, he's going to have to back off, but already off to a big lead. TDLG there with that Pam. Just so controlling on this map.
And you can see Carmine versus DXB, the two throwers, they're focusing on each other.
Right.
I don't know if they've even fired off against the other players. It's just, hey, who's going to be the best thrower out of the two of us? DXB ends up taking out Carmine, using that star power to dodge a few shots.
And as you can see, Joey falls back. This is a smart play. Whenever you're playing the mid, and if one of your side players gets taken out, you have to have the awareness to know when you need to fall back. And right here, if you were to stay in the center, you're going to get taken out because it's going to be a 2 versus 3.
Yeah.
They got to regroup regroup here, get their health back, and then make a push to regain control of the center because the tides have turned right now.
And they're all pushed. Riff throws down a very offensive start or super, and that is going to
DXB is just terrorizing them in their own spawn.
Giving them a difficult time there. They're keeping them pushed back, and now it is not only tied, but the tides have turned.
Yes.
And now they've got 7 gems.
They're pushing back in. They got a good kill there on Itsu.
Wow.
And now's their moment. They really need to take back over before, you know, Team Itsu gets too much more. But a big kill by
take
DXB.
out Joey and now has the,
okay.
Wow, but Carmine's able to take him out.
Yeah,
Itsu
Carmine has to
gems.
just play defense here.
And now they've got enough
Can they
gems.
stop somebody?
And now Carmine, all Carmine has to do, or no, not Carmine, their third player.
Right.
DXB has to just keep them pushed back and go on the offense.
Unless we get some big turnaround, it looks like the Team Itsu is going to win this game. A little spin by Riff there. It looks like Team Itsu is going to take this one home, but what an incredible match.
Wow.
Went all the way to 5. That's what we love to see. Well played by both teams, but it looks like Team Itsu is going to be staying in the winner's bracket. Team DLG is not out of it yet, though. He is going to have another chance to go ahead and get back there, but, you know, handshakes all around. Great sportsmanship right there.
I heard a little bit of a victory yell over by Riff back there. You know, as soon as they did that, it was like, what? Which is awesome. They're all excited. You know, this is a ton of fun, but it's not it. This is, you know, DLG, like you said, they've got another chance, and it's going to be really intense to see what happens. I'm not surprised to see Team Itsu actually moving on.
No,
you know,
they were the number 2 seed. They played great, but you can see right there that
the playing field is a lot closer.
When DLG beat Coach Corey, it wasn't a fluke. They're truly good players. They competed against the number 2 seed there, took it all the way to 5 and did a great job. But like I said, it's not over for them yet. They still have a chance to get back in here to get to the finals. Yeah,
and those finals, I mean, this is going to be really intense. Up next here, let's see here. Who do we have next? We're actually going to, oh, I'm excited for this next matchup. We've got Team Alex versus Team Ray.
Yeah, that is going to be such a great match. As you guys are seeing the bracket right here, Team Alex versus Team Ray here in the Group A. Both of these teams, I think that this is one of the closest contested matchups between two teams because both it's a complete toss-up. I could not even begin to tell you
I don't know
who
where
is
I throw
going
my
to win
money
this.
on. You know, we got Ray, who is an absolutely skilled player. I mean, he's so good. He's so good at the game. Some really fantastic. Creating some YouTube content and things like that as well. But I'm excited. Let's go ahead and have a little bit of a break while these players get set up and get ready.
When we get back, we'll have more action.
That's right.
We are back here, and of course our next matchup is going to be Team Ray versus Team Alex.
Dude.
This is going to be epic, man.
I don't know who I'm rooting for more. This is
I'm just rooting for a good game. It's too hard to choose. I love both of these guys. And actually all the people on these teams, they're so good. We got Portal, we got Shadow Jitsu, we got of course Alex and Ray. It's such a great matchup and both great teams. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. This is personally, Ray's a really good friend of mine as far as like going content creation goes. We have a lot of conversations about YouTube and the types of videos and stuff that we put out. And I've got a good relationship with him. But I've got to say, on Team Alex, I've got my really good friend Portal and Shadow Jutsu. They're roommates. Super skilled players, and I've played so much with them, and I don't know which team I'm going to be rooting for the most. I think that most, Ray's got 70,000 subscribers. Team Alex, he's got 1,000.
Again, you guys need to go check out both of these guys on YouTube.
Absolutely.
Ray as well as Alex. If Alex still only has 1,000 subscribers after this, I'm going to be seriously disappointed.
Yeah, that's right. Because he's such a skilled player. Yeah. And that's what we're going to be seeing.
Puts out good content. Really, I've watched quite a few of his videos. Good tips and tricks and showing different, really high-level gameplay. So definitely go check that out. But looking at this first game here is going to be in Hard Rock Mine.
Oh, this is great.
Classic.
This is the classic gem grab map.
Now they did swap it up a little bit, added some extra walls there in the center, but for the most part, it is the quintessential gem grab map in Brawl Stars. So it's going to be very exciting to see what they do here. Alex had the first pick, and he chose Daryl. Daryl just got a really big buff and is really strong. He's almost like a mobile assassin. He rolls in there, does a ton of damage, and then over on Ray's team, they picked up Nita and Pam. Pam, of course, we all know about Pam. Good. Nita is so versatile. And then on the final pick there, Alex picked Rico, which is a great pick on this map as well. It's a little bit more closed off in the center, and you can really use those walls to bounce them around and get some good shots in there.
Yeah, I'm curious what Team Alex, which gem carrier they're going to go with, because they don't have a gem carrier right now.
Right. So they can't pick Pam, obviously.
No, they cannot pick Pam.
Poco is really good on this map, especially now with the extra walls there. He can do a good job hiding and poking out and hitting those shots. However, going up against Pam is a rough matchup for Poco.
It is.
Because Pam can keep him at a distance, keep poking at him, and it just really wears him down. So it's going to be interesting to see what they choose here.
Yeah.
Jesse, maybe?
I think Jesse or Penny.
I would put my money down on Jesse right here.
You think so? Yeah, either way. I was thinking, Penny just because of Nita. where Nita is going to throw down that bear, and Penny does such a good job against that. But Jessie does as well, those bounce shots. This is a somewhat open map, and so where you do this, so Jessie actually really could be a very solid option. We'll see.
Now for Team Ray here, they've got Nita and Pam, their third brawler. Could they be picking? Nita can go as an aggro. She's not
That's probably what she'll do.
She's not like a super strong, but she's like, right. She's kind of a quasi aggro there. She can do a good job there. Spike is really strong. There's a certain spot on this map where if you were playing and you're going upwards, it'd be on the upper right-hand side.
Yeah.
If you can get position there and hold it, it is so dominating to the other team. You can sit there, you can cover the right side, you can cover the left side, and you've got your own cover.
And you can also cover the middle and just keep them completely pushed back.
It is so strong.
It's a very skilled situation. It's actually a spawn trap, you know.
Right.
On Gem Grab, there are some specific maps. If you have the right comp in the right situation and you know what you're doing, you can completely spawn trap the enemy team back there, and it's very difficult for them to get out of. Typically, for you to do that, though, you're going to want that Spike on the upper right-hand side, and then maybe a Rico on the upper left.
Yeah.
And where the enemy team actually has Rico.
Yeah, they're gonna.
Well, they
don't have a
also
gym
do it with Anita.
They
Anita
could do that,
help.
but they're gonna need a gym carrier there over on Team Alex. So we'll see.
It looks like they're actually playing a match, so we'll get some gameplay up here, and we'll be all set.
Yep, this is going to be exciting to see what they pick there. And I did see a little sneak peek there that we were playing. They had a Brock selected. Somebody did. Maybe they changed their minds, but
yep, there's the Brock.
Yep, there's the Brock.
The Brock rocket. Shadow Juicy going in there hot as Daryl almost takes out Martin Chong. Very close
to taking him out.
But
they did pick the Poco.
Yes. Yeah, they did take the Poco, which is a difficult... You know, but Poco did also get a buff recently.
He did.
And that's one thing, and that's a very strong buff, where actually now heals his teammates 500.
500.
And that's a lot of HP.
That star power is really good. Took a serious buff, but I don't know. I still don't like that matchup against Pam, but it was their picks. They really had no choice. They couldn't play Pam themselves. So, looking here, of course, you know, since the Clash is playing Brock, and Brock is so strong, has been strong in the meta for quite some time.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, and that super right there just keeps them pushed back right there, and then they also have to fall back to the bear.
And the other interesting part here is with that super, and as this will continue to get opened up, now on the entire right-hand side of the map there, where Brock's going to be patrolling, even though he just got taken out by Darrow, nice assassination. However, that right side, like I said, it's open. That's going to favor Brock in that area.
That is going to favor Brock, but Ray does have those 9 and now 10.
Already got the count up really quick.
This could be very difficult. I think that Shadow Jusu has the best opportunity to go ahead and get in there and take out some people and grab the gems, but it's going to be
He rolls up in there. He gets a kill on Chong. Martin Chong, he comes after Ray as well, but is it going to be enough?
He does. Able to take it out.
Can he get out of there?
Does he have his super?
No.
He does not have his
wow,
super.
a heal by Poco there.
Heal by Poco saved him just for a little bit, but were they able to? They still have 10 gems, and now Martin Chong is able to go in there, and Martin Chong has lots of HP for him to be able to survive.
Right.
This is going to be very difficult for Team Alex to actually
Shadow Jutsu has that super again, rolls in there, takes out Ray. That's not going to stop there. He's got to take out Martin Chong. He doesn't have a lot of health. He goes in there. Does he able to take him out?
Oh,
so close, down to
100 HP. That is so insane.
You know, that they made it very close there to the end, but the way that actually played out there, that was very dominating victory by Ray. They took control. They didn't lose control. And even though they had some little hiccups at the very end, for the most part, they controlled that match completely. Well played by Ray.
Yeah, I think that what you mentioned earlier, the fact that they played Poco, who really does tend to struggle against Pam.
Yeah.
I think that's one thing. Poco did play very well with Daryl, being able to help keep that Daryl alive, even when they were going on the offense. But then the question is, they could have had the turnaround. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. But if they would have gone with a different brawler, there's a good chance that they wouldn't have had to have gone for the turnaround. They could have had a little bit more control.
Yeah.
This next matchup, we're going to be playing for Heist.
Forks Out.
I'm going to be playing Forks Out. This is a very fun map where there's lots of walls. And for the draft picks, look like Ray started with Brock, who's so strong on Heist right now.
Right.
I'm not surprised by that. Alex actually went with Bull and Dynamite, and then Ray went
classic
with
choices.
Classic choices.
All of these forward picks right there are very classically good at Heist and great. So this could go anyway. Now, Team Ray here, I'm probably looking forward to seeing them pick some sort of tank. El Primo maybe might be a decent choice there. But they could go with the Daryl again as well. But I would venture to say.
Do you think we're going to see some Piper?
I would be surprised, but somewhat surprised.
Yeah, this map has so many walls. That was a surprise for us earlier.
Kaboom Caban. Kaboom Caban. You rubbed off on me, Cairo. What have you done, sir? But no, that was one of those picks where earlier I was definitely surprised, but this map is, like I said,
very surprised.
A lot more walls. I doubt that's going to be the case. I'm looking forward to seeing some sort of tank. And then over on Alex's team, they need some sort of support brawler. I mean, they've got a thrower. There's some sort of long range. Rico might be great there because he's not picked.
Yeah, Rico really would be. And this is a very lots of
maybe?
walls. Colt, yeah. Oh man, you're picking these great brawlers.
It's like I know what I'm talking about or something.
Wait, do you play this game?
No. Once or twice.
Once or twice. Oh man, yeah. No, this is really exciting. I don't know what they're going to pick for their last one, Alex. I think that you're right. They do need something a little bit longer range to be able to actually.
They don't have any range right at the moment.
And then Team Ray. They actually might go with something with a little bit more HP. I wouldn't be surprised if we did see a Daryl on their team. With that, I mean, Daryl's recent buff actually makes him a lot stronger than he used to be. Before he was kind of a little bit more high skill. You could actually dominate with Daryl beforehand, but now it's a little bit trickier. It looks like they are just now hopping into a match, and we will be able to see that here in just a moment. It's This is going to be interesting. Like I said earlier, these are the teams that I don't know who to root for more. So you guys will have to drop in the comments who you are
rooting for. Let us know. It looks like they went with a bull. Okay, that's the other team right there. They just went with they
Jesse.
have no tank. They went with a Jesse there. Yeah, that's interesting. So they're going for the control. But Alex BS.
Hey, we've already got football. We got football.
Which also you guys can post in the comments right now. Super Bowl, who's your pick? The Patriots or the Rams? Who are you going for?
Oh man,
got to say go Pats. Anyways, so Alex, he's looking pretty strong. He's got good position with that football bull right there. Oh, Shadow's doing a great job getting some great chip shots. Now, if you see he's over here up on the right-hand side, if you get into that position,
he can just throw it right onto the stage.
You can't be removed, unless the other team's thrower, you can see Moose shifted over there to take care of him because you cannot let him stay there.
Yeah, so Seuss the Clash was able to take out Shadow Jutsu, and that's going to be a little bit more difficult.
Whoa!
Wow.
Portal's super there completely wrecked 2 brawlers as well as did damage to the safe. So that was really well done.
Yeah, that was really intense, but they're still pushed back.
Yep.
They're having a very difficult time getting past
it. Doesn't matter too much that they hadn't completely crashed on the safe. With the range of Rico and the thrower there, they were still dealing half of the damage to the safe completely gone. Nice super by Ray there,
They're still doing a little bit more damage to it. Jesse has to throw down a turret, but it's taken out almost instantly. And Shadow Jutsu's just trying to avoid some shots.
As you can see, Alex has got that super lit up, and he charges in onto the safe on the very top. We can't see that, but Loading Clash is getting a few little pot shots in there. But look at 3%, down to 3%.
Wow.
But they've got a big push, and look at Seuss is really tearing it up right now.
Oh my goodness. Oh wow, and somebody got in there.
Side.
I didn't even see who got in there. It was Dynamite. Shadow Jutsu actually went in there. What a dominating match right there. They
almost had a chance to turn it around at the end.
They did.
For the most of the game, they really controlled it.
They really did control it. They had them completely pushed back right there. It was very difficult for them to get anywhere close. They couldn't get out of that safe. No. They got spawn trapped on heist.
Right, yeah, and that's the way it goes sometimes. Of course, like I said, their positioning was so good there. They knew that Dynamite could sit back over there, and at first, the other Barley wasn't rotated over there to handle that, and so they got plenty of room. And Rico sitting there in the middle at range, just completely waylaying the safe. And then Alex with that strong positioning. They couldn't move out to the left because Alex was behind a wall. He had that side locked down. And sometimes as a tank, using your positioning and your presence on the field.
He hardly did. I don't think he did any damage to the safe.
He charged in one time and did some damage, but for the most part, he was just using that presence and that positioning of all that raw power of Bull to keep the other team back.
Yeah, and it's interesting because Team Ray, they really could not do anything against that Bull. The best counter to that Bull would have been their Barley.
Right, but he couldn't.
But guess what?
He couldn't go over there on Bull's side.
No, because Barley had to deal with Dynamite, trying to take out Shadow Jutsu, who was really rocking the fort, playing that Dynamite. And Bull, like you said, he just held that position and let Rico and Dynamite just melt through the safe. Just hit after hit after hit, blow after blow, charging up their supers with every single attack while dealing damage to that safe, making it impossible for them to escape. And once they did finally escape, it was already too late. Their safe was down to 3.
Yeah, it was almost completely gone now. So that evens that matchup at 1 game apiece.
Yes.
So looking forward to the next match here in Brawl Ball. We're going to be moving over into Backyard Bowl. And with the first pick, Alex's team's picked Spike. Ray picked Pam and Jesse. Again, the two control options that normally you haven't seen a lot of, but again, we're seeing a lot of now. And then Alex's team picked Nita after that. So I would say Alex's team has a little bit more traditional picks.
Yeah.
But Ray's team's got the new meta style picks. So this is going to be really interesting. The old school versus the new. Which one will win out? Of course, either one can work really well. Backyard Bowl is a very wide open map, so I wouldn't be surprised to see some ricochets or Brocks really come into play here if they want to go full control.
If Terra not, even. Terra's not super a very long-range brawler, but Terra's so good on Brawl Ball.
She has to take a while to build up that super, but once she gets that super and she can start chaining those, she does a great job.
Yeah, Terra's an excellent choice.
And
for Brawl Ball.
as a fun little note here, we just saw in the crowd, we've got a lot of the Brawl Stars development team. We were just waving at the lead designer for Brawl Stars. Frank, he was in it here in
the team lead. The
team lead. He was here rooting on the guys here at the first big Brawl Stars Esports tournament we've got going on.
I know that they're very excited. The Brawl Stars developer team is very excited about the future potential esports scene that Brawl Stars has. And it's actually one of their core focuses for actually one of the reasons why they're so excited about Brawl Stars. Because Brawl Stars just has so much potential for esports where it's not like Clash Royale where it's like player versus player. It's harder to fall in love with that one individual player as much as it is to actually root for a team.
Yeah, which I love personally. I love, you can rally around a team, and it gives you a big sense of community. Like, this is the team that we're pulling for. It's not as individual as it is in some of the other games, which is really nice to see, in my opinion.
And that's one thing that's really exciting about today's tournament, where we actually have YouTubers that people know about.
Oh, sure.
We've got these great players here. I mean, maybe people don't know about Alex yet, but they should now.
They should now
because clearly they just rocked that. You guys need to go subscribe to him right now. But it looks like they are getting ready here. They're not quite in.
I'm excited for this next match.
Yeah, it's going to be great. This will be very fantastic. I'm excited to see which brawler they actually decided to play with, it really still is anybody's game. I don't know which team is going to win.
It's weird how Brawl Ball, it used to be very much definitely centered around the ball carrier, and over time it's kind of shifted into more of a control meta. So it can go either way. Both are very valid strategies, but I wouldn't be surprised to see no true ball carrier chosen here.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. They are just barely jumping into a match, and we'll get that gameplay here.
Here we go.
Okay.
Yeah, so neither team.
Terra, and their third pick was Poco. Yep, very controlling.
Yep, both teams have playing the control meta right here.
Martin Chong's clear over on the enemy side of the map, and he's actually able to stay alive with the help of Lottie for a little bit, but not quite the entire time. They're already getting pushed back very hard, and Shadow just shreds through.
Ooh, nice super by Ray. Now, even though Ray still went down, that blocked off that entire area where they, kept them from getting to the ball at a critical moment there. So they're respawning, and
Martin Chong's able
wiped
to take
out
Portal.
Two of them. Now, Shadow's going to be coming back in here. He does have his super ready, so he's going to, be keeping that for just the right moment.
Yeah, and now it's back to the very beginning where both teams are basically right in the center. Martin Chong does fall down to Alex BS, and they're actually pushing out Lottie. It takes two of them because he's doing such a good job. And Shadow has his super charged up. He throws down the super. It opens up the wall just a little bit. He was able to deal a little bit of damage to Ray as well. And actually, that's actually going to create more of an opportunity.
He was able to take out Martin Chong as well. But Lodi is just trying to hang on, just trying to buy his team some time here. Alex, with that health, can he find an opportunity to even almost just walk in? Great super by Shadow. Takes out one, is not able to finish off the second, but he does grab control of the ball and is going to be pulling it back.
Yes, he actually kicks it back to Portal so he can throw off an attack back at Lottie. And that bear has pushed Shadow all the way back to his side of
Bruce
the map.
is a menace to society right there.
Bruce, that's right.
He's just trying to give some bear hugs, but Alex is pushing back Ray now. See, now we've been watching this back and forth where he gets into this position, and with the new Brawl Ball, it's kind of this style where it's hard. It's easy to push to another team, but it's hard to finish it off. You really got to get the right moment to do that.
Yeah, Portal's just trying to keep them pushed back, to trying to gain a little bit of access. He actually hasn't been engaging against Martin Chong very much. Shadow throws down the super,
directly goes
to take
for
out Ray.
He could have taken out Martin, but he absolutely went for Ray. He knows that Spike is such a great defensive option there that he was really wanting to take him out, but they can't capitalize on it. But with the damage that he dealt there, he's able to build up a super again, so it is ready to go when he needs it next.
Yeah, this is like a traditional soccer match where there's very low scores. Wow.
He goes for the pool and he gets it. However, he dies in the process, so that's probably not exactly what he was looking for right there.
Yeah, the map is about to open up a little bit more, so there will be more opportunities to actually shoot it in. And Martin Chong is he able to squeeze it in right here?
Oh,
he
nice
actually
attempt.
gets taken out. Wow, and Lottie also gets taken out.
So right here,
well.
the things to note, in overtime, supers are a massive thing.
Huge.
So you really need to keep an eye on that player who has that flashing bar around
those super kicks just go a huge way in actually helping them kick it into the goal. But it looks like with 30 seconds left, I still don't know who is actually going to win. Alex has to
They're pushing Portal back there. It looks like Lodi heals up his team. Can they take out Portal? Yes, they do with a big pull from Shadow. Is able to save that. That is a great play there because that was a spot that they could have scored. And now with their team respawning, they're going to push them all the way back there. With 18 seconds, we may be looking at another rematch.
Yeah, I think that we might. They still do have a chance if Lottie's able to actually keep them pushed back. He might kick it back up over to Martin Chong. Oh my goodness! But Shadow with those supers he's just
nobody has their super to be able to get it in there.
Yeah.
It looks like we're going to be seeing another rematch now, just like before. I think that I would be interested to see something along the lines of somebody bringing a dynamic ball scorer.
Yeah.
It's going to be a little bit tougher on this map because it is a wide open map and you don't have the cover to slowly work your way up and go for it. But, if you were to bring a Primo and you could play him just right, which these guys can, it might be a really great opportunity for them.
Yeah, that's definitely, that's what made the difference for our last draw that we had in Brawl Ball was that El Primo who was able to actually charge forward. And,
maybe a Daryl that could roll in and cover ground and do a lot of damage.
And he also has that shield.
Right, and he can do the move, if you guys haven't seen it, where you pass the ball, you roll to the ball, and then you've instantly got it. You've covered a lot of ground, and you still have control of the ball. Yeah. That's a really interesting move for Daryl, and I would love to see it get mixed up a little bit and see if we can see something like that here on this next match.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. They do not have to play the same brawlers that they played in that most recent match. Although last time a draw actually happened, they decided to stick with the same brawlers as well because they were confident.
They almost changed up the style, though. They played the same brawlers, but Primo played a lot more aggressively, and it really worked out for him last time.
And that's the thing with Brawl Ball is that, or with these competitive matches, looks like they're in a match, so we'll see that in a minute. But with Brawl Ball is, their competitive matches are very defensive in comparison to when you very first jump into the game.
Looks like they're staying with what they, going with what they started with.
They were confident in their first choice. Martin Chong and Alex kind of are having a little bit of a scrimmage, and Alex ends up actually taking that victory. And now the ball has not moved.
Nobody's touched the ball yet.
It's like, the ball is
it's almost like hot potato.
Yeah, exactly.
Just don't touch it. The Ray comes in with a super there. He misses it, but he does make Shadow have to move to his left because he couldn't to his right. But Shadow with a nice dodge there and almost takes out Ray. They're kind of Ray's trying to use those bounce shots or the projectiles, but in the end, Shadow gets that one final shot on him and takes him down.
You could see Shadow actually dodging. He knew where where it was going to explode, and he knew where those projectiles were going to go, and he actually moved according to that. Very skilled. Throws down the super, which opens things up, and he's able to take out Ray and deal tons of damage to
Alex tried to pass him up because he didn't think he was going to go down, but if he would have been able to finish off that kill without dying, he would have been in a great spot to score. But
once again, Ray actually threw down that super in the perfect spot so that they actually
very heads up.
They could not get to it. Even though they had totally created the opportunity for them to score, they couldn't get to it because of Ray's super. And that's the second time that he's done that. And that's very high skill gameplay. Lottie's actually, he has to fall back. Shadow Juice is right there.
Yeah, Terra comes around the corner with that super. You run when that happens.
Yeah,
Terra's super is one of the scariest things next to an Invisible Leon. Yeah. It's one of the scariest things in Brawl Stars.
An Invisible Leon, a Terra super, and a Frank super. It's like, you fall back. Shadow Juice throws down another super, is able to take out Martin Chong and deal damage
and he's got to be really close to getting his super again. Probably 1 or 2 shots and he's going to have that super again. But Portal's got the ball really close. Can he get it in there? He's going to try to.
Oh, he tries to kick it in, but it accidentally hits the wall.
Oh, so close, Alex.
But Shadow is able to take him out. I can't believe
it was right there. It was right there for the taking.
Oh my goodness.
And I can't say that that was a bad play because it was such a high pressure moment, and there were so many players that it still may have not have won it anyways, but he just barely missed it.
He did, just barely missed it. I mean, this is so close. Yeah. This is so close.
It looks like we're about to go into overtime again.
But Lottie here is getting close to that offense. You know, they're on the enemy side. Ray's throwing down a few attacks. He's dealing damage to Portal, but actually Portal is able to take out Ray, and Alex is able to take out Martin Chong, and now they are going to go on the offense with the walls falling down now. Yeah. It's going to be a lot easier for them to actually make a shot.
Yeah, and that's one thing about Ray's team. They do not have a wall breaker. No one on their team can break a wall, so that's definitely a disadvantage in normal play, but in overtime, it's going to help them out a little bit.
Yeah, and they have to get to that ball. Wow, look at this super.
Oh,
dealing tons of damage.
Nice
Alex is
deal.
going to be able to keep him pushed back,
but
and he's going to go for it.
He should be able to walk it in right here.
He kicks it in and he makes the goal.
What a great, that was crazy right there.
Wow, look at that match. That was so insane. Look at their faces. You can see Shadow looking over. He's like, dude, did you see what we just did?
Yeah, that was a really great play. And they've got to feel a little bit relieved. They're like, wow, we almost went into game number 3 on Brawl Ball. So well played by both teams there. It's such a back and forth match. And in the end, Alex and them will pick up the point in that right there.
So we are 2-1, where Team Alex actually has that victory, that lead right there. And now we're actually going to be jumping into Temple Ruins. But before we talk about that, I'm curious, what do you think the difference was between the first match and the most recent match for that Brawl Ball?
I think Tara was the difference right there. She, you know, was it Portal was playing, or Shadow was playing him?
Shadow was playing Tara both times.
He played just a little bit differently in the second one. His supers were so well done in that second match, and he really made the best of them and created the opportunities there in the end for Pam to score.
And what really did it for them was the fact that Tara was able to take out 2 brawlers
if you
with
get those,
1 super.
Sometimes you don't always, have to go for those double pulls, but when you see the opportunity, it's always so much better because you do so much damage and you get your super back right away. So you can start chaining supers and put so much pressure on the other team.
Okay, so up next we're going to be playing in Temple Ruins for Bounty, which this is the map that has some grass on both sides, and you've got a little bit of an opening in the center.
It's kind of open in the center, so I would, not be surprised to see very traditional choices here. But at the top here, Alex picked Brock, Ray's team picked Piper and Daryl, and then back over here, Alex picked Leon. All of these
those are all great choices.
Yeah, Daryl has really come on in the meta here currently in Bounty because of those buffs that he received and the way that he can roll in and be an assassin and get out of there.
And he can deal with Leon a little bit. You know, if he rolls in and he has that extra HP, or
it's like
shield at least.
40% shield, And we've got Ryan Lighton in the crowd right now too, waving notes up.
He's saying hi. Community manager for Brawl Stars.
Bone kisses to the crowd.
Yeah, he's excited to be here, just like we are.
Yeah,
this is going to be an intense match. I don't know which team is actually going to have this victory.
It's going to be a close one. Who do you think that their third choices may be?
Yeah, as far for the third choice, it's tough because you got. I think it's going to be.
Rico's pretty decent on this map as well,
I think it's going to be a choice between Rico, Bo, and Penny.
See, the only thing I would say for Ray's team, well, we're finding out right here, we've got a Brock and a Pam.
Pam.
A Pam, okay.
It was Pam.
I was going to say,
they both picked Pam.
They both picked
so
Pam.
Strong.
Surprise, surprise. We were here trying to be very strategic, and it turns out you just picked one of the best brawlers in the game.
You just go with Pam.
Spin is trying to work his way. Now, this is the first time we've seen Spin today.
Yeah.
Spin is one of the players over on there.
He was actually playing in the first.
Was he in the first one? Okay, sorry. But he does have the line dance, Brock.
Yes.
That's always OP. They were kind of bunched up in the center here.
It's
a party in the middle, and Alex's team wasn't invited.
That's right. Man, but look, it looks like just 1%.
Oh, Portal.
Wow.
He almost
they were
got
bunched up. He was so close, but he does have his supercharge back up right here, and he's actually going to use it. They're all bunched up. Wow, he's going to be able to take out Mark. Oh, but he has to fall back.
He still gets the kill. In turn, though, it does work out for him because she had 4 stars, he had 2, so it's a good positive trade for them.
It is.
But you can see that is, if you're at home watching, that's one of the best strategies to counter Leon is that if you know he's coming in, sometimes you don't know.
You go find a teammate.
You go find a teammate.
You go hang out together until Leon pops up, and then you both freak out.
Or if there's a turret around, if you're a team like you've got a Pam, hug the Pam turret.
Portal did go invisible way out of range before they actually knew where he is, and you can see actually.
Taking out Ray right there.
Wow. Lottie actually goes in, tries to take out Portal, and it's actually
finished off by Martin Chung
with
nice
that
shot.
sniper, that Piper snipe.
Yeah.
And that was absolutely critical for them them to actually gain the lead.
That's
and
right. Now it's 8-7 with 30 seconds. But they're not in the greatest position.
They're not. They're kind of pushed up against the wall, and that's not a place that you want to be ever.
Now,
and Portal, as he's coming in, he's going in for the attack.
To find somebody.
And he's actually
got his eye on Piper.
Yeah.
Now Piper had that super ready to go, and she smartly did not. Martin Chong didn't use it right there, and ends up getting the kill anyways.
Yeah, and they're actually able to take out Portal, which means this is going to be pretty tricky for them to actually.
Oh, and with that kill, it's going to be Team Ray that picks up the victory there, which is great because you know what that means.
It's going into the best
game
it's going to be 5 out of 5.
That is what we like to see here at the Red Bull M.E.O. is game number 5, because that just means these two teams are so closely contested that it takes 5 games to find out who's the best.
It really does, and this is absolutely. I mean, this is the best competition in every single. This is the second time we've seen it go 5 out of 5. So it's gonna be intense. I don't know which team is actually going to win. Like I said, when we very first started with seeing Team Ray versus Team Alex, I had no idea who to root for. Not only from an emotional level of I'm really good friends with both teams, but also of like. I don't know who's better.
Yeah, and we knew that this was going to be a close matchup going into this, and our expectations have not been let down because these guys are going at it neck and neck. And who is going to win? Who knows? Who knows? But we're going to find out here in Stone Fort. Now, the picks for this, the first pick was Pam. Surprise, surprise. Then Ray turns around and picks Rico and Bo. Again, the Bo pick on Stone Fort.
Yes.
They know something.
They know something
that we didn't
know.
Bo's got that buff, so maybe that's what's going. Of course, it's the control there. And then the last pick is Leon there. No surprise there. He's so good. But as you can see in that last match there, Leon would normally completely dominate some of those situations, and it was not the case. Not only from smart play, but those nerfs, I think, have really brought him back into a very comfortable spot.
Yeah, he's still an excellent choice, obviously. I mean, we've got the best players in the world playing Leon, and so he's definitely clearly a very solid option. But those smart plays, the nerfs have made him, and we don't, there's a very good chance. I know that these players have been practicing.
Yeah.
I don't know how much they're relying on previous skill before the meta to have they really, maybe they're still adjusting to those changes and what Leon can and cannot handle. But what it did come down to really was that skilled gameplay of bunching up with your team. Typically, when you're playing in most game modes, you actually don't want to bunch up.
It's a bad idea to bunch up.
Except when you're facing a Leon.
When there's a Leon on the other team.
Yeah.
And that is the best strategy to use. So, and you can see that they knew exactly that, and they knew when to bunch up and really defend against that super.
Yeah. Here we are. They're jumping into a match right here.
Game number 5. Post in the comments right now. Who do you got? Who's going to win? Team Ray, Team Alex. Game number 5. We're about to find out.
Yes, it looks like Team Alex decided to go all 3 in the middle, whereas we've got Team Ray that are deciding to go with that split. Like I said, that strategy, it's a choice you have to need to make at the very beginning, whether you split up or you both.
Ray here is playing Spike, and I'm pretty sure that Spike is one of Ray's favorite brawlers.
He's been playing Spike a lot today. And you can see that skill. And Shadow Juice, look at him expertly disarm those mines without taking any damage.
When I try to do that, I always go, and I'm like, nope, 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 and then I still get hit. But you can see Shadow. That's why they're the ones playing right now, because they are so good. He just did a great job as just removing that super from Bo.
Yeah, they're doing a fantastic job, but it looks like Team Ray has regained somewhat of the middle.
Yeah, they're waiting for Bo to come back in to really take it over here.
Yeah, Spenelsty's doing an excellent job as Leon, keeping them pushed back. And he ends up getting taken out by Sasus to Clash.
Yeah, and look, you see where he put those mines down. Now Pam can't approach it. Alex is going to have to rotate around and come in through a different spot.
Yes.
Bo is the control there in the center, and he's doing a great job. Now that they've taken back over the center, they just need to hold that spot for, they're behind right now, 7-4, so they got a ways to go, but Alex does take down Ray there. So now it's 2 versus 3. Can they hold it?
This is so intense. We got 7 versus 4, but Ray's team, they actually have the control of the middle, and that really does go a long way. Spenelsty actually uses his super for him to actually disarm those mines, but they know that there's another mine, but he ends up getting taken out by Bo's mine.
I don't know if he meant to use the super for those mines, but one of the side benefits of that super is that extra speed, and he was able to take out 2 of them. Shadow, again, we know that he knows how to do it.
Wow,
a big kill right in the center.
Ray, and Sasus is able to actually
What a game number 5 right here. This is going to give them 9 to 8.
1 more gem. Wow, they have to pick up this gem.
But they can't bail yet. They cannot bail yet. They have to keep holding the center at least for 1 more gem, because only 2 gems is not enough to hold it. They can now safely retreat. So that now we need to get a play here by Team Ray if they want to move on and keep it in the winners bracket. Oh, he goes down.
Look at this.
Desperation attempt right there, but it was
Alex. Team Alex.
Such a great game by both of these teams, coming down to the very wire in game number 5. But in the end, Team Alex takes out Team Ray, and that will send Ray to the losers bracket. He's not out yet. He's still got plenty more chance here. But Team Alex will be moving on. Very well played right there. Did any of that surprise you?
Everything surprised me. Because I didn't know what to expect. This is
well, I mean, I expected a very tight game, and this is exactly what we got.
Yeah, it was a super tight game, and you know, some of the best content creators that are here playing together. That's the one thing. People didn't know who Alex was.
Right.
They had no idea who he was because he's only recently started creating Brawl Stars content.
Right. But he's been playing for a long time.
He's been playing for a very long time. He's a very skilled player. And then we also have Ray, who people know. I mean, 70,000
you guys
subscribers.
Know Ray.
If you don't know Ray, you absolutely need to check it out. Check him out because of his fantastic Brawl Stars content. Some of the best.
Such a good, positive, uplifting guy.
Oh yeah,
great
content.
content.
If I'm having a bad day, I go watch one of Ray's videos. It's
not
like
only
a
that,
ray of sunshine coming
but personally, I think he has the best hair in Brawl Stars. So. You guys go sub to Ray right now.
That's right. Yeah, it's going to be fantastic here.
So taking a look at the bracket, you can see the next matchup we got in the winners bracket here is going to be Team Itsu versus Team Alex. I cannot wait for that matchup. But also, Team DOG versus Team Ray. That's going to be another close match. I think that is a game to keep an eye on. Even though they're in losers bracket, that's going to be a close game.
Well, they've been doing Brawl Stars content, and I know that they're really good friends as well. So that's going to be interesting to see a little bit of that friendship rivalry.
Sure.
Where the are you really my friend kind of thing.
Yeah, and you know how it is. You always, whenever you're playing your friends, it's like there's a little extra something in there that you really, you gotta win against your friends, man.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
It's gonna be very interesting. But before we get to see those matches, we're gonna have a little bit of a break while we let these players get all set up, and you guys definitely want to stick around for that because it's gonna be some hot competition. Welcome back to Red Bull M.E.O. by ESL Brawl Stars World Finals. I'm Kairos Time. If you
I think you've got that down now.
I've got it down. I've said it a few times now. I'm actually adding to it. but Lex here, why don't you tell us what we've got going? What we're looking at here?
What we've got coming up next is going to be the winner of the first 2 matches that we've seen. Itsu versus Alex. We just saw Alex play, and that was such a great matchup. And now those 2 winners are going to face off. This is going to be, I again have no clue who to pick here. They're so close. It's anybody's game.
It's gonna be absolutely crazy here. And starting off, we're actually going to be doing some Hard Rock Mine, some gem grab. Team Itsu versus versus Alex. We've seen them. These are the two. These are the two YouTubers that are here that I didn't know anything about before.
And it turns out that they are awesome.
Yeah, I had no idea. Now, if you guys are just recently tuning in, a little bit about their story here. We got Team Alex, who Alex is a competitive player who is the least subscribed YouTuber that is here, but definitely one of the most skilled, as we can tell here. And then we also have Itsu, who is Itsu?
Itsu is a German YouTuber that started off in Clash of Clans and has since been getting into Brawl Stars a lot. And he's really, like I said, when we were doing Phase 2, we had no clue who he was. We're like, who is this Itsu guy, and why is he wrecking everybody?
Which is funny because we had met him at the Brawl Stars original event. Yeah, sorry Itsu if you're hearing this. We love you, man.
not so good with names. So.
Yes, but we're not going to forget him now.
No,
obviously.
How could you? You guys killing it.
He's absolutely killing it. He had one of the hardest matches to get to the qualifiers, and he took it all the way. He didn't stop after he qualified. He kept beating player after player after player.
Made it all the way to the finals. It ended up losing to Ash in the finals, but in Game 5. It was in Game 5.
It was not close. And that last match as well was incredibly close. So this is going to be very exciting to see which of these 2 content creators and their teams are actually going to win there. Now it's interesting because we talk a lot about the YouTubers that are playing in today's that are playing in the tournament. But we also have not only just the YouTubers, let's talk about a little bit about the teams here.
Yeah, so these players, what's crazy is that when this all started out, there was 32 teams, and each YouTuber got to have their own qualifier, and we're talking hundreds and hundreds for every single qualifier.
Yeah, hundreds of players, even teams.
Yeah,
some of them had like 200 teams.
I saw someone with like 200 players that were total in that qualifier, which is just insane the amount of attention that this was getting, and rightfully so, because what a great trip to be able to go on. If you're a pro player, qualify for this team, battle through with one of your favorite YouTubers, and end up in Germany playing for the World Finals. What an awesome experience. And all these players, they're great. They're probably not a single player in the tournament that was probably under 11, 12,000 personal best.
A lot of them, actually, I was talking to some of the content creators, asking a little bit about their players. A very good majority of them have a personal best of over 15,000 trophies, which, I mean, very few players in the world right now are even over 5,000 trophies. And for them to have 3 times that, to be at 15,000, that is not an easy accomplishment.
Yeah, that's a testament to their dedication and skill right there.
Yeah, they're incredibly skilled players. And some interesting things. Today we've got Team Itsu. He's playing with DXB, who is actually from the Dubai.
He's
from Dubai. Yeah, and then we also have let's see here.
Yeah, Riff.
Riff, we've talked a little bit about Riff. She's the only female competitor here, very highly skilled. She's very well known in the Brawl Stars community for having pushed one account, never upgrading any of the brawlers a single time.
All the level 1 brawlers to how many trophies?
500 trophies for every single one of them, which, I mean, when I got 500 trophies for all my brawlers that were maxed out, I was like, I'm so good at this game. This is awesome.
And she did it with level 1
Yeah,
brawlers.
And I was like, oh, okay, well, now I don't feel like she's absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
And then we also have It's the You Day. And It's the You Day is actually something that I've worked with fairly closely in creating a competitive tier list for the best brawlers on every single map in the game, or every mode in the game. And he's incredibly skilled.
Very knowledgeable. Great player.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, when I'm playing with him in Brawl Stars, it's like, easy trophies. I was like, I don't even have to try, which I'm a good player, but when you're playing with
I need to play with him.
But when you're playing with Uday, it definitely goes by a little bit easier.
Sure.
And then we also do have Team Alex.
Yeah.
We've talked a little bit about Shadow Jutsu and Portal and how they are roommates.
Yeah.
And they've got a ton of synergy where they actually play together all day. Or not all day, but every day. They play together every day. They're always discussing the meta and figuring out the best.
There's really no replicating that sort of synergy that you get with somebody when not only when you play with them a lot, because that creates a lot, but when you're in person, you know, it's just like you and I right now.
That's right.
I mean, it's like you're so used to
you thought
one
we
person
were good at
zigs and the other person zags. You know, you just know exactly what the other's doing, and it's almost second nature at that point, and there's no replicating that sort of synergy, and it's really showing off today because they've been playing very well.
They've been playing very well together as a team. And then we also have Spen LC, who has been playing with them quite a bit, and I've spoken a lot with Spen LC as well, as far as helping out with that tier list that I mentioned. Very knowledgeable about the game, really great guy as well. And then we've also talked about Alex. So these players, they are they're skilled players. These are the best of the best, guys. It really does not get much better than this. But they're still actually
making their picks right now.
They're making their picks right now for the brawlers that they're actually going to be playing. And starting off, they're going to be playing one of my favorite game or my favorite maps for gem grab, and that is Hard Rock Mine.
Yes.
And looks like Itsu actually.
Whenever you think of gem grab in Brawl Stars,
you think of
Hard Rock Mine.
It's home. You know, Hard Rock Mine.
It is like the first one that you really ever see, and it's like, yeah, this is it. This is gem grab in Brawl Stars.
Yeah.
And that's where they're going to be starting off at. And if we take a look at their picks that they made for that first one, it looks like Itsu's team picked Rico for their first pick. No. Or did Alex come in? Yeah, I think Alex and then picked Pam for their very first pick. And then after that, Itsu picked up Rico and Spike. Back to Alex, they picked Nita. So those are all very solid picks, very standard for that map, pretty solid meta choices.
One thing that we've noticed a lot today is that Pam seems to be very prevalent in the meta in a lot of almost all of the game modes.
Is Pam the strongest brawler in Brawl Stars right now?
I think arguably she is.
I think that you could make a very strong argument for that case.
Where at least when Pam very first came out, it was like, oh yeah, Pam in gem grab, and that was her place, that was her home. And now she's good in heist, she's good in
Brawl Ball, as we're seeing. Bounty. She was there as well.
Bounty. We even saw Pam in some
Pam
Bounty.
Pam is too thick for the competition right now.
Where's the developer team? Okay, over there. They're over there.
Does Pam need a nerf, guys? Yes, maybe so. We'll see.
But that's one thing I do actually really like about Brawl Stars. At least the balance that they've done is they like to give some of the brawlers a little bit of a chance to see.
Give them their time in the sun. Give them time to their glory.
Yep,
right
it's
there.
Never a dull moment when you're playing Brawl Stars because the meta is always shifting. It's always changing.
And speaking of all the meta shifting, of course, we just got massive balance changes and map reworks and Brawl Ball reworks. So all these players, they didn't have a ton of time to adapt to all these changes.
They're doing it wonderfully, though.
Yeah, it's a great testament on how skilled these guys are and how dedicated they are, that they can take all these changes that just happened and turn around and make the changes necessary in their game to be able to perform at this level.
Yeah, and it's interesting being at this event where everybody is always playing. They're always playing, while we're at this event. They're not just sitting around on the couch just playing a little, talking to each other. They're grinding, they're playing, they're having a lot of fun. So yeah, absolutely.
Right. Okay, so again, they will be starting Hey, can we get the developers? Hey, guys, wave for us.
Yes, developers, let's go ahead and get a wave. They're waving over there.
Look at them all waving. Smile for the camera, guys.
Yep, that's right. Those are the minds behind Brawl Stars.
Right.
I mean, it's so incredibly exciting.
Yeah, that was awesome.
It's actually been one of my favorite things about actually going to Finland, going to Supercell HQ, has been meeting these people and talking to them about how passionate they are about Brawl Stars. I mean, you and I, we love Brawl Stars, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
We're covering Brawl Stars content. We're working on videos every day, and we absolutely love it. And I think that players actually forget how much the team, I mean, I don't know if it is like how it is for other games. I have no idea. But at least when I go to Supercell and I meet the Brawl Stars developer team, it's overwhelming how much they are passionate about the game and how they're always they're always talking like, what do you guys think about this? Or what do you think about that? And they're always bouncing ideas off, and it's incredible to see how much they love this
I remember
game.
the very first time that I went to Finland and got to meet them all. So, I mean, can't share all these ideas, but they actually were, the amount of different ideas and the plans that they have for the future of Brawl Stars was just mind-boggling. How much time they've spent and how much passion that they have for this game. It's really refreshing to see, and it's very encouraging, and knowing that the future of Brawl Stars is in very good hands, and they are here to watch all these top players battle it out in the very first esports scene here for Brawl Stars. It's super exciting.
Yeah, it's really exciting for us to be here and see what's happening here. But we were actually just barely talking to them in the most recent break. We were saying, "Hey, how are you liking this?" And they were just they were loving this. They're sitting at their computer, they're sitting at their iPads, they're doing all of this development on that side of things. And for them to be able to come and see this event be put into place, it's wonderful.
It's got to be very rewarding, to see all of your hard work, culminate in something that people all around the world can, appreciate and have fun with like this. A really great thing. So it looks like the teams here, they are getting situated. They're probably going to be getting ready to play here in just a few minutes. So we're going to be looking forward to that as soon as they get ready. But so looking at these two teams, again, any predictions? Any predictions? I'm putting you on the spot, Kairos.
My prediction is this is going to be intense.
Well, that's a pretty safe prediction. I'm a little bit disappointed in you, but I'll let you slide this time.
Look at this though. I mean, we got Itzu with Rico and Spike on their team. We don't know what their third surprise pick is going to be. Rico and Spike are traditionally some of the best brawlers for gem grab. I almost call it smash and grab. Used to be smash and grab.
It used to be smash and grab for all you guys that just started playing. Yeah, gem grab used to be called smash and grab. It's still old habits die hard, right?
Yes, and they have traditionally they have withstood every single meta in gem grab, and they're consistent, with the exception of maybe a little bit of Rico in the most recent meta.
Yeah, Rico got nerfed a little bit just because when the maps were changed and they were made 4 tiles wide or 2 tiles on each side, it really eliminated some of the tighter corridors that Rico thrived on. And when that got taken out, he really fell from the meta. Not like, well, you know what? It was a pretty drastic fall. He got hit pretty hard.
A little bit, but he
just got a buff. And even though it may not seem like it was a huge buff, sometimes it just takes a little bit, just to get you back in there. And I think that's what we're seeing with Rico, and he's made him just strong enough to where he's a very viable choice again now.
Yeah, and Spike is super strong. Then the other traditional brawler that I would say has always withstood the meta is over on Alex's team, and that is Nita.
Yeah.
We know that Pam's really strong. We talked about that earlier, but Nita has also withstood almost every single meta for gem grab because of her ability to really control things. She doesn't necessarily have a super great control until she charges her super.
When Bruce comes onto the field, he really it's like an entire another brawler. Granted, that brawler is not dynamic and can't juke and whatnot, but it's still he has a lot of health, and it has to be accounted for, and very fast.
Yeah.
So it really puts a lot of pressure on the other team to account for that super really soon.
It's interesting because you'll actually see matches where it seems very one-sided, where one team has total domination of the center, and then the enemy team throws down one Bruce, one bear, one of Nita's super bears. It's a super bear. I like it. I'm going to start saying that now. One of Nita's super bears throws it down, and then sometimes it's just like the whole team, they just all fall back. They're just like,
you have to.
Watch out for that super bear.
and Bruce doesn't do a ton of damage.
No, he doesn't, but he has so much HP.
Right.
And you have to fall back.
And if you don't take care of him right then, he just starts, he's a menace. So.
Yeah. And one of the reasons why he works so well is because the enemy team has to use their ammo, which is in short supply.
Right.
Against Bruce, especially against a brawler like Spike. Spike can deal a ton of damage to it, but Spike has such a low reload speed that after he's taken out the bear, Spike has to stay falling back, and that gives the enemy team an opportunity for them to actually push it.
Looks like we may be in our game right now, so as soon as that pops up, here we go. Looking at this game, right at the top here, we've got Jesse, Rico, and Spike going up against Pam, Nita, and Barley. Barley has gotten it. Usually on this map, you wouldn't have seen Barley before, but with the addition of these extra walls in the center, the prevalence of throwers has really come back in a little bit.
And you can see Barley actually keeping Itzu back. Wow, takes him out.
Great play by Spin.
And now we've got the team with Nita on their side, dominating the center.
And as you can see, Spin throws down that super, not really necessarily to deal a ton of damage, but to control the center. It kept the other team from really being able to work their way in. Unfortunately, right after he did that, they still charged back in there and at least have made this competitive. Big super by DXB.
He was not able to take out damage, but Alex had that turret up there, which was able to help keep him alive. And I mean, he's still feeling fresh. But now it's 2 against 5, and it's going to be difficult to say which team is actually going to win, because now Riff is actually in the center, throws down an offensive
it's a little bit of a...
Unfortunately, I can almost guarantee you she meant to put that one tile
back, right? So it wasn't protected by that wall, so that turret gets taken out pretty quickly. That's pretty unfortunate.
But now it's at least tied. They do have an option, and DXB has that super right there. He's able to throw it out and does a ton of damage to Sven LC.
Again, though, but that healing turret is paying huge dividends, because through 2 Rico supers, it's kept them alive enough to where Spin was able to take out DXB right there, with the help of that turret, keeping him alive. Rift does go down, but they can't really get in there and get those gems. It was definitely too risky of a play.
Look at Shadow Jutsu was basically dominating them, keeping them completely pushed back on the opposite side of the map.
Right.
I mean, this is crazy. They only have to grab 1 gem, but they're very cautious about going in to get it. They just actually waited for it to spawn on their side, and now that it did
with the biggest lead like that, that's the smart play, because you got plenty of time. You don't need to rush it and put your gems at risk. When you're carrying this many gems, you've got to play it safe, and they did just that. And there's not enough time for them to sit in the middle. They have to get a kill.
Yeah, they're trying to do the best they can, but that is GG right there.
That was a good game. I think the biggest thing that played the biggest part in there was Pam's super, or Pam's healing station. Really kept up a couple brawlers through 2 really big supers by DXB.
Yeah, and you can see them over on the right there. Shadow Jutsu, he's looking happy. He's that guy smiling over there with that water bottle next to him. He's very excited about playing in today's tournament. I was talking with Portal and Shadow Jutsu, and it's funny because you go and talk to them, and what they're saying every bit of the conversation you have with them is just like, I can't believe I'm here. I can't believe that this is happening. This is just so crazy. Look at that notebook. You see that notebook that Portal has pulled out with? They've got comps written down. Wow, just look at that. They've got all of the maps listed
preparation.
out right there.
You can see that in Temple Ruins there, they've got lots of different possible strategies that they could be using. That is great preparation by that team, and it's paying dividends for them right now.
And that's one of the things that we mentioned earlier today about their team, is how much they have put into drafting their picks.
They've got some experience in drafting, like we said. They did so well in our Draft Stars tournament, and that experience is invaluable. They knowing, if we choose this, how does this affect your team, as well as how it affects the other team, and they're putting that to good use right here.
And one thing in Brawl Stars is that it absolutely is skill-based. We have talked about that, how the best players win, but guess what? All the best players are here.
That's right. So they're not playing. There's no situation where one player is playing another team and they're just a bunch of slouches, because that doesn't happen here at the World Finals here at the Red Bull M.E.O. Now for our next matchup though, and next map, we've got Kaboom Canyon, little heist action. Itsu's team got to pick first, and who did they pick, Kairos?
They went with Pam.
Oh, surprise, surprise! Wham bam! Here comes Pam. She was the first pick right there.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm not surprised with that. And then after Itsu picked Pam, Alex's team selected Daryl. And that's one thing we talked about earlier today, is the fact that Daryl, with the changes to the maps, with the walls actually being removed from the heist safe, Daryl has a lot more of an opportunity to actually go in there, because he passively charges up his super, and that allows him to push in there, deal damage to the safe without having to break down any walls. And that's a huge benefit to him. And after that, they chose Bo.
Now, this is probably the only time you will ever see Bo picked in heist, is on Kaboom Canyon.
Yes.
Because of all the massive amount of grass in the center, his star power can really help out your team a lot. But this Bo, traditional heist pick, no.
No.
But can he work on this map?
Yes. In the hands of the right player, Bo can be an absolute beast, and wherever you're playing him, especially on maps that have a lot of grass. Next up, so it's been Itsu picked Pam, Alex picked Daryl, Alex picked Bo, and then Itsu picked Jesse.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Jesse in heist, okay?
Jesse, that never happened before. But we've seen her quite a bit in heist today. Why? Why are we seeing that, Kairos?
The reason why is because, you know what? Let's
it looks like they're jumping in right now.
Let's actually jump into that, and then we can talk about that a little bit later. I want to talk about that because that's a very interesting
Okay, so the surprise pick there, they went with Shelly. She's definitely going to be the defensive stopper. She used to be pretty strong in the meta as a defensive stopper, but that was usually whenever there was more walls there. But Alex is going to have a hard time with Shelly. I guarantee you, Riff right now says, okay, Alex is playing Bull, me and you Bull. That's what we're going to be doing.
we're gonna have
my job is to stop Bull.
And look at that Shadow with the super goes in there, does a little bit of damage, not a ton.
Gets 5% on there.
5%. That's a good
chip away all you can. Portal's coming around the left-hand side there. Oh, he looked like he almost was able to get some shots in there, but that turret from Itsu pushes him back out there.
That turret is going to make it very difficult for Portal as Poco, who gets outranged by that turret.
Actually, all of them. Look at the entire other team.
Wow,
that turret is going to
right.
be a menace to that other team because it outranges all of them. If Itsu can play it smart, keep that turret charged up, it's going to put a lot of pressure on the other team.
Yeah,
but they're in a bad spot right now.
Their last pick was Poco, and they knew that Jesse was going to be here and was going to be able to outrange them so well. But they decided to go with Poco regardless, going for that little bit heavier comp, a close range comp to try and push them back. And they've done that. They've kept them pushed back this entire match. But now
they took 13% damage on their safe, but that's what they needed to do at the time. Now they've all grouped up and they're slowly pushing back towards the other way.
If Alex can actually charge up his super, then Alex and Shadow with Bull and Daryl can actually go in at the same time, and Portal can keep them alive from a distance.
Yeah.
And that's what we're seeing
right here.
They've got them completely pushed
500 a tick every time that happens. You know, that's really great for Portal to be able to heal up his team and keep those huge damage dealers on the safe while he's still chipping away at the safe himself.
This is going to be very difficult for them to come back from, but they're already pushing them back.
The team comp here I think that right here it's a matter of team comp, right? Because they've got two big tanky units with that healer keeping them alive, and it's just too much because the other team, besides Riff,
wow,
this is pretty rough for them. They did be able to take them down, but 6%, and they haven't even sniffed the other side yet.
Oh my goodness, yes, this is crazy. I wasn't expecting this. I thought that they clearly know what they're doing here. And that
Shadow rolls in. Is he going to be able to finish our array at 3, 2, 1, 0? And he does. Well played.
Wow.
That was a dominating performance by Alex, Shadow, and Portal.
Yeah, that was crazy. What it really came down to, see, a lot of times when people are playing Brawl Stars, they pick 3 great brawlers for a specific map or 3 great brawlers for that mode. But those 3 brawlers are okay individually, but Poco
was the star player there, regardless of whoever was the star player on the game.
Yeah.
It was a star player because not only did he keep his teammates alive, but he also was able to put pressure on them as well, and just the controlling factor there.
And that's what happens is typically you will go with 3 good brawlers for a map, but they didn't do that.
Not necessarily.
They picked 3 brawlers that work well together.
Yeah.
And Poco, although he does struggle a little bit himself on heist, like his damage per second on the safe, it's like nothing. It's like Poco throws out a couple of attacks.
A couple percent per attack.
And the safe tickles. It's like, oh, that felt kind of nice. Yeah. Nice music there. But where he really thrives is his ability to keep tankier brawlers alive because he can burst heal them. And because Daryl and Bull have a decent amount of HP, Poco really thrives in being able to have plenty of time for him to actually heal those brawlers up.
And as you can see, they got to a situation where both Daryl and Bull were there on the safe with Poco behind
They
him.
didn't have the DPS.
Poco's damaging the safe as well as for every shot. He's giving them 500 health for everyone, and then he can build up that super and heal them even more. Yep. It was a really neat strategy that they just employed, and it worked out brilliantly.
It was very well played. That was excellent. You can see the skill that is going to every single, not only just the matches, but also into every single draft pick. It makes a big difference.
Yeah, absolutely.
Up next, we do have some Brawl Ball, where we're going to be playing with Itsu. Let's see. It looks like Alex actually selected the first. And he picked Rico for Sneaky Fields.
That's a bit. I mean, Rico. I think that normally that's not a pick that you would see on Sneaky Fields because it's such. There's so many bushes on it. However, I think that's a testament to the buff that Rico just got and how strong that he is currently right now.
I didn't think it was going to be enough, honestly.
I thought it would be close, but I didn't think that it was going to be enough either. And it looks like devs, once again, knew a little bit more than we did. So Rico was first picked. Then after that, Itsu got to pick Nita and Terra, both very solid control brawlers. And then back over to Alex, they picked Spike, big damage and control as well. So all pretty classic picks, except for Rico. But I say that, and like I said, he's getting really strong here in the meta. With Sneaky Fields, what do you think that they're going to pick up for their third brawlers, Kairos?
Dude, I have no idea. I think, well,
traditionally,
I think what they're going to do is they're going to go with a brawler like El Primo, who can actually score some shots. We talked about that earlier with these very long Brawl Ball matches, how what it really comes down to is having a brawler that can actually go in and actually have an opportunity to shoot it into the goal.
Yeah. Now, see, I've played with Alex quite a few times, and both times I've seen him play tanks, and he really loves the Primo, and he also really loves the Bull. As you've seen, both of those brawlers would not be a bad choice for this sort of thing. But I still think that with the changes to Brawl Ball here recently, I think Primo may be the better choice. But Bull, if you can get on Primo's toes, Bull counters him.
Bull counters Bull.
So this will be an interesting little chess match to see which each team picks and how that affects the the choices from the other team.
Yeah. It's going to be exciting, though. One thing I did want to, while these players are actually getting ready here, they should be ready pretty soon, but I did want to briefly talk a little bit about that Jesse on
Yes.
on Heist. It's interesting because now we have those, they're actually opened up a little bit more. Those maps are opened up. And so what is really beneficial about Jessie is she can throw down with her star power, she can actually put down her turret and then use that to increase her range. And if she just hits, if she hits her turret, or if she hits any of the 3 enemy players, or if she actually hits the safe Heist, or the Heist safe, then it's a solid for them. But we're actually into the match now.
First time we've seen Frank today.
Yeah, this will be good. Now, I'm excited about that.
Yeah, so Itsu's team definitely went with pure control. Terra, Poco,
Look at
Nita.
that.
But that Frank super.
He gets taken out, but he was able to take out one brawler, and it was able to allow for Alex to be able to take out Itsu, and now they have a 2-against-1 situation where Poco actually has to fall back.
Yeah, see, I love the Frank pick. I think that, like I said, he's such a dominating brawler with position. My only scare here is that once these walls, once the grass comes down, he is going to be a sitting duck out in the open.
That is absolutely right.
So they need to make the best of it before that happens.
He's able to take him out, and now that has actually completely opened it up for
Can they finish it off? They do.
Wow.
Control wins the day right there over sheer power, but there's still plenty of time. 1 minute and 37 seconds left there. They're finding some shots off in the middle, see if they can help build up those supers. Alex does, dropping the super on DXB, but cannot finish him off. The single pull takes him out.
That was absolutely crazy there. DXB, we've seen actually quite a bit here that Terra is a very
full push coming on.
Look at this.
Bruce leading the way. Are they going to be able to convert right here? Terra needs that super to finish it off.
Oh, but Portal with that great super is actually able to push them back. And it's the Uday tries to fire.
He tried.
He's like, I'm doing the best that I can.
He's still alive. He heals himself up. He wanted to give it a shot.
He's holding on to
it was a very, very slim chance that he was going to get that goal in, but you've got to try.
And one thing that
you were going to die anyway.
Yeah, you're going to die anyway, but you might as well keep the people pushed back. They're going to try and go for the goal right here, though.
They got it.
Whoa!
I didn't even see him get that in there.
He sneaked around the corner and shot it. That was insane.
What a great play. 1-1. This is probably the most exciting Brawl Ball match we've seen yet today. They've been a lot of stalemates, but not on this one. Big push coming in here. It's the Uday. Shoots a shot in and finishes it off. What an amazing match, and it only took them 2 minutes to get 2 scores right there.
Wow, that is crazy. Team Alex, they had an opportunity right there to actually sweep the floor with them and move on to the finals. But wow, that was crazy. I'm kind of lost for words because that was so fast.
It was so different than the other Brawl Ball maps we've seen, or Brawl Ball games that we've seen today. They've been a lot of pushing back and forth, but nobody can really convert. And both of these seem like, nah, we got you right here. We're going to be able to score, no problem. And they did just that.
Yeah. That was a really intense. I think what it came down to, I think that Portal did a really good job with Frank, but Frank does have that downtime when he actually throws down his shots, and that just allows not only the enemy team to try and take him out, but also allows the enemy team to charge up their supers.
Yeah.
And supers in Brawl Ball they're very important.
Right.
A lot of the times matches at the very beginning, it's just poking back and forth, waiting until somebody has their super charged up. And once they have that super charged up, that gives them an opportunity to not only push the enemy team back or push a ball to the goal, or just take somebody out.
Yeah, and as you can see, Team Itsu there went with a full-on control option, and they were able to control them pretty well. So it worked out very well for them. However, the next map that we're going to be going out is actually one of my personal favorites. As far as bounty map goes, this is one of my favorites. It's Hideout. Used to be called something else. I can't remember what it was called before, but Hideout is a lot of fun.
One map that we know the name of. It's we're not saying the old name. That's good. I like that.
Yeah, I just know it as Hideout now. That's great. So on that, Itsu got the first pick there, and they picked Piper. Classic choice for this map, and Bounty in general.
Yes.
Alex picked up Brock and Daryl next. Great choices. And then Leon. These are all very standard meta choices for this map. As far as a third one, there's quite a few different brawlers that can work. Penny can work really well on this because if she can get position, hold those that that Cannon can put on a ton of pressure, but throwers are really strong on this map.
That's what I was going to say, is that typically for this map, the throwers are really important because you have those two L-shaped corners that allows the throwers to actually normally it would be considered overextending, but because of the shape of the map, it actually allows them to go onto the enemy side of the map safely and actually keep the enemy team pushed back. So a lot of the times you'll have teams, one team is all over on the left, and then one team is, and then the other team's over on the right.
As you can see, Dynamite right there, and the other team has a Pam. Okay, so DXB is playing and we saw DXB play Dynamite earlier, and he was the difference in that game.
He shredded through.
So we'll see if he can, replicate that sort of performance here. I think he's got a good chance because really he can, besides Brock, is the only one who can take out walls on the other one. So look for Spen. Once he gets his super to really break down those walls that DXB's been hiding behind over there.
Well, Portal actually went in with Daryl and was trying to take him out, but Itsu, that's the other thing, is Daryl, he's kind of like that assassin type brawler similar to, wow, look at these exchanges right here. This is crazy.
Alex is trying to get out of there. He's going to be able to get out of there.
Excellently. Look at that. I can't believe he escaped from that.
I thought he was as good as dead. Some really nice juking right there from Alex to be able to get back to safety, get some health back here, now that they can regroup. It's 6-4, pretty darn close game, but wow. It's the U-Day, lands 3 consecutive shots on Portal and takes him out. DXB
they
again
threw
with
down a
another
little
kill.
Spin right there. They were like, hey, look at that. We can rock this.
Yeah.
And they, Spen does have his supercharge up right there, and he's going to go for the walls.
Ooh, okay, so he got most of it down. That's a good job there. So that means that DXB can no longer camp out in that spot anymore. And he's going to have to, he's probably going to play right over by where Portal is behind this wall on the right, if he can gain that position.
Yeah, being over on that right side is going to go a very long way in him being able to maintain his advantage.
Portal rolls in, trying to take out DXB, and does.
Wow.
Itsu's got a couple of shots, but he wasn't able to finish him off. With 30 seconds left, they are behind here. Itsu pops that super. Where is he going to poke his head out and see if he can get some damage? You see what happened right there?
Yes. They totally just kept him pushed back right there, and he basically ended up in a
They knew that was coming. They gathered up here, but with 11 seconds, they're going to have to get it killed. It's the U-Day, is the prime target, but he takes out a shot there.
Wow.
And at this point, unless they get a great kill, it's almost going to be impossible to... He does go down 12. Can they get one more? They cannot. Such a close game.
That was a nail biter.
That was wild.
I didn't know what was going to happen right there. So we are going 2-2 with Team
Game 5, once again, almost every, actually, no, not almost, every matchup today has went to Game 5. That is just a testament to how evenly matched these teams are. Such great players all across the board that it takes 5 games to decide who is going to be moving on.
Yes, I am loving this. This is seriously the best competition. I mean, we've done a lot of really good, very high-skilled gameplay tournaments on our channel, where we stream that together. But this has by far been the most exciting.
Yeah, I mean, usually you'll get 1 or 2 matches in there that you can tell that those teams are just so squarely evenly matched that it takes 5 games, but have all of the teams. All of them today have been went the distance. So, and that distance here is going to be back in Chill Cave and Gem Grab. Kairos, who did they pick there for their draft picks?
Alex actually started off with Nita, which is a solid option for Chill Cave. Very, very solid. And then Itsu actually went with Penny.
All right.
And Penny's a very solid option for this map as well, because there's so many walls for Penny to actually throw that turret behind, so that it makes it really difficult. And one thing that is on this map a lot, we'll see a lot of throwers.
Yes.
So like Barley and Dynamite. In fact, typically you'll see a Barley. And Penny's turret can take out Barley in 2 shots.
Well, right here, speaking of that, looking at these comps, I would fully expect Alex's team to roll with a Pam in there as the gem carrier.
Yeah.
That's what I'm 100% expecting now. Itsu's team, however, they've got a gem carrier in Penny. You talk about throwers, I would not be surprised at all to see a thrower with that comp.
Oh, yeah. No, you are absolutely right. That's a very solid point right there. Yeah, because
and that might give him a good advantage, too.
Yeah, because Alex's team, they drafted Nita and then Leon.
And we know who plays Dynamite very well on that team.
We do. Yes, we do.
So I would not be surprised to see DXB playing Dynamite once again here in Chill Cave. They may have some different designs on what they want to go right there, but it's going to be exciting regardless what we see.
Yeah, it's going to be very intense. Chill Cave is one of those maps that you'll have. Chill Cave, you'll have a lot of matches where one team will have complete domination of the center, and then after they might have 6 or 7 gems and the other team has 0, and then somehow the tides actually turn, because it's very difficult to actually gain that ground once you've lost it.
Right.
And when you're in the middle for a very long period of time, it gives the enemy team plenty of opportunity for them to charge up their supers and use that to regain the center. So this next matchup will definitely be a testament to their skill. Yeah. They're still getting ready here. You can see Team Itsu over on the left. It looks like they're playing DXB and Riff. DXB, like you said, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw DXB playing with a Dynamite.
It looks like they're about ready to hop into this game. Here we go, guys. Game 5 in this matchup. It's going to be exciting. As soon as that game pops up, we're going to see what happens here. I'm excited to see what's going to go down.
This is the match.
So close. This is it.
The team that wins this continues on.
Right.
So.
And the other is going to be playing the winner of the losers bracket. So.
Yes.
But DXB is playing Barley. He went with the other throw. Actually, I think Barley is probably better on this map in general. But Spin with a nice quick kill there. That's the one thing that Barley's going to have to watch out for, is that Leon. Yeah. Leon, because he's so squishy, he gets another kill right there and uses the super. Is he going to find a third target within about 20 seconds?
We're on their side of the map. So he's going to come up from behind. Oh, there's no way that they could have predicted
3 kills.
That.
And he's got his super once again.
Wow. Riff throws down that turret, which is going to apply quite a bit of pressure to them. Yeah. And Shadow Juice is able to almost get rid of it, though, but he's not quite able. Wow. Ben is able to go in there and take out that turret.
Ben is being a menace to them. He is just an assassin right now, taking out all of them. DXB is going to go down as well.
MVP.
If you're counting at home, how many kills has Spin got so far? Somewhere between 1 and 11 million, I'm pretty sure.
11 million. I love it. He's been absolutely.
And once again, look at this. Wow. We're just going to put a permanent Spin LC up on the upper left-hand side, because he is just going on a spree right now.
And they're able to grab. The countdown has started. It is 6-4. Alex does not have a super charged up. My guess is he wants to hold the center just long enough for him to actually charge up his super so he can throw down that turret, keep them alive. And Sven is actually, this is DXB's trying to charge up his super to try and take him out. But there we go. Alex taking out Itsu.
What a great matchup. Yeah, Itsu was the number 2 seed last time. He went all the way to the end, but this time Alex and company were able to get the best of him. What a great matchup there. But in that last match, I mean, Spin has got to be the MVP on that last one.
I didn't even see who was
They substituted him in just for that, and Spin completely rocked. He's giving us the thumbs up right there. He played very, very well.
He absolutely dominated that match. Yeah. I mean, that's one of the things we talked about, how Leon, we're not seeing him as much as we have been in the past, but he's still incredibly strong. And what it really comes down to was he was waiting for the perfect opportunities to go in on targets. Okay, we talked about, how do you counter Leon? You bunch up with your teammate. If you're a Leon and you're playing against the enemy team, how do you counter them? You wait till they're not bunched up.
Right, and he was picking out those lone targets by themselves and just absolutely massacring them. And it was just one after another, so it was really neat to see.
I feel like I have to go and play some Leon now, because I'm inspired. Sven, you inspired me. If you're there, you inspired me to play some more Leon, because that was absolutely incredible. And this is really exciting to see Team Alex, the least known, the least subscribed YouTube channel here, with 1,000 trophies. 1,000 subscribers, absolutely shredding here. And like I mentioned earlier, I think one of the key differences here between his team and the other teams is how you saw the book. Yeah, you saw the playbook.
They have really put in a lot of work, working on comps, really preparing for this moment, and that preparation is paying off, because they're going to be moving on. However, Spin and them, they're going to be moving down into the loser bracket to play the winner of the next one. But we'll find out who gets over there to face Spin after this break.
Hello and welcome back to the Red Bull M.E.O. by ESL Brawl Stars World Finals. Lex? What? Oh wait, no, this isn't Lex.
Not me, not
Lex. we got Seth here. One of the best casters that I know of, right?
I just got in.
Just barely flew in.
I just flew in, and boy, are my arms tired. Waited 31 years to use that. But we're here, Red Bull M.E.O.
Yes.
We have the Brawl Stars qualifiers. Let's catch up. If you're just tuning in or you just flew in,
yeah.
What's happening? What's going on?
Yeah, so what we've got going on here, the players have been playing, they have been competing leading up to this actual championship here. We've had hundreds of players playing off against each other for a chance to play with their favorite YouTubers and content creators.
So why are you here? What happened, Kairos?
I wanted to do this.
Oh, well, we're honored to have you.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it. But once those players actually competed against each other and won those spots to play with their favorite YouTubers, then we had 32 YouTuber teams facing off against each other, and today we're seeing the final 8 facing off. I've said that over and over again, but they're playing against each other for a chance at $32,000 of a combined prize pool today. So this is exciting.
Now, coming up, we have, I hate to say it, the losers bracket. They're not. No one's a loser. Yeah. You get a free trip to Germany. That's great. But okay, so these teams have already lost. If they lose again, they going home.
They're done.
Woo.
They're done. They don't even get to play tomorrow. But if they win today, or if they win the losers bracket, they get a chance again at the second team, which is going to be against Team Itsu. So Itsu also has a chance to face off against the winner of this bracket, and then then the winner from there is still going to be able to compete tomorrow in the semifinals and the final championship once again for that opportunity to win their chance at that $32,000 US.
We have Doing Life Gaming against Team Ray.
Oh man!
Now they're playing a best of five, up to 5 games.
It's been 5 every single time.
Really?
It has been intense. The competition is so crazy. It's back and forth.
Good stuff.
Yeah, these teams, I mean, they're absolutely incredible. And what's interesting here, we've got Doing Life Gaming versus Team Ray, and both of them are known within the Brawl Stars community as being excellent Brawl Stars content creators for a very long period of time. Ray has 70,000 subscribers on YouTube, has been exploding since Brawl Stars has been released global, and Doing Life Gaming, he only has 5,000.
He's an OG though. Doing Life Gaming was one of the first people that I remember making content back when Brawl Stars first went into beta year and a half ago.
And he's incredibly skilled at the game.
Really?
His videos are hilarious too.
All right.
They're absolutely great. So
pretty good at Doing Life?
Yeah, he's great at Doing Life. We're starting off on Gem Grab, playing on Chill Cave. So
Chill Cave, is that a wide open map? Is it a kind of narrow map? Like what sort of strategies work? We know there's obviously brawlers who are great at gem grab in general, but is there anything specific about Chill Cave we should know before we get into that game?
Yeah, so Chill Cave actually has a lot of walls, and it's not very open.
Okay.
And there's actually a decent amount of bushes as well for brawlers to hide in. One of the key differences for Chill Cave versus all the other gem grab maps is how much throwers actually thrive. So we're talking Barley and Dynamite. Typically, we see a little bit more Barley than we see Dynamite, because Dynamite, he's great at that instant DPS, where Barley's good at control, and gem grab is all about the control.
And if you like those walls, if those walls benefit you, you don't want to be blowing up the walls like Dynamite can with his super.
That's a very good point. Yeah.
So here we got the exclusive picks for each team, and it looks like the thrower strategy you just described might be the strategy at Doing Life Gaming, as they will exclusively have Penny and Barley on their team. 2 brawlers who can shoot over those walls. Penny with her mortar. With her mortar. And Team Ray is going with Pam and Nita, which is, I think, a much more short-range, up-close and personal strategy.
Yeah, one thing that we've seen today, I know you just barely flew in here.
Boy, my arm's tired.
We have been seeing a ton of Pam in every game mode, and she's incredibly strong right now. And Nita, Nita is one of those brawlers that has consistently she's lasted through every single meta in Gem Grab. And so she's very strong, a very solid option. One thing that I find interesting though with Doing Life Gaming, they went with Penny first. Penny's an excellent option, like you said, throws down that turret behind the walls. And what's one of the best brawlers against Penny is those throwers, Barley.
That's a good point,
and so where they picked a great brawler for this, and then they picked the counter to it, and they don't actually have to play Barley.
That's true. They have the option of playing Barley, but they are not obligated to.
Exactly.
I think that's one of the really great things about this Red Bull M.E.O format is we're seeing so much diversity, but not just diversity in the broad use of different brawlers, but the depth of strategy that comes from being, I'm going to play this brawler, and then I'm going to cut off the counters to that same brawler to allow my first pick to really thrive.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if they used Barley on this map, because as you mentioned, like really great at control. Because he throws the bottle. Not only does he get that initial damage, but you can't walk into that area for a couple seconds unless you want to take some damage.
Especially with his super, where it just controls such a big part. I mean, you can throw down a Barley super right in the middle, and everybody has to be like, well, I'm going to step back here, take a pause, and just wait for that to end so that I can actually go in and grab some gems. So
what's the skin? I got a real question here.
Yeah.
What's the skin meta been like today?
The skin, it's actually kind of funny because today we just the Bull, the Super Bowl,
touchdown Bull,
the Super Bowl touchdown.
Ah, right? Go, whoa! Very litigious.
Yeah, there you go. But Bull has actually gotten a completely new skin today, and we actually saw him with that first look during the tournament, and he was totally rocking it. We've also seen a little bit of Dragon Knight Jesse. That's been fun. We've been
the Christmas skin.
The Christmas.
It's snowing here in Dortmund, Germany. So
yes, it is.
We got to play to the season.
Yeah, Nita. We've been seeing some of that as well. So like I say, skins equals wins.
All right. So Chill Cave coming up first. After that, we have Kaboom Canyon. Just real quick, let's go through the other 4 maps. We might not get to all of the maps, but just real quick overview. Kaboom Canyon. What's that like?
Kaboom Canyon has some grass in the middle, and it also has they've taken out the wall from in front of the safe.
Right.
And so that's actually influenced the meta quite a bit. For
Triple Dribble.
Brawl Ball, we'll be playing Triple Dribble. Triple Dribble, we actually haven't seen Triple Dribble yet today, so I'm excited to see that. Triple Dribble has a lot of walls. It's a closer up Brawl Ball match, Brawl Ball, and
and that takes away one of my favorite Brawl Ball strategies. I tend to like to play characters like Colt in Brawl Ball.
Yeah, a little bit long range.
A little bit long range, and it's relatively easy to charge your super up with characters like that, because you can shoot at defenseless ball carriers to build it up, and then you can take those really long range corner shots with that. But it sounds like that's not going to be great in Triple Dribble because of all the obstructed line of sight.
Yeah, not in Triple Dribble, that's for sure. Then we also have Snake Prairie, which will be
a favorite. That's a fun one.
It's so much fun. It's
all bush.
All bush. Yeah, I'm waiting for the map where they don't put any walls and it's just all bushes, someday. But Snake Prairie is basically that, and you can actually see the first pick is Bo. No surprise there.
Yeah, doesn't surprise anyone. Although the balance changes, have they had a big effect here? I noticed that we're not seeing a lot of Leon in the exclusive picks.
We're not seeing it, but we did just recently see a matchup with Team Alex versus Team Itsu, where what was the decider match in that, it was 2-2, really was Spen LC, who was rocking Leon. He was just getting kill after kill after kill, and they just totally dominated. They swept the floor with Team Itsu, and that was actually a huge thing. But you're right. Before this tournament, before these balance changes, it would have been Leon every match.
Wow, really?
You would have seen him being picked every single time. I would not have been surprised. But they've recently changed the meta. It's very much more balanced now for Leon. He's not super incredibly overpowered. And it looks like they're actually just barely jumping into the match. So we will be ready here to see some of that gameplay here once again in Chill Cave for Gem Grab.
And we got Doing Life there, front and center.
That's right.
On the left.
And then Ray over on the right. And here we go. Looks like we got to see some Spike, and yep, we got that Nita skin as well. Martin Chong once again playing with that Leon, which was a very important deciding factor for that last matchup. And they're just kind of going toe-to-toe, trying to grab a few gems, but mostly focus on just charging up their super very slowly. Sasus to Clash is able to take out Joey, and now they have a little bit more control, but Ray is struggling against Carmine as Barley, and that is definitely giving him some issues. But Carmine actually has to fall back right there. Martin Chong now has 6 gems.
Yeah, just thinking. I thought they were fighting over control of these little bush forts here, because if you have control over those, then you can place your turrets a little safely, you can ambush people, and it looked like the red team was about to take advantage of that right bush fort, but then everyone died and Leon just ran away with the gem.
Yes, and now they just have to get 2 more gems, or 1 more gem. They're looking like they're in a very solid situation. This is a dominating match right here. Grabbing that 10th gem. Now they have to fall back. Ray has a turret up, and he's probably close to having another turret as well. But Sasus to Clash is able to just fire off those shots. This is going to be very tricky for them to actually. Carmine throws down that Barley super. It doesn't quite reach Ray, but it does deal some damage to Martin Chong, who ends up getting taken out. And now Ray has all of the 10 gems. This will be easier for them to hold on to, and especially with Martin Chong with that Leon super being able to go on the offense. He's just going to poke it. Look at that.
And Ray just assumed the position right away. Grab the bush, hides in there, all 10 gems. As long as Pam stays alive, even with 1 health left, they're going to win in just 3 seconds. I really like how Martin Chong and Jesus, is that how you say it?
That's how I'm saying it.
All right, so fair enough.
He said it to me earlier, and I was like, I don't know what he just said.
Sure, right. I like how both of them were running interference. They have 0 gems. They know that there is absolutely no risk if they die.
Yes.
So they become just like noble foot soldiers running onto the front lines.
Yeah, you just go forward like, hey, I don't care if you take me out, man.
Yeah.
My Pam's, I got my Pam's back, you know.
You got to fight me and my bear.
Yeah.
You want to get to my Pam.
Yeah.
I got to say, with Touchdown Bull out there, I'm really looking forward to Roller Derby Pam. Make it happen.
Roller Derby. That's
I'm not on the Brawl Stars team, but they're in the crowd. Roller Derby Pam. Make it happen.
They are in the crowd. They're watching this. And you can see Ray right here. Look at that. They're discussing strategy. They're getting ready for this next matchup in Kaboom Canyon for Heist, where, once again, I don't know which team was actually drafting first, but DLG's first pick was actually Bull, which this is a great map to see Bull in, because the center bushes and an easy access onto the side. Bull is just able to go on there, get into the bushes, and the enemy team has to pay attention. They have to fire off shots. They have to waste those shots to see if Bull is actually hiding in those bushes. And if they don't, they get taken out.
And it's not just Bull. DLG's team has the Bash brothers of Bull and Daryl, 2 beefy shotgun-wielding, close-range brawlers that I imagine they're just going to try to bully people out of the chest. And of course, if both of them get onto the chest, that goes down, or the safe, it's gone right away.
And that's one of the things that we actually saw earlier was the third to that comp would be Poco, who Poco is not typically very good in Heist, but when Poco has the Bull and Daryl in there, he is able to heal them and keep them up, and then Poco, he basically becomes the star player through Bull and Daryl.
I mean, if you can throw, Poco's super has an incredibly long range and heals for a ton. So if you can throw that in there and basically heal 5,000 hit points across your team instantly, that gives them the survivability to knock down the safe. But Team Ray, not going down that easy. They have Pam and Colt as their exclusive picks for this game.
Yes, and so Team DLG, that's what I was going to say is, Poco is great for that, but he can also work with Pam, but looks like they actually took that. And here we go, and he's actually
Brock's going to be your
Brock.
third.
And Brock is actually a very solid option. He's a solid brawler. Poco's one of those off-meta brawlers, you know what I mean? So not necessarily always going to happen. Osiris goes in with the super, isn't quite able to take out Martin Chong there.
They had him cornered. That bull couldn't go anywhere. Oh, nice shot, though, by DLG.
Yeah, Jesus is actually playing Colt. Absolutely destroying, charging up the super, was able to deal quite a bit of damage to it from that range. And Osiris there goes in, and Martin Chong is able to take him out with a sliver of health. And now Carmine gets taken out by Ray. This is a close matchup. This is a very close. We're still in the very middle. Neither team seems to be, well, it looks like actually Team Ray actually has a little bit more ground on the
I think it's because Jesus here as Colt is being able to, he can step up a little bit and just take one shot. Oh, we got Martin Chong coming in, trying to burn it down a little bit as well.
And if he's able to take out Doom Life, he does not. It's gonna be a decision between taking out Doom Life and getting some extra damage in there. And Osiris actually supers in there, but gets shredded through Jesus and Ray. And look at that super. You're absolutely right. He just waits till he charges up his super, and then he just throws it all off on the safe. And Martin Chong uses his invisibility to get really close, dealing max damage with Leon to that safe. And now it is down to 50, 40, and now 36%.
I can really see what you're talking about the lack of a wall in front of the safe, making this a great map for longer range brawlers, because all of these long range brawlers are just poking in and getting little bits of damage. But we got Carmine on the safe, brings it down. We have 51 for the red team safe, 36 for the blue team safe.
Yeah, this really could be anyone's match. We've got 40 seconds left, and Osiris actually supers in there, deals a little bit, and it takes it. They now have the lead, taking it down to 30%, and Carmine has his super. He's actually waiting just a little bit. I thought he maybe would have been waiting for Osiris.
I didn't like that 3-on-1 play there. I felt like it would have been better for him to fall back, but maybe he was keeping the red team pinned.
Keeping them pushed back is a very big benefit, and now they are getting in there. Jesus has his super charged up. He's not quite able to do it off with that super, but he is able to finish it off with 22 HP himself.
That is 2-0 for Team Ray.
Wow.
And the second game was a lot closer. Heist was certainly closer than Gem Grab, but two, I would say, pretty dominating games. They looked like they were in control most of the time.
Which was intense because DLGs, or Doing Live Gaming's, they actually had a lot of really skilled gameplay against, I believe it was Team Itsu that they faced off at the very beginning. And now they're, I mean, this is, Ray has been definitely putting the pressure onto them, and they're feeling it for sure.
Yeah, Martin Chong's Leon doing really well. They used Pam in both of their games that have won now, so Pam was very strong on those first 2 maps.
Yes, Pam was very strong, and so that last matchup, though, it's going to be interesting. I know that Team Doing Live Gaming is really going to be putting on their best show right here, because this is it. If they get taken out here, they're done. They can't continue on the bracket. They basically get to sit and watch everybody else play.
It's good news, though, for Doing Live Gaming's team is that Brawl Ball, I feel, is the most teamwork-oriented mode of all the games. You have to know not just where, what you're doing and who you're trying to fight, but where your teammates are, and if they're in a more optimal position than you to take a clear shot.
Yeah.
So if they can work together, if they can sort of have that telepathy going, or they can work together as a team, they have Jesse and Tara to set that up. I like Tara a lot in Brawl Ball.
Yeah, Tara is absolutely. Depending on, Tara, if they have the right player playing Tara, then that will be a dominating match, because Tara's so good at creating opportunities for somebody to score a goal in Brawl Ball. And creating opportunities, supers that do that really does make a huge difference in actually winning Brawl Ball. And so that's probably what they're going to be doing. It looks like they are actually playing here, so we're going to be seeing that. And
there it is.
There we go. And we got Osiris. I've played tons of Brawl Ball, or tons of games with Osiris, and he's absolutely skilled. So him being able to land supers correctly is going to be a massively determining factor in him being able to do so. And they have to, because this is their chance. They have to win this match if they want to continue on here. So the pressure is definitely high.
There's a subtle combo to look for between Jesse and Tara. When Tara pulls everyone together for her super, even just a few normal Jesse basic attacks will bounce all, 3 of them. So you can get a really clear 3-0 team wipe if only you can time that together.
Yeah. Oh, unfortunately, Ray used his super kick, wasted his
no!
super, and was not able to actually get the ball anywhere near there. He has to fall back to that Terra Shadow, and it's just giving him issues, mostly just preventing him from... Oh, Martin Chong is just chilling. He's like, okay, I've got my super up, and he deals a ton of damage to El Primo, almost completely takes him out, but he is able to recharge up his super because of it. And now, Doing Live Gaming and Carmine, they're just keeping things pushed back. Carmine has his supercharge up, so using an opportunity to actually throw down his super and get in there is going to be very critical for him to actually score a goal.
El Primo did his little combo. It's you see this a lot with El Primos in Brawl Ball. They kick the ball and then immediately jump.
Yes.
They use their super to get to where they wanted to go. And you just saw him do it at short range, but he did...
He kept them pushed back.
Right. And did a lot of damage. Almost, I mean, for a second there, all 3 of the red team players were on the brink of defeat.
Yeah, this is such a close match. This is unlike any of the other Brawl Ball matches that we've seen, probably because the maps are so close together, where typically we've seen one player playing...
Oh, Martin Chong!
Oh, he gets taken out by Doing Live Gaming, who's barely able to save it. He could have made a goal right there. That could have been a point. And in Brawl Ball, 1 point absolutely can be the victory for you.
With only 40 seconds left, there's not much time for the enemy team to recover if a goal was scored right now.
Yeah, and Osiris, look at that super, able to take out
Amazing.
2 players.
Oh, easy shot.
That is, wow.
Caroline
Wow. And
putting Doing Live Gaming's team on the board.
Yes, and that is absolutely critical. They're pausing. They might be having some bot issues or something. It looks like they might be having some lag. Something is going on. We don't know 100% what is happening. If that was a fair match, if they're going to count it, we don't know what's going to happen. You can actually see, look at the movement.
Yeah, well, there's good sportsmanship. Everyone's kind of letting it happen.
Yeah,
okay.
Looks like this is actually going to be a remake. There must have been some issues early on that prevented them from actually continuing the match. So they're actually going to redo that match. Thank goodness. That would be frustrating on my part if we weren't able to do that, but but they will be all set. And that's one thing that, even if you're hardwired to your internet connection, you can still have some issues with that.
After watching that last game with all those short the walls and stuff and the kind of the tight closeness there, I'm not exactly sure if I would want to play Spike or Nita, which is Team Ray's exclusive picks.
Well, actually, Nita thrives a lot with those walls because Nita is a relatively short-ranged brawler. She has a longer range than like El Primo or Bull, and those brawlers actually really thrive. But what Nita really thrives off of is being able to have walls to prevent her from getting taken out by brawlers that have a longer range than her.
Got it.
Like Ricochet or Brock. Brawlers like that will just be able to take her out from distance.
You can trap them in a hallway too.
Absolutely.
You can just start pounding the ground.
Yeah, and one thing with Nita, even if she throws down her bear and it instantly gets taken out, that still her bear still serves a very good purpose of just using their ammo and forcing them to actually reload or fall back to reload, and that allows your entire team to push forward. And so but Spike is just so incredibly strong in a lot of different cases, where Spike is able to burst down a lot of brawlers.
Even though Spike can't destroy terrain or stun people, which I think are two very critical skills that you look for in a brawl ball.
Yeah.
Brawlers being able to, strip the ball from the enemy team and also clear paths for shots. His super is so good at just like in a critical choke point. It slows down their whole team. You can completely turn the tide of an offensive attack with a well-timed Spike super.
Yeah, absolutely. So now they've actually had to fall back a little bit. Martin Chong picks up the ball and is throwing it forward a little bit. He is able to take out Carmine, but Doing Life Gaming is throwing out a few attacks, isn't quite able to take out Martin Chong. And look at that offensive turret from Doing Life Gaming. That is absolutely incredible. Now he's able to use that to try and bounce some shots off on there. But Ray and Sasus to Clash work very well, dodging those shots from the turret, from the walls to be able to take it out very quickly.
Sakura Spike throwing those cherry blossom flowers all over the place. I really love all the new effects the last update brought. So many projectiles look a lot better with this updated, and it's really easy to read watching this game on the big screen now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's been absolutely beautiful. You got to give huge props to the team. I was actually just talking to somebody that works a lot on the skins, which is very exciting.
Oh, Martin Chong got ambushed by DLG's turret. Well-timed, good placement. There was nowhere for Leon to go.
Yes, and Ray actually throws the ball back on it a little bit defensively. They have to be careful with that. And Doing Life Gaming is able to throw off that offensive turret once again, but Martin Chong does not want that to stay alive.
Blue team might have a good shot here. They're going to pass it to El Primo. El Primo's going to walk right in the goal.
He does. That was close. That Leon was one shot away from being able to take him out. Wow. And now with a minute left, they really do have to. Wow,
Martin Chong's invisible.
Using that
and he's gonna walk right in. What a backbreaker!
They had the victory solidified, and wow. Okay.
What good timing on those supers,
look at that combo.
We are seeing a base race of epic proportions here. Oh, shoot it in! Wow! 3 goals in 15 seconds, and this game is over.
Wow.
Doing Life Gaming not eliminated yet. The match is now Team Ray 2, DLG 1. We are going to Game 4 in Snake Prairie, and you can see Doing Life happy about a little gorilla chest thump there.
He was nervous before this.
Of course.
You could see him, or maybe he wasn't nervous. I don't know, but you could tell he was serious. And after this match, he's feeling a lot better. He knows, where Ray and their team actually just dominated them so hard in the first 2 matches. You could see that he was a little worried for this third match, and now that he's actually won, they're feeling a lot better. They've got confidence, and now Ray looks so serious. Look at that look. Oh yeah, he is just. They're talking. They're trying to figure out the best strategies, deciding what their third brawler is going to be in Snake Prairie. For these draft picks, what do these people pick here?
Well, Doing Life Gaming needs to tie it up 2-2, so they have Bo and Brock on their team. I like Bo a lot. I'm not sure I like Brock on this map.
Well, what happens typically, at least before the changes to Bo, the strongest meta comp was Bo with a Brock and Piper.
Really?
Where
because
Bo would just show where they are, and then they
true.
can just instantly take somebody out. But now, where his sight range has decreased, it'll be interesting to see if that's actually really beneficial. But on the other side, we have Piper and Leon. Even though Leon can go invisible whenever he wants, he still thrives so much in the bushes because the enemy team has no idea when he goes invisible.
I wonder if Team Ray will play Piper without Bo, right?
Without Bo, yes.
Yeah, because it may have been that we don't know who picked first, right? But it's possible that Doing Life Gaming first picked overall Bo, and then Team Ray counterpicked by saying, okay, you can't have Piper. You can have someone else, but you can't have Piper.
Yeah, they might not play Piper. If they did go with Piper, it would be interesting to see if they actually played some Crow, because Crow is another one of those brawlers that thrives on lots of
Love Crow on this map.
So good.
You can just fire blindly. You have a really long range. It's safe to just kind of poke. And if you hit anyone, they can't hide for 5 seconds or so. It's really, and of course, the thing that's great about Crow is they can't heal while they're taking that damage either. So even if they're trying to limp away, they don't recover very quickly, and you might be able to take them out as they're retreating.
Yeah, it definitely, Crow is a very strong pick. Don't know if they're going to pick him. They might actually go with another brawler, maybe someone that's a little bit tankier, because Bo and Brock, although they do have a decent amount of firepower, they do struggle against brawlers that have a ton of HP, because Brock, he can burst somebody down, but then he takes so long to reload that if he misses once, then he really struggles against like a Bull or maybe even a Daryl. So, and that's one thing that we've been seeing, where a lot of more like Daryl in these types of matches. They're actually jumping into the match right now, and we'll be seeing which brawlers they actually selected.
I think if you're doing live gaming, you can play someone like El Primo or Bull or someone really tough in close range. Looks like they're not going to, but I was thinking you could, but you don't want to be the red team. You don't want to be Team Ray playing Bull, because you're never going to sneak up on anyone with Bo.
Exactly.
Exactly. You can see the range is definitely a lot different now, from 4 tiles to 6 tiles.
I'm liking Martin Chong right there. He's just pushing forward a little bit and waiting until the right moment. And he had it, but he didn't know where Carmine was. And because he didn't know where Carmine was, doing live gaming, and then we're able to 2v1 him, which made it a little bit tricky for him. But
what a
shot!
Carmine's just nailing these guess rockets. He hit earlier. I think he hit Ray.
Yeah. Just you know, he's shooting off those choke points and at maximum range, so that those flames actually stay right at those choke points, so nobody can pass without getting pinged.
And now that left side choke point is a lot harder to sneak through, because of course with the most recent bounce change, there is no more regrowing of these bushes.
Absolutely, and Carmine actually threw out a super, but only one of the 9 rockets that his super shoots out was actually able to land, so that's a complete waste. Unfortunately, he has to charge up his super all over again. But look at this.
10-2 right now, and Bo has half of them.
Yeah, Bo has half of them. Martin Chong was able to use his super to get into the enemy side. They don't know that he's there, and he's able to go in right there, tries to deal some damage.
Oh, he does,
and he's able to take it out and survive. Wow, great play by Martin Chong right there. Absolutely turned that around. Well, actually didn't turn it around. He only got 3 more points. They're still behind.
Still the textbook Leon play, right? Yes. Get in, get out, get your kill, survive on the way out.
Yes.
Using the invisibility sneak in was really good.
And it looks like Martin Chong actually...
Oh!
Wow.
10-7, we're getting closer.
We have 15 seconds left right here.
They're hiding. Carmine!
Pressure.
Carmine goes down 10-9!
They grab...
Next kill.
They have to get one more kill. They have to get one more kill right here. Ray loses a ton of HP to Bo's star power. And
5, 4,
what happened?
3. Who's gonna get this kill? Oh! Oh, 18-10!
What?
Team Ray steals the game, steals the match with less than 3 seconds to go, turning it from a 10-9 scoreboard to 18-10. That means Team Ray's going home with this match 3-1.
Wow, that is absolutely crazy. So now Ray doing live gaming, he's out of there. He's done.
Oh,
he's going home.
He's your friend. How could you say that about him?
Well, I love him, but he's going home.
Oh.
But, you know, they played incredible matches, and now Ray is actually going to be able to face off against Itsu for a chance to compete tomorrow in the semifinals and the finals. And if they do that, they are guaranteed some of the prize money.
All right, so making it to the big stage tomorrow means you're going home not empty-handed at least, and with your chance to get up to the biggest chunk of a $32,000 prize pool.
It's $16,000 for the winning team divided amongst the 4 players, so at least $4,000 per player, which, I mean, I'm going to be going to them. I'm going to be asking them to pay for my dinner tonight.
Yeah. We got some sausages, there's some bratwurst around, sauerkraut. There's enough for everyone.
That's right. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a lot of fun. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. This next matchup is definitely going to be a very important one. And yeah, look at this bracket here. Okay, so we've got Team Itsu versus Team Alex. Team Alex is guaranteed a spot tomorrow to. They've guaranteed some prize money.
Tight battles too, 3-2, 3-2 the way through. This actually, like you mentioned, this might have been. It wasn't easy, but this might have been the easiest match, and that it was the only 3-1 we've seen.
Yes, absolutely, and that was a close one. I mean, that came down to the last 3 seconds and snatched those last 2 kills, which helped them to solidify. And we'll be seeing Team Itsu and Ray a little bit later here, which is going to be a very intense matchup. Very excited for that match. You guys are definitely going to want to stick around for that. And man, this has been intense.
Those last 2 games, the Brawl Ball, we saw 3 goals scored in a 15-second, 20-second time frame, and that includes the resetting of the map and all that.
Yes.
And we just saw a game where it looked like Team Ray was out of it. I mean, they were down 10-2.
Absolutely.
And within under a minute, they scored 16 unanswered points in order to win that game. So this is what you came to Germany for.
That's
the best Brawl Stars play in the world, and that's what we're seeing so far today.
Yes, absolutely. We'll definitely be seeing that next matchup here, but we're going to go ahead and let the players actually set things up. Make sure you guys stick around for after this break.
We are back, and that was an insane match that we just saw to finish off that last match. Wild.
Insane. The last two games, crazy finishes to both of them. Unfortunately, Doing Life Gaming going home, but Team Ray has a second shot at moving on to tomorrow's semifinals against Team Itzu.
Yeah, now this is going to be a great matchup. Both these teams have been playing really at the top of their game. All of their matches have went down to the wire at the very end, so it's going to be really interesting to see how these two teams, if they come up with any new strategies to help them, get the edge on the other guy.
And we're playing another 5-match set here. Yeah. The first game is going to be on Hard Rock Mine. Tell me, before we get into the picks, tell me about Hard Rock Mine as a map.
Yeah, Hard Rock Mine is the quintessential Brawl Stars gem grab map. It's, when you think of gem grab, you think of Hard Rock Mine. Now they have changed the map up a tiny bit, added a couple more blocks there in the center, but for the most part, it's pretty open in the center, and it's pretty standard meta comps that are usually found there.
And it looks like what a lot of brawlers that I would expect to see in Gem Grab, pretty popular here. Now, Team Itzu has chosen, and they had the first overall pick, they chose Pam. Yep. Team Ray countered with Rico and then Nita back-to-back picks, and Itzu finishes off with Spike. I really like the combo of Pam and Spike on Gem Grab. What is Team Ray doing with Rico and Nita?
Yeah, okay, so they probably found themselves in a tough spot after, Itzu picked Pam, because Pam is the best gem carrier right now. Okay. They're going to have to find some sort of, I wouldn't be surprised if they picked a Jessie right here as their gem carrier. She's pretty good on this map. As for Team Itzu, the field's wide open. They can pretty much choose anything they wanted. Right,
because you have Pam not just to heal, but to put up the healing turrets that can really secure your position, your spatial positioning on the map. Spike, of course, great for not just dealing damage if you get a direct hit, but can shoot around corners and has the area control with the super as well.
Yeah, there's a few spots on Hard Rock Mine where if Spike can hold pressure and keep that position, he can completely dominate the other team because they can't get to him, and yet his control is just so massive. So,
what about Poco here? Would you want to do Pam and Poco? Double up on the healing?
I don't think that you'd probably end up doing that, but the other team's going to have to pick a gem carrier, and Poco is pretty outclassed by Pam right now, just because, especially on this map, because of the range that Pam keep him back, keep poking at him, and Poco just doesn't have the DPS that Pam does to be able to hold up to it.
Okay, but especially up close, because if Pam can get her little machine gun,
you're done for, man, because she puts out so much damage. But
what about Nita? Is Nita not a good gem carrier?
No, Nita's more of a, she can actually probably more of an aggro brawler on this map. Sneaking around in the grass, really putting pressure on the other team to hold back. So Penny, Jessie could be an option as well. Pretty much those two.
Yeah, there was one period in time, and obviously with the new update, everyone's exploring what the new meta is like, but there was a time where Penny and Jessie together on Gem Grab were a complete nightmare because having all that, it's basically like playing 5-on-3.
Right.
You have those extra turrets functioning as additional team members. So moving on to game 2, we have Safe Zone. Heist map, right?
That is a heist map, yeah, and we've seen quite a bit of shift in the heist meta here recently. Seen a lot more long-range brawlers. You're seeing a lot of Rico, because what they did is they removed the walls right in front of the safe, and so that really opens up the map, and a lot of the long-range brawlers have a chance to really stay at a safe distance and yet still deal damage to the safe.
Right, and that's what we actually saw in the last match between Team Ray and Team Doing Life Gaming was when they played, it was actually a different map. Let's take a real quick, it was Kaboom Canyon.
Yeah.
There was no walls in front of those safes, and you just saw Colt step up, take the shot, step back.
Yep.
Step up, take the shot, take back. Can they do the same on Safe Zone?
They can.
So you have Jessie for Team Itzu and Brock and Barley on Team Ray. So we have a lot of long-range brawlers.
Throwers always a solid option on any heist map. So throwers, there's no surprise there. Pam, like I said, she's probably arguably the best brawler in the game right now.
Really?
Yeah, and so that's why you're seeing her play on all sorts of maps that you would normally not see her in, like game modes that you're like, Pam and Brawl Ball? Sure. Pam and
Really?
Heist? Okay.
Wow.
Gem Grab? Yes. And you'll see her in Bounty, too. She's just everywhere right now because she is that strong.
That's incredible. And you have Team Itzu first picked, or actually, I'm sorry, they picked Pam as for the first for their team, but actually Team Ray had the first overall pick, chose Brock. Itzu responded with Pam and then Jessie back-to-back in Safe Zone. The third map, which we will definitely get to, even if it's a 3-0 sweep, we'll at least see the third map. We are on Triple Dribble, which is the same Brawl Ball map we saw in the last match. We heard Kairos Time's opinion on Triple Dribble. What's your opinion on Triple Dribble?
As far as brawlers, the meta here on Triple Dribble, or in Brawl Ball in general, it's really shifted again because not only have they made sweeping changes to Brawl Ball itself,
spawn in the goal instead of behind the goal,
and you use one ammo whenever you kick the ball or pass it.
Huge change.
Huge change. And so I think we're seeing a big shift to a lot of control brawlers. However, Triple Dribble is a very closed-off map. Okay. And so tanks do well here as well. Like Primo can work pretty well. Bull sometimes, but Primo is probably the much better choice.
Primo's ability to jump and not just destroy, but strip the ball carrier and also, clear out terrain for future shots. He's also great just as like a running back. Just picks the ball up and he has so much health, it just wanders through the goal and you can't stop him.
Exactly. 3 yards in the cloud of dust and in for the score. Primo is great there, and the only problem with him is, can you get close enough to somebody to do that damage? And if you can do that effectively as Primo, then you're going to have a good day.
All right. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. So we're going to have, and also in Triple Dribble, Itzu had the first overall pick, chose Terra, and then Ray went with Leon and Jessie back-to-back, and then Itzu got Spike as the final choice.
Yeah, I think that the big deal here is that are the teams going to go with a more control comp, or are they going to mix in the tank there in that last pick? And I think that I wouldn't be surprised to see either option. I think I'd probably lean more towards seeing those control options, though.
So describe control Brawl Ball to me. Does that mean you want to maximize possession of the ball?
Possession and or position on the field. I mean, with control, it's a little bit harder to score, but it's a lot easier to not let the opponent score.
So you're going for these 1-0 games. You're not trying. We saw a scoring spree in the last Brawl Ball.
And that's been a little bit of a change from what they started off the tournament here, and we were getting draws on Brawl Ball, and they would have to play it again. And the past couple games, we've seen some people scoring, so I don't know if they're figuring out some things or if those are just some pretty exciting games, but I would not be surprised at all to see very low-scoring games in Brawl Ball.
I believe it was Team Ray in the last. No, it was actually Doing Life Gaming won their Brawl Ball game with Jessie and Terra, and they had a really nice combo of Terra pulling everyone together, Jessie doing the bounce. It looks like Team Itzu is trying to replicate that with Terra and Spike. You throw those two supers at the same time, that whole team is gone, and you have a clear shot on the goal.
So Terra is probably, arguably, she's one of the most versatile Brawl Ball brawlers. It's kind of a tongue twister. Her ability to group them up, pull brawlers away from a certain area that you want to get access to is just invaluable. Plus, the damage that she can do whenever they're grouped up, as well as the combos that you're talking about, can be really devastating. And with the new style of Brawl Ball, how you spawn in the goal, you need to get consecutive kills to be able to give yourself that time to get into the goal, and Terra fits that bill perfectly.
Yeah, you can't really wipe a team at midfield and then just run into the goal because they're all going to come back at the same time right in the goal to block. You can catch it as it comes in and run out.
And if people are dying single file, well, then you're still constantly having some sort of defender, so you need to get big plays to be able to score.
And I don't want to forget Terra's Shadow, because one of the things that I like to play in Brawl Ball is Nita, because the bear kind of functions like an extra teammate. And Terra not just does all all the things you talked, the movement, the spatial control, the team-wiping super, but she has a teammate who can join in.
And they actually just buffed her Shadow, too, so now it has more health.
20% more health, significantly more health. So we'll have Hideout for Bounty after that if we make it to that far, and Stone Fort will be the final map. As we move through the games, we can talk about Hideout and Stone Fort in between the others. But first pick, we'll have Hard Rock. We have Hard Rock Mine, Gem Grab, coming up real soon here. It looks like they're getting set up, talking about their compositions.
Yeah, both of these teams are so great. And Team E.S.L, like I said, they were the number 2 seed coming into this, and they've played very well. They had that one loss, but Ray, I think he was somewhere in the middle of the pack there, but he is such a great player, great content creator. Both of these guys are, and this is going to be, I'm envisioning 5 games here. I would not be surprised at all to see this go to 5 games.
And have you spoken with a lot of the people in the crowd? I mean, obviously it's a great experience to play in these online qualifiers. It's a great feeling just to win a single online tournament, but then to win a trip to Germany to play alongside some of your favorite content creators. Like, have you heard any great stories from these people who are maybe their first time in Germany?
I know that this morning I was talking to Portal and Shadow over on Alex's team, who's already made it all the way to the end here. And when I told them that the Brawl Stars dev team was going to be here, they were giddy. They were like, oh my gosh. Yes, because they're, this is the game that they love. And to be able to get to meet the guys who created this was a really big thrill for them.
Yeah, we actually have, look into the crowd and see a whole bunch of the Brawl Stars dev team, and they're getting just as excited as any other fans here.
Yeah,
right?
and I was just talking to Ryan and Frank, and they were really excited to see, this game that they've labored on for years now, and to finally see this all come to fruition. And here we are having an esports tournament in Germany, and they're going to be a part of that. It's pretty exciting.
If I go this whole weekend without talking to Ryan or Frank, that would be great. I'm so sick of Patriots fans. Lex, I have to tolerate you for the next 20 minutes or so as well.
Go Pats.
I'm so mad. I moved to Finland from Los Angeles, so obviously go Rams. I'm a lifelong Rams fan. I remember watching. No.
Back when they were in Los Angeles before? Before you guys kicked them out?
I was a lifelong Raiders fan, but ever since the Rams made the Super Bowl, I've changed my allegiance. It's very easy.
Arguably worse than the Rams, so.
I'll never forget the snow game. I hate you. But yeah, so we're getting into Hard Rock Mine real soon here. Now, Pam and Spike, if I was choosing a third to go the next, keep in mind, I am a terrible Brawl Ball player, or a Brawl Stars player. Don't listen to my advice. But if I was going with Pam and Spike, I think I would want to take a more up-close melee brawler like an El Primo or a Bull or a Daryl. Is that right or wrong? Because in my head I see healer, ranged attacker, and then the third piece you're missing is the tank.
It's not necessarily wrong, but I bet you that's not what they're going to do. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go with a Rico here, because usually with this comp they're going to control the middle of that completely. They're not necessarily having a tank up there as aggro, getting lots of kills. Although that's a viable strategy, I think the more prevalent comp right now would be to take a Rico or maybe even a Brock and just completely control the center and not let the other team get in.
Now, Hard Rock Mine has that sort of square wall in the middle, right? The little square space, and that's what I'm thinking. No, I'm thinking of Stone Fort.
You're thinking of Stone Fort.
Okay.
Correct.
So yeah, when we get to the map, we can see. In my head, I'm thinking, so why would Rico be a good control brawler on this map? Because there's a lot of walls for him to kind of fill up hallways with his shots.
So the middle's rather open, but there's 4 small blocks of wall chunks there.
Okay, yes, I know.
So he can hide. He can bounce off the left. He can bounce off the right, or he can bounce off those smaller sections while he's still staying safe behind those walls. So Rico is a pretty decent option here, and he just got a buff. And
do you call him Fico now?
Rico.
Thickachet?
Thickachet. It should be his name.
Fico?
We make a petition to make that happen.
Yeah, go on the website, www.thickachet.net.
That's right, yeah. But yeah, so Ricochet is a pretty good option. As for the other team, again, they need a...
Actually, they have Ricochet. Team Ray has Ricochet.
So they will not be playing Ricochet. Now, so they may go with a tank there. Like a Daryl might be an option for them right there. Daryl just
for Team Ray?
For Team E.S.L.
Okay.
They might go with the Daryl there instead, because I didn't notice there that, Rico's already picked, so they can't play him. A Daryl might be a good option there.
Now, Rico and Nita, not great gem carriers, as you mentioned earlier, so they might go with someone like a Poco or Jesse.
Penny, Jesse, I think are they're really the 3 options that they got. I would probably say more so Jesse than any others, because they're probably not going to play a thrower over on Team E.S.L, and so Jesse's turret's going to be a problem for them if they can get position and hold that.
I have a question I just thought of that maybe neither of us have the answer to this, but Daryl, he's a pirate.
Right.
Penny, also a pirate.
Sure.
Is Daryl the captain and Penny's the first mate, or are they on the same? Are they competing boats, the same boat?
I don't know. Who's going to swab the deck?
I'm looking right. We need an answer to this. Who's the captain of the pirate ship?
I don't know. Maybe there's a third one there that may come that is actually that.
My Daryl is a Dumpling Daryl as of today.
Ooh, you got all the skins then?
No, I didn't get all of them, but I did get Dumpling Daryl absolutely 100%. First, it's like the first time I saw it, I did not switch tabs before.
You're like, I have to have.
Yeah, hot Dumpling Daryl.
In true pay to win fashion, I bought them all.
Dirty Jim. Did they help you win?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay, that's
not. Good. But still, look. If I lose, I'm gonna have some style while doing it.
Tim, the community manager for Clash Royale, he bought Touchdown Bull this morning. We were trying to play, and it did not help us win. I want to say we were. He was probably
your bull was probably on the Rams. That's what's going on there.
No, actually, thank goodness that Touchdown Bull does not have Patriots colors.
Oh man, I was kind of disappointed that
it was like blue and silver. I was like, no, I can't do it. I like the generic. And we're in the match.
Here we go. Here we go.
We have Pam, Spike, and Brock, and you called it there. That's Beach Time Brock, isn't it?
And they do. They are playing the Jessie that I thought that they very well might do.
Good call.
This is going to be interesting. I think the big thing to watch here is, can Jessie get position? She does get a kill right there. Cesus gets a kill. His turret's probably going to go there on the left-hand side behind that wall. Once he gets positioned there, can he hold it? And can they, control the center? Because Gym Crab is all about control of the middle.
Absolutely, yeah. It's the most spatial control of all the Brawl Ball or the Brawl Stars formats.
Yeah.
Look at that King Thicochet just.
Yeah, man, loaded Thicochet is pretty awesome. I got to say, I love how he shoots up those gems.
All right, so this is the thing you're seeing here, the Spikes and Cactus Patch. So good for controlling that center of the gem mine. And right now, the blue team is doing a good job at keeping, they're not even crossing their little forest path here, their little bush line. They have to move up in sequence or else they're just going to get picked apart one by one.
Yeah, that's what Pam is really good at because she has so much health and she does so much damage from range. As you can see, though, Cesus has got that turret down, not in a great spot, mind you, but he's able to keep that healed up, and they've got him spawn trapped right now. So if they can hold this position just for 2 more gems, then they're going to be looking really good.
2 misses by Brock on the right side, and you're right, that turret is doing work. It is. We keep talking about spatial control. I'm like, on the map. Whoa, though! Jesse's taking a lot of damage and goes down, dropping 10 gems.
Brock was behind them.
He must have slipped by.
He is.
He's still behind him. Yeah. Oh, he might get a double kill here.
He's a menace to society back there, Brock. DXB is doing a great job. He's keeping them. He finally goes down, but not after really totally disrupting their entire retreat.
Great job there by Spike using the super as a self-healing, kind of like a mini Pam turret, but the red team does pick up their gems. It's spread out across 2 brawlers, though. If either of them go down, we're going to reset this countdown.
That's right. And with Riff coming in right here, Pam, with both of them, though, I don't think she's going to be able to do it.
Yeah, she can't 2-on-1. She's good DPS, but she's not going to fight.
Yeah, not 2 of them.
Yeah, there's 2 high damage brawlers. 2 seconds left, 1 second left. No one's close. 10-1, Team Ray.
It was a pretty dominating victory for Ray. There was a couple moments in there where DXB really mixed it up, but in the end, Ray and the team was able to hold out for that victory right there.
All right, we're sitting there at the table, and you can see the despondence on Team Itzu's side as they're trying to figure out what went wrong for them in that game. Because you're right, very dominating. Early on, it looked like the blue team was controlling the center, but as soon as Jesse's turret came down on the far side of the gem mine, right, the gem mine side that was more towards the enemy team, they had a really hard time getting past that bush lineup. It was just, they're just stuck.
Yeah, that's the thing with Jessie is that she takes a little bit of time to build up where she builds up that super. Pam comes out, she immediately has control, but Jessie, it takes her a bit. But once she gets that turret up and she can keep it up, then it's a completely different game.
It's such a challenge to deal with Jesse's turret. Like, you almost have to destroy it as soon as it comes down.
Yeah.
If you don't,
you do.
If you don't destroy it right away, she just has a new one ready to go, and it's loaded up. So even if you do go, I'm going to go spend my ammo and destroy that turret, a new one instantly comes out. So you have to be mindful of when she has her super and knock it down ASAP.
Yeah, and not only do you have to attack it ASAP, but sometimes it takes multiple brawlers attacking it because, of course, she can heal it up. And if you've got a brawler like, say, Nita, she's not going to be able to. Jessie can heal through the damage with Nita and still put pressure on Nita.
And Nita can't stand in front of the turret. I mean, unlike brawlers, turrets have infinite ammo.
Right.
They never run out. The DPS is very consistent, so you can't just run up to Jesse's turret and be like, I'm going to, fisticuffs with you. So.
Yep, but so moving on to Safe Zone in the next match, it's going to be interesting. As far as their picks, I wouldn't, the entire game has really shifted quite a bit where you're not seeing as many tanks as you used to. But it's still in Heist, especially. Seeing a tank like a Bull in there would be no surprise whatsoever. So I wouldn't be surprised to see like a Bull show up as the 3rd pick for either one of these guys.
We have so to recap, Team Ray had the first pick. They first overall picked Brock. Do you agree with that? Is that a choice?
Brock's great. Brock's great.
So because of course he has long range shots. He can chip away at the safe, and if he ever gets his super, that's a lot of damage on the safe. then Itzu replies with Pam and Jessie.
Yes. That's a very common pick today, and Pam and Jessie will usually tend to stick together somewhat. They almost work as a little tandem right there, and Pam, again, just has so much spatial control that she does really well. Okay, so here's the picks there.
They did get Daryl.
Daryl on both sides.
Not Dumpling. Not Dumpling Daryl.
They're not quite as stylish as you, but they still,
okay. It's all right. You know what?
Still may be able to get the job done.
We'll allow it. I guess we'll watch the game.
As you can see right here, if you take a look at Martin Chong, the spot that he is in over here on the left-hand side, right behind that puddle of water there, he can actually reach the safe from that area.
Wow, so that's why Itzu had to go in with Daryl, get the super charged up, get in there and take him out, because you cannot ignore that.
That's right. So that spot right there is deadly to both teams, so you had to remove that. And with the Daryls in there, that's actually going to be a good spot.
Oh, that's a great turret placement. It's going to, I thought it was going to take down Martin Chong, but it did.
They still got a good chunk of damage there, 21 or 31% damage. That's actually a nice chunk of damage for a first push. So the other team does not have a thrower. That's interesting. So Martin is going to have a good day if he can stay in that spot. However, you notice the Jessie's turret was a little more defensive that time.
Very aggressive. Pam trying to get in there and actually doing a good job of pulling the Barley away from offense.
Yeah, and she was up there. She almost lived, but then she realized, okay, well, he's going to get me, so I'm going to try to get any damage that I possibly can. Did get some more on there as well.
Jessie's basic attack is so hard to deal with because you want to be clustered up, you want to defend your safe, you don't want to leave anything open, but of course if any one of you get hit, then suddenly you're playing a little sub-game of having to dodge the
It's not just dodging the first shot, it's dodging all the bounce shots as well. It can get pretty tough. Yeah, 27%, they're doing a great job. DXB coming in there, gets down to 7%. Now if you keep your eye on Lodi right here, he's got his, oh no, sorry, that was for the other team.
But you're right, if Jessie can just get one pop shot, he's going to try and shoot from here. Oh, falls a little short.
Like if she hits Ray right now, it's going to hit the same.
Oh, that's it. You called it.
Yep.
Oh, no.
Very dominating victory right there. The other team barely ever even got to the other side of the map. Very, very well done.
So we're tied 1-1 now.
1-1.
Martin Chong, I feel like, has been a really strong performer. Of course, I've watched the one match, but he did really well with Leon against Team Doing Life Gaming. And this time he's played Barley. I'm actually wondering if we're going to see him come out as Leon in Triple Dribble, our third map, because Team Ray picked Leon for their team. So that might be Martin Chong's chance to come back and really show off.
Yeah, you know, sometimes, you know, one of the things about these players here is that, you know, maybe like you or me, we have those couple brawlers that we really like, that we were much better than the other brawlers on. And that may be true to an extent with some of these guys, but they're so versatile. You have to be able to push up to that high in trophies. You've got to be able to play every brawler. And maybe you know, Leon is one of his favorites, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him just mix it up on who knows what. But looking at the comps there, one thing I will say is that I know that Team Ray has been loving picking Spike because I think Spike is one of Ray's favorite brawlers.
I can see that, okay.
And so he won't have his, you know, his
they've actually picked Spike on 3 out of the 5 maps. So Game 1, Game 3, and Game 5, if we get there, Team Itzu.
Yeah, that might be a little bit of a head game, you know, right there. And not only is Spike great, but it also takes away from what Team Ray would really like to do. So we'll see if that plays into it. But, you know, with this picks of Leon and Jessie on Ray's side, both are very solid. Jessie's great on this map just because of the closed-off nature of it, where you can't really get to the turret without getting around a wall. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a thrower, even though that sounds a little bit strange considering the comp. It would be more of a control, but it's possible. That would totally counter their Jessie play. On the other side, Tara and Spike, classic. You know, Spike's great defensive. They both have great control. A tank might be really well done with this right here, or even as a surprise pick, maybe like a Poco.
Now, how do the surprise picks work? Catch me up on that.
It could just be anything.
Oh, okay, yeah. They can just play whoever they want to.
Yeah.
Right, okay. That's what I thought. I was like, oh, surprise. And then if it was like a black card you could play.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have Tara and Spike. You mentioned that they might go with a thrower to counter the enemy Jessie.
Yeah,
what goes with Leon and Jessie?
I think that a thrower would be a little bit far out there choice, but it's possible. Leon and Jessie, again, a tank is Primo is always good on this map, just always good on this map. So with their other ones, again, I think that Anita might be seen, offers some control. They can't play a Terra or a Spike, which is the other control options. They might just go aggressive. You know, they might just bring a tank and just try to really grab that ball and just hammer it down the other side.
And this game is really important with the match tied 1-1. The winner of Triple Dribble Brawl Ball is going to be only 1 game away
from making
moving.
Yeah.
Not just making the semifinals, making that cash money prize. Even if you finish 4th tomorrow, you're walking away.
It's $1,000 a piece even if you come in 4th place tomorrow. So
not bad for a weekend to play in video games.
That's right.
I've had weekends where maybe that's spent that much.
Exactly.
Not quite.
So if they win this game, they're going to get to go into the finals and face off against Team Alex. It's definitely a tough road because they're going to have to win 2 games, but they have a chance, and that's always what you want. Is you want that chance to make it happen.
Absolutely. So it's really high pressure game. You can see them getting really focused, checking on each other before jumping into the match.
They're about to play here in just a second. This is exciting to see what they're going to do here.
You mentioned there's 4 people per team. Content creators ever sit out, or are they always playing?
No, in this, the rules dictate that the content creator must play in every single game.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Here we go, hopping into it. Okay, we see a Primo on one side. Not a surprise. I thought that was probably... No, it's not Primo. I saw the cape. It's actually Rico. So they went with a full-on control there. And the other side, they went with Anita. I thought that might happen. So both teams are playing control.
Okay. So what we should be so the team that would be winning in a control combat might be 0-0 for a bit of time.
Sure.
What we should be looking for then is keeping the front line, keeping the ball as close to the enemy goal as possible.
Yeah. So what the other team, both teams are really focused on getting multiple kills at the same time.
Okay.
Killing more than one brawler, with that. With the comp that they're running, but it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough going for either one. I think that on paper, I think Team Itsu's.
He's got a run. We got. Loaded Ricochet trying to make a run for it. But Martin Chong coming out of the goal.
That's a hard wall to run into right there, Leon versus Rico.
Yep. The Bears coming in to clear some paths out.
Yeah, that Bear, they're going to have to take advantage of those Bears in that turret if they're going to want to win this match. If they can get position and then use those... Right there, you can see the super...
Oh, wow, there's a lot of opening. Oh, great!
Trying to hold them back right there. They've got a great spot right there. If they can just get it in, passes over to Cisos. Can he...
Oh, he's just trying to run it in. Itsu almost dropped the ball. He had the ball, and you saw it kind of swing on the goal line.
Right.
Maybe one more step south, and that would have been a goal.
Yeah, that actually used to be a goal, and then the Brawl Stars dev team, they saw that was a problem. They actually made it to where it's a little bit harder to own goal it yourself, so you don't get those accidental own goals. But
I 100% own gold myself today.
I have absolutely done it myself as well.
As recently as 2 hours ago.
Okay, mine was a little bit further back than that, but nevertheless, it happens.
Here comes Martin Chong. He's going to maybe go invisible. He's got his super, so couldn't he sort of sneak in?
He was about to, but they regroup. DXB is trying to hold it back.
He gets it in!
He just pokes his head out from around that wall and finds his spot and scores just like that. So you notice there was 2 of his teammates, or 2 of the other team that were dead, and that is the moment you have to pick to strike right there.
And forget control. It is on Team Itzu. They need to score a goal in the next 22 seconds.
They don't have a lot of time to do it. They need to... Oh, that super would have been great, but he was so low health that he got killed in the process of using it.
Looks like Martin Chong's going for the 2-0, though. Not content with just holding on to the goal. They're going to try to shoot it.
They are trying to just press the issue here, but Itsu's they've got a long way to go, and they're not going to be able to get it there in time. So it looks like, Team Itsu is going to be able to walk away with this victory.
Or no, Team Ray.
Sorry, Team Ray, that's right.
So Team Ray is going to go up 2-1 in the match. This next match is an elimination game, and we will be playing Bounty on Hideout.
Love this Bounty map. Love it a lot. Neither one of these teams has picked a thrower, and throwers are great on this map. So I would be surprised, first of all, if Team Itsu doesn't play... Or, wait.
Well, let's talk about Hideout as a map first. Okay, so which Bounty map is Hideout? Because I think, like a lot of Brawl Stars players, not everyone has all the maps memorized. So describe Hideout.
Right. I wish I remembered the old name. So it was in the game for a while, and then they removed it, and then they brought it back, but it's been renamed. It's got 2 big patches of grass in the middle with walls, L-shaped walls on there that really are trapped off from the other side. So throwers can camp out in the center, and until those walls are destroyed, they are just dominant.
Okay. So knowing that it's a very thrower-favorable map, Team Ray had the first overall pick, and they chose Piper first overall.
Right.
Obviously, Piper's very good in Bounty. That's like you figure that out probably in your first week of Brawl Stars.
Exactly.
Piper's good on Bounty. And then Team Itsu replied with Brock and then Leon. What do you think about those 2 choices?
All of those are great. Brock is just like Piper. In fact, Super's probably better than Piper's. And the reason why Piper actually, her super is actually really good on this map, is that those spots where those throwers hide out, she can blow down those walls. So I guarantee you, as soon as Piper, if the other team's playing a thrower, the first super she gets, she's going to walk up there and jump back and blow out those walls to remove it so that the throwers can't hide out. And Brock, just the same way. He's going to use that super to open it up.
Wipe it out. And it's not going to grow back.
Right, exactly.
Like it used to. And then Team Ray, after seeing the Brock and Leon choices, chose Penny as their final, their second choice. So you have Piper for the really long-range shots, and of course the terrain destruction of her super. Penny is sort of your pseudo thrower.
Exactly, exactly the words that I would have used as well. You're so smart, Raham.
Great minds think alike.
That's
Why
right.
do you root for the Patriots? Could be friends. But okay, so Penny has like the long range of a Piper-style character, but of course the turret functions sort of like a thrower.
And it's so much pressure that turret constantly has. There we go. DXB is playing that Dynamite, which I almost knew that he would. But Sisu responds with the Daryl. Now, Daryl has gotten a lot more play recently in Bounty just because of those buffs and his ability to be an assassin. But so DXB is trying to work himself over to that patch of grass right where he was headed towards before he got taken out. And he wants to live there. He wants to stay there.
Okay.
Let's see if Ray uses his super to blow down that wall where DXB wants to hang out at.
I'm sorry, I'm distracted. This little box here has a smiley face on it. Is that always?
Yes, it does.
All right.
That's new. That's new.
Okay.
Nice little visual touches that the
the big screen. You're seeing so many details in HD.
Yep.
So here we go. Itzu, and okay, so DXB has control then of his little hideout.
He wants to live there, and he will stay there until those walls are broken. When those are broken, he'll probably move down to the bottom right behind those walls.
That makes sense. So it looks like Piper, or I say Daryl can't destroy it, Penny can't destroy it, so it's up to that Piper, fragile little Piper, to walk up somewhere in that L shape and blow those walls out.
Yep, absolutely.
Looks like he's more concerned about trying to poke Brock, but there's kind of a disadvantage there because you don't have visibility on Brock, but Brock can see you.
That was a really great move by Sisu, right by Daryl. DXB threw that super, and he quickly responded with the super, rolled past the super, and killed him. He ended up getting taken out himself, but it was a nice play.
7-5 right now for Team Ray. They are just 40 seconds away from winning not just the game, but the whole match. But Itzu takes it out and ties it up 7-7.
That was a great play. He had that super ready, and he picked his moment when he found that Sisu's at half health and was able to take him out pretty darn easily. As you can see, though, this turret here in the back of Penny, it's constantly putting pressure on DXB, and with so little health, that turret only needs a couple shots to take him out.
That's a creation of Elf Penny.
Yes,
delivering presents all over the map.
I love the holiday skins. I, of course, bought them all as well.
Okay, Itzu's coming in. He has 5, though. But Itzu's got to be careful because if he goes down, that's it.
It's pretty much the next kill wins, and they've got 6 seconds to get a kill. Are they going to get it? That turret, DXB's
coming in, going for DXB. DXB bounces away.
Wow!
And it's 9-7.
At the very end, what a turn! Wow.
Who did that shot? Where'd the two stars come from?
Itzu was able to come in there and get that one right there at the very end. He rolled in and was able to take him out. What a play.
And that means that we're tied up 2-2, and we are going to the deciding Game 5 with everything on the line. You're either going home with nothing, except a frown on your face, or you're coming back tomorrow to play in the Red Bull M.E.O. Brawl Stars semifinals for your chance.
The pressure's on right here.
Yeah, 32,000 buckaroos.
I actually, even though it ended up not working out for me, I liked the aggressive play of Daryl there, thinking, you know what? We've only got a few seconds.
Yeah.
If this doesn't work out, we still got another chance to win this. But if I make this work, we are going to win this. And he rolled
instantly.
In. It didn't work out, but I do like the bold move right there.
And honestly, it worked out for them in the last match. I mean, Team Ray is only here because on Bounty, they pushed it to the limit to the very last second and stole the win against Doing Life Gaming.
Yeah.
So they tried it again, didn't work out, but of course they had another game here on Stone Fort. Let's talk about it. We're back to Gem Grab. This is the map I'm familiar with.
This is the map you're talking about. It's kind of got a square, and it's got 4 choke points coming into the middle. Now, what we've been seeing a lot of today, and nobody has picked it, is Bo. Bo is one of the Gem Grabs maps that Bo is actually pretty darn good at because he's so good at controlling those choke points. However, that's not happening. We do see a Pam over on Ray's side, and no Gem Carrier for Itzu. I'm almost positive they're either going to pick a Bo or a Jesse as their Gem Carrier because Jesse's really good on this as well. Again, once you get that turret down inside, you have to walk inside, and you're being shot by the turret to deal any damage to it.
And you can do a lot of really good placements, whether if you have like Jesse or Penny, where you can put it in the corner on their side, and they have to, they have to just go in, take a hard right.
It makes it really hard to remove that turret, and it becomes such a strong controlling option there. So.
And I'm really excited. So this was Itzu had the first overall pick, and they chose Rico, and I like Rico because as I when I was confused about what the maps were earlier, I'm thinking, yeah, like Rico can shoot into that box, and it bounces all around, hits all the corners. Exactly. It's really hard to hide from a Rico super on this map.
Yeah, Rico used to even be more dominant on this map before he got the maps got expanded, and the corridors on the side were even smaller. He could absolutely dominate one side of the map. By himself. There was nobody you couldn't come close to him. So
I remember that because he even still can kind of do that on Stone Sport, where he can choose basically a column of left, center, or right, and it's really hard to walk down that column without getting discovered by a bouncing
You're going to
shot.
get hit. So and they're going to be hopping into the match here in just a second. This is going to be interesting to see.
Team Ray has Leon and Pam, so we saw Leon doing really well. In the last match,
I would venture to guess Team Ray is probably going to play a spike here. There's the
Nailed
bow.
it.
There's the bow that I expected. See, now here's interesting is that they picked the Rico and the spike, of course, and they got the bow. And on the other side, they didn't go with, so they went with the Jessie and the Pam. That has been a very strong comp that's been in the meta that's been floating around for a few weeks now. And it's just pure control. If you can get into the center and hold it, it's so hard to remove both Pam and Jessie.
And that healing turret is really hard to get to in that placement. Ray already has 4 gems. All the gems that anyone has, Pam's got them, and she's looking to sneak up and grab 2 more.
Yeah, it's in a good spot. DXB's kind of going to have to try to hold back Ray, but so much health that Ray's able to just turn the corner and just take him out really quickly.
And one thing that's really underrated about Pam's turret is not only is it healing, but it's healing while you're in combat. So you can constantly just keep the trading shots back and forth, and you're going to heal, and they're just never going to get to do that.
Yeah, you're going to get a constant stream of health there, Yeah,
it's just kind of insane. He keeps firing, and like slowly but surely, Ray's staying at full health, and Itsu goes down.
Wow.
Just
9 like
already.
that. Controlled the center. They came out, they took control of the center, and just almost never let it go. And they're able to, unless we get a turnaround here, this is going to be it.
This is a dominating Game 5 performance for Team Ray. They're coming back after that kind of last-second loss in Game 4, and they do! Team Ray, Martin Chung, holding all 10 gems. Handshakes happen at the field. They are moving on to the semifinals.
Such a great match. You know, the number 2 seed that was Itsu coming into this is now eliminated, but got to give props to Team Ray and both of these teams, honestly, because they played so great all the way down to 5 games, but that last game was pure domination by Team Ray.
I am really impressed with the quality of play we are seeing here at the Red Bull M.E.O. Every single match. There hasn't been a single sweep all day.
Nope.
And I think all but one match has gone to 5
And that one went to 4.
Yeah.
So, I mean, these matches have just been crazy.
And I think that's really a testament to how quickly the Brawl Stars esports scene is developing. I mean, when this game was first debuted at the Helsinki tournament, Ryan was there on the teams or whatever. I think everyone instantly saw that this game has a lot of esports potential. And now that it's global and millions of players around the world are getting their hands on it, you're seeing the cream of the crop rise to the top all the way to lovely Dortmund, Germany.
That's right. And even though this is the very first big esports tournament that Brawl Stars has seen, it's a great one. I mean, these guys are playing great, and I am so excited for the future of Brawl Stars esports.
We're seeing jerseys out here. I mean,
this is just the beginning, man. This is awesome.
I'm really excited. So we're moving on, I believe, after we have a break coming up soon, and then we're going to go to Group B, right?
I think, we're going to be moving on to see Group B or the finals for this one. I'm not sure, but we're going to get to that match right after this break.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Don't go away.
Don't go away.
Welcome back to Red Bull M.E.O by ESL Brawl Stars World Finals. This is so great. This is so great. What do we have coming on here at next slide?
Man, we just finished up Group A. We're going to be taking a look at the brackets here in just a second so that you can get a recap of what happened here in the first set. As you can see, going on to the main stage tomorrow, it will be Team Alex and Team Ray. These guys, Team Ray battled back from going into the losers bracket to make it all the way back. It will get a chance to compete for that $32,000 prize pool tomorrow. Really great. But now we've got a new group coming up, and that's Group B. And as you can see, first off, starting on here is Team Ash, the #1 seed versus Team Chicken. And then next up will be Team Arc versus Team Constantly. Got some great games that are going to be coming up here in Group B.
This is absolutely crazy. I am really excited to see some of this. This first matchup is going to be Ash versus Chicken, and that is intense. I was talking to Chicken. He's feeling a little nervous.
Yeah.
Ash.
Well, they may be feeling a bit nervous, but I've got to say that these sweet hats that they have on, they look. I absolutely love the chicken hats that they are wearing right now. It is amazing. I want one for myself.
Yeah,
just saying, Chicken.
Hey, can we get that on your merchandise store, Chicken?
Yes.
Yeah. Why don't you set that up so we can buy some chicken hats? Because
I totally would.
We need some more of that in our life. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about these teams. Okay, so we got Ash, who previously was a Clash Royale competitive player and YouTuber. and he now has over 500,000 subscribers on YouTube.
That's not a small number.
No, that is not. He took a little bit of a hiatus from YouTube for doing Clash Royale to actually study for his master's, which he got, and now he is back doing Brawl Stars content as a competitive player. He is, you know, if we go around and we talk to the different players, we're like, whose team are you most nervous to face? It's Ash. It's Ash.
Team Ash, yeah.
Ash.
Ash has been himself has been he's been a #1 in the world multiple times.
Yeah, and he streams consistently. One of the coolest things, if you guys are wanting to see competitive gameplay consistently, go watch Ash's YouTube and his Twitch channel, where you will actually see a lot of that gameplay, some of the most skilled content available out there.
Right, absolutely, yeah. And then, of course, Chicken over here, he's got about
30,000
subscribers. Yeah,
I would definitely say one of the most underrated.
Yeah, his
YouTubers
content
that are
is
here.
so great. One of the things I admire about Chicken is that his ability to commentate and play at the same time is something that I think most people can't appreciate, because he is really, really great. He is a wonderful content creator, and absolutely go check out Chicken on YouTube.
Yeah,
it's the Chicken without the C.
Without the C, yeah. He's super skilled, very good gameplay. And one of the things that, I mean, I go to his YouTube channel to figure out, like, okay, how can I improve my graphics? How can I improve my video editing? Because it's
so good.
It's super high quality.
But as a player, he is no slouch, obviously.
No, absolutely not.
He's battled through the round of 32 in Phase 2 and was able to make it all the way here today. So that right there in itself tells you that he is a great player, and there's no doubt that his team is looking to make it all the way to the the big stage tomorrow, but they've got a good match in front of them. Nice test.
If they can
right
take
off
out
the bat.
Ash, this is going to be, I mean, they've got a good solid straight. You know, if they can take him out right at the very beginning, then they've got a solid way to that championship.
And so they're going to
tomorrow.
be starting off in Hard Rock Mine first off here, and Chicken got the first pick here, and they chose Pam. Is that the first pick they got?
I don't know, but
we're just going to roll with it.
We know that they picked Pam, and that's not a surprise. And we know that Ash picked Rico.
Right.
Which is actually interesting.
You know, Rico is pretty good on that. I've seen that he's done pretty well, especially with all the the blocks in the center there. Rico has the opportunity to stay behind those and bouncing off left and right and around and put a lot of pressure on the other team while still staying safe himself.
One thing that's cool about that map is that it had recently been reworked. And that was actually before the game released globally, so not everybody is aware of this. But Rico typically used to only be good on one side. You know, he would stick over to the right side, and that was Rico's home. But now they've actually added some blocks onto the map, and now he can actually be played.
He's a little more versatile.
He's more versatile, and he can actually be played both sides now, and he can actually apply a lot of good pressure to anybody wherever they're on the map, especially if he has his super.
Yeah.
So that's a very
super
solid
devastating.
pick right there.
The other picks that they got here, Ash's team picked Penny and Chicken's team picked Brock. Also both solid choices. Now with Pam off the board, they had to pick a gym carrier, and they went with Penny. Penny and Jessie are probably the two next best options aside from Pam. I think I like Penny or Jessie a tiny bit more, but Penny is absolutely very strong. And if you catch brawlers that get grouped up at all, she deals massive damage.
She does. I think that for Hard Rock Mine, well, you're right. It's definitely a toss-up between Jessie or Penny. But for Hard Rock Mine specifically, I like that there is a very good spot on both the left side and the right side for Penny to put her turret behind. And if she does that, as long as she puts it on, typically what you do is you wait until you have a side on the left or the right where your team is pushed forward.
Where you're controlling it,
Exactly, so that she can put that turret there, and that allows for that turret to just dominate such a big area on that map and actually really control.
And when that happens, it's incumbent on the other team that they have to take out that turret by any means necessary as soon as possible.
Because, I mean, it really affects your ability to juke shots, to dodge those shots, because with the Penny turret, the trick to dodging those shots is don't really dodge, you actually just keep moving. You know what I mean? Keep moving in the exact same direction. But it'll be interesting. It looks like they are actually playing here right now. We'll go ahead and switch over to that gameplay. And
we'll see who they picked for their third picks there. Looking at them, it's kind of wide open. Spike's definitely going to be an option for both teams.
Yep.
So
Spike could absolutely be good. I wouldn't be, you might also see maybe a thrower. Possibly.
Yeah. I've seen Barley doing a decent amount here, so we'll see. They've got a little bit of technical mishaps here that they're working on, but we'll get to that as soon as we possibly can.
Yeah, absolutely. This it looks like we'll just be switching over to that in just a minute. But so as far as their third brawler, yes, you're right. They could absolutely go with Spike. They could. Who else did we talk about?
Thrower. Barley's
thrower,
really good on this as well.
Yeah, man, I actually really like the Hard Rock Mine changes to this.
Do you? I think I actually preferred the old one, but I don't know if that's just because of pure nostalgia or whether it's because I actually liked it. Because the blocks in the center, it definitely mixes it up, makes a few more brawlers more viable because it's not so wide open. But regardless, it's still my favorite my favorite gym grab map.
Is it?
Brawl Ball. I'm still thinking about Sneaky Fields because that's the best map.
You're really proud of making that, putting that in the game. Huh? I need to start doing that. I'll contact the guy that puts the maps into the game. Right. Be like, hey, you gotta either take his out or put one of mine in. You know. Right. I'm just kidding. Oh man. But this will be an interesting match for Pam. It's very clear. I wouldn't be surprised if Chicken's team actually drafted first because
that's why I thought that they probably did because they picked Pam.
And
Pam is just so strong right now that it's the logical choice. I mean, if you're looking down our list here, it's like Pam got picked there. Pam is everywhere.
Is she on everyone?
Pam,
oh, she got drafted for everything except for Heist.
Except for Heist, which
they still might play Pam in Heist.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Pam in Heist because we've been seeing her a lot. You know, she's just so versatile right now with the health and the damage and the utility to her team with the healing. So she's really strong, but they are getting close to getting this game back up and going. And when that happens, we'll hop in there. But looking at Forks out here, Dynamite. And then the other Chicken's team picked Barley and Bull, and then back over to Ash and they picked Brock. Now those are all very classic choices.
Yeah, those are like meta for Heist in the past. Yeah. Like they're definitely very solid options. They'll be very solid.
Yeah, there's nothing too surprising about what we're seeing there. I wouldn't on Chicken's team if they played a Pam, probably be pretty good, or they could play like a Ricochet there. But for Ash's team, I wonder if anybody's going to pick a big tank. Now that Bull's off the map, that's by far the best tank, really. Maybe a Daryl. It's a little bit tough there.
With Forks out, you have less opportunity for Daryl to actually roll in like he has on some of the other Heist maps because there's so many walls to the sides. He can go straight down the middle, but on a map like Kaboom Canyon, he can actually...
it's a lot more wide open.
Yeah, he can super in on any of the sides, whereas Bull has the ability to super in anywhere, regardless of where the walls are.
Because he can break walls, and his super is so long.
Yeah, we can see Ash right there. He's preparing, talking to his teammates, and that is the legend. That's the guy that I subscribed to before I even started doing YouTube content for his Clash Royale stuff. And now he's doing amazing Brawl Stars stuff as well. Definitely make sure you guys go check him out.
Yeah, I remember rooting for Ash when he was going into King's Cup, and he just barely missed the cut. Like he was number 9 and like the top 8 made it. But I've known of Ash for a long time, and he's a great guy. It was a pleasure to get to.
super nice.
Yeah.
Like he's super personable and definitely really community oriented as well. Yep. Really. We actually played a little bit with him in the world, or when Brawl Stars was first released, we had a little bit of a tournament between YouTubers, and it was funny because as soon as we found out that there was a tournament between the two of us, we were like, hey, let's go get Ash.
Let's stack the deck here. Let's get Ash on our team.
We got Ash to join our team, and then we won the whole thing, which is credit to us a little bit for picking Ash.
Right. He was lucky enough to have us as his teammates. Pretty sure that's how that worked.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, but this will be good. What do you think about those hats? Who do you think made those hats?
Oh, it's got to be Chicken. It's got to be the brain behind that.
Do you think he sewed those himself?
If he did, I'm even more impressed, but I doubt that's the case. He probably had them made, but I love them. I'm trying to think if I could have a cool hat, but I don't have anything like that. There's no Lex hat that can happen. You could have a clock on your head.
I could have a clock on my head.
That's pretty lame. The chicken hats are awesome, though.
The chicken hats are awesome. Oh, man, this is good.
And they're wearing the jerseys, too. I mean, they look like a full-fledged team.
They do. They're like, look at that.
I love it.
They're color coordinated and everything. I mean, this is epic. This is what happens when we have technical issues. We just start talking about the clothes they're wearing.
Well,
welcome to
They get style points, at least in our book.
Yeah, that's right.
It may not count for the actual game, but in our book, Chicken, you guys are your style is tops.
That's right. Your style is tops. I will say, though, look at Ash rocking the
Supercell hoodie.
The exclusive Supercell hoodie that you don't get unless you are either an employee of Supercell
or you went to the headquarters.
Or you went to headquarters in Helsinki, Finland. And that's that's the best way to go to events like this.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's actually funny. Funny story yesterday. I actually wore mine while I was traveling. And I was going through the passport checking place. And as soon as the guy that was checking the passport saw me, I saw this grin get on his face. He was like, ooh. what is this shirt? And he's like, hey, so what do you do for work? And I was like, oh, I'm a YouTuber. And his face like gets even bigger. He's like, really? And he's like, do you play Clash Royale? And I was like, no, Brawl Stars, man, get with the times.
Well, see, what's funny there is that when I was going through security there in Oklahoma City, I walked through there and I was wearing my the shirt we got in Helsinki, you know, with the Brawl Stars logo on it.
Brawl Stars logo.
And when I walked through, the guy's like, he's like, Brawl Stars, huh? He said, I'm seeing commercials for that everywhere. He said, Brawl Stars is everywhere. I'm like, yeah, it is, and it's only going to get bigger.
It's only going to get bigger. That's right. It's exciting. Yeah, and recently, actually, Brawl Stars released their first merchandise on the store.
I want those. As soon as I get home, that's first order of business to order all of the plushies because they've got a Spike, a Jessie, and a Poco plushie, and they all look super cute.
Oh, super good. My wife's favorite was the Jessie. She thought that was
I gotta go with the Spike.
You gotta go. I was gonna go with the Spike too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fantastic.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, make sure we're having a little bit of a break right now, but but you guys go buy those plushies.
Yeah, they're in the store. They're in the store right now. You guys go check them out.
That's right. Oh, I can't wait to see.
Do we get a commission if anybody goes and buys some of that stuff now?
Yeah, Ryan, can we can we make that happen?
Can we make that happen?
He gave us a thumbs up.
Thumbs up. All right, there we go.
Oh man, wow, what a turn that we have had with this conversation. We talked about the entire meta of all of Brawl Stars, then we jumped into how
the fashion style of Team Chicken over there, which is stupendous.
And then all the way to getting exclusive, commissions for selling Supercell merchandise. This is great. I'm loving it. But let's go ahead and talk a little bit about today's meta. Okay, let's talk about Pam. We know that Pam has been so incredibly strong in every mode. Why is Pam such a good choice in every mode? Why is she so good?
Because she has everything that you would look for. I mean, damage. She checks all the boxes. Damage, health, utility. She has them all. The only thing that she's lacking in is mobility.
That's true.
It's more than overcome, with everything else that she possesses.
She's got good-looking hair too.
You cannot discount the beautiful pompadour. She's just got beautiful hair.
I don't even know what to say, man.
I don't know what to do. We're just gonna roll with it.
She's very strong. What are some other brawlers that are very strong in this current meta right now?
Brock.
Yeah, Brock is very good.
Brock's really good. Spike has been strong for a long time.
He has been.
He got a nerf a little while back, but it still hasn't slowed him down because he's not like overpowering strong, but he is so versatile and just like almost S tier in so many different modes that it's like you cannot go wrong with choosing Spike.
You really can't. I mean, that's one of the things. And it's interesting because people will be like, oh yeah, he's legendary. Of course he's going to be OP. But that's actually not how Brawl Stars balances. They don't balance to rarity. They select rarity based off of the complexity of the brawler and how unique that brawler is. I mean, you've got Spike, who is so unlike any other brawler. You have Crow, who is like this legendary bird assassin guy that...
Which, by the way, he's my favorite brawler.
Yeah, it's your favorite brawler.
Yeah.
And,
He needs a buff. Brawl Stars dev team, Crow, buff.
I'm so glad that they're here. We can just tell them all of our thoughts. Hey, yeah, this is going to turn into us telling. Put in the comment section what do you guys think needs to change here because they're watching. But then you also have Leon, who has a super unique ability, and that is to go invisible.
Right. So all these legendary brawlers. They just, more than anything, they have such unique traits that's what really qualifies them as a legendary.
Yeah, and that's one of the cool things, though, is we can see, at least one of my favorite things for Brawl Stars specifically, is that it is balanced so that different brawlers have different game modes that they work super well, different maps also have different brawlers that work really well. But we're going to go ahead and switch to another break here. We'll come back here in just a minute once we're ready to show you guys some more of this gameplay.
All right, we are back. Technical issues aside, I think we are just about ready to hop into this first game of Group B. It's going to be some exciting stuff here.
Yes, we've been hyping up this match longer than we hyped up any of the other matches for good reason.
That's right, mainly because of the wonderful hats that are being displayed by Team Chicken. As we're taking a look at the crowd right here, you can see the people in attendance are having a great time watching this action here today.
There's Frank giving us right there. That's right. We got some of the players here. We got some of the Brawl Stars developers actually here. DLG smiling with his face over there.
There we go.
But yeah, we are ready. They're actually going to be jumping into a match here pretty soon. And as soon as they do that, then we'll be swapping over to some gameplay.
Yes.
But this is going to be really exciting. Like we talked about, just to recap a little bit, we got Team Chicken versus Team Ash. Once again, Team Ash is one of those teams that all of the players are they're nervous about.
Yes, and for good reason, because Ash was the #1 seed in the in Phase 2. They
Absolutely.
took it all the way and captured that #1 seed, and we're going to see if it pays off for them right now.
Yeah, but definitely, I mean, if Team Chicken is able to actually beat Team Ash, then that's going to be a very solid situation. So we are definitely not discounting Team Chicken because they've got some absolutely great skills. Okay, so here we go.
Brock, and Spike.
Once again, Penny right there in the middle. Imun is playing there. And Chicken is keeping Ash pushed back right there. That's an excellent positioning on his part. And Alcarix is actually able to take him out and take a little bit of control. But Imun throws down that Penny attack. Oh my goodness, that turret positioning is perfect. That's going to be very difficult for them to deal with.
Yeah, they're really going to have a hard time getting rid of that, and that turret is going to put so much pressure on the enemy team, and with not being able to really take it out, it's going to cause some problems. They're going to have to get through Ricochet to be able to take care of it. Now,
and he's guarding
the super right there. He opens up the wall. It's a great super. Even though it doesn't take out any of the brawlers, it opens that spot up there, and now that turret can no longer put pressure on him where it was.
Yeah, definitely worth it. It's an interesting thing with Brock where his super is so devastating to the enemy team, but a lot of the times it's very worth it for you to just use it to remove walls that are actually very...
Yeah, and as you can see there, Team Chicken, they're
Look
Gym
at that.
carrier goes down, but they traded kills, and all the gyms are still hanging out there. And just in time for Pam to come up and scoop them up, take them all 5 of them. And on the left-hand side, Team Chicken, finds that opportunity to go and take out that turret once again.
Yeah, that turret was positioned a little bit more on the offense.
But look what Penny's got ready already again.
She's got another turret right there on an offensive position, which is very much, basically they just want to try and keep them pushed back as much as they can so they can
And this is the position that you do not want to be on as Team Chicken. You're being spawn trapped right now, and there's only a few choke points to get out. And at this point, when you get to this, somebody has to make a really big play to get you out of this hole. And if you don't do that...
With that super from Leopard, which Leopard I actually didn't know very much about Leopard. I don't know why, because apparently he's so incredibly strong.
Right. All the players are like, Leopard, that guy, he's a beast.
Yeah, and that was a very quick match right there.
Right.
And that definitely shows right there. Where Team Chicken, they did have a little bit of a time in there where they had some ground control, but that spawn trap that you talked about. And now when we say spawn trap, we're talking about a very specific strategy of using specific brawlers that can prevent an enemy team from passing specific choke points.
Right.
And so those brawlers are Spike, Ricochet,
Nita. Yeah,
exactly.
And that's exactly what they're doing. They're using Rico and Nita on the ends there just to keep anybody out of it. And it also has to have the right map for that to happen as well. And Hard Rock Mine is one of those maps where you can do that. And they displayed, great dominance right there. Team Ash did. So they did pick up that first victory, giving them up 1-0. Early lead there, but there's still plenty of time for Team Chicken to make a comeback here.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And so up next, we're going to be actually taking a look at some heists. They're going to be playing Forks Out. And Forks Out is different than the other heist maps that we are looking at or in today's tournament because of how many walls are actually on it. And that actually makes some different strategies than we would see on, for example, Kaboom Canyon.
Right, and so the first picks that both teams made were throwers, and for good reason, because with all those walls, throwers become increasingly more valuable. So Team Chicken, or actually first off, Team Ash picked Barley, and then Team Chicken responded with a Dynamite and Brock pick, both very solid. And then Ash went with a more traditional bull there. So the only question here is Team Chicken going to pick some sort of tank like an El Primo, because they can't pick bull now because it was an exclusive pick? Are they going to pick a tank, or are they going to go with a little more control?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they went with Pam.
Can you go wrong with Pam?
No, you cannot.
Good answer.
Yeah, this was the only draft for this matchup where one of the teams did not actually draft Pam, and so that means that both of them can actually play.
As for Team Ash, I'm looking at this. I would not be surprised to see a Colt or a Ricochet here.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, with Barley and Bull and having something a little bit longer range, maybe even. Well, I wouldn't do Piper.
Yeah, no. Ricochet, I think Colt is the classic choice here. He's fallen out a little bit of the meta.
Even Crow.
But, yeah, Crow as well. But I think that with his
or Leon
range, Leon, again, is always a great choice. But with Colt's range and just such massive damage output, wouldn't be surprised to see him there. I think it also would depend upon the players and what their comfort level is with that brawler.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're all getting set up right here so that we can see that. Are there any brawlers right here that we know of that have some favorite brawlers here? Let me take a look at that. I think Team Chicken has some specific brawlers that they really like. Alcarix's favorite is Penny. Chicken himself actually really likes playing Crow, so
maybe
birds of a feather.
That's right. He's the foulest foul in Brawl Stars.
That's right. Chicken or Crow.
Either or. Well, actually, it's got to be Chicken because Crow is actually not the best in the meta right now. Very specific on certain roles that he can play, but Heist is one of them.
Heist is one of them, and one thing about Crow is that he has that option, or he can actually super onto brawlers, which Crow himself is not a super great assassin. Except for against throwers,
right?
Those really low HP brawlers
and that's really his main in Heist. Whenever you're playing him, that's like his main primary objective is build up that super, and as soon as you get that super built up, and you have an opportunity, take out the enemy's thrower.
Yes, absolutely. We also do have That's me, yeah. We're going to say Batsme. Really likes to play aggro brawlers like Nita, Spike, or Barley. Wouldn't be surprised if Batsme played
one
Barley.
of the tanks.
Who had Barley here? Looks like it was actually Ash's team.
Right.
So he might actually go with Dynamite.
If they do pick a tank brawler on Chicken's team, maybe Batsme will be playing that. But yeah, we were just about ready to hop into this game, so we should be ready to go and hopping into some heist action here in just a second. See who's going to be able to. Is Chicken going to be able to knot it up at 1-1, or is Ash going to pull out to a bigger lead?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, he definitely has to. They want to try and get any advantages they can, and so that means trying to win this matchup right here.
Yeah. As
far as what their strategy is going to be on this map, it's a little bit different. One of the things that we actually haven't talked about this very much today, but in Heist, one of the biggest things is actually charging up your super and waiting until, when you see these players very first start out a match, it's very back and forth. They're just kind of like, they're poking, throwing out a few shots, and when big plays actually happen is when one of the brawlers is able to charge up their super so that... Sorry, just one moment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Right.
So we're actually going to do a rematch.
Yeah, there were some issues with the first match there, and it's going to cause for a rematch on the gym grab there. So we're going to be heading back to Hard Rock Mine to replay that one over again to see if we can. Ash is, of course, looking for the same result that he got in the first one, but this is a new life for Chicken. Maybe he can, they can pull it out the victory this time.
Yeah, if they were able to turn that around,
that'd be a big swing for them.
That would be a very big swing for them. Now, Ash is actually going to be, let's see here, playing with his two teammates. He actually had one of his teammates was not able to come to today's tournament, so he is going to be playing with Leopard and Imuniz throughout the duration of this entire tournament. So they've got a good opportunity to win some gems.
Yep, here we go.
Here.
And it looks like, you know, all the same team comps as before, of course. We'll see if they can get a different result than they, you know, got in the first one. Team Chicken is definitely looking for that.
Look at Leopard. Ooh. I mean, those ricochet shots were just angled so perfectly.
You know, while moving on the run, still was able to track his opponent, bounce the shots off the wall in the perfect angle to take care of him. That's not an easy thing to do.
He's a ball bouncing master, that is for sure.
That's right.
But Chicken is actually able to clip him and take him out. But unfortunately,
so he uses that super at the last minute. If he would have used that just a split second earlier, he might have been able to keep himself alive. But as it was, the gyms go down, and they just had to wait a few more seconds to pick him up.
Yeah, and now it is 3 and 5. But Ash here has a little bit. Well, actually, now we've heard it. Yes, to fall back, and Leopard.
Yeah.
Leopard is just killing these Rico shots. Ricochet is one of the hardest brawlers to play, but if you know how to play him,
he is so dominating. Yeah,
absolutely.
He took Alcrix all the way back. Just with the shred of health here, he is still causing damage. And
look at
Tomo
that
to
that
just take
so
them
great.
out.
That was so great. Yeah, but it's 4 and 7. You know, obviously, Team Ash has that advantage with that penny turret and that bear right
there.
Team
Chicken's in a decent spot though. It's not too bad. But now with Leopard respawning, it might turn the tides there. But they had a spot there for a second where they could have taken control. They couldn't fully capitalize on that. But they had their moment there where they almost had a shot to take over control. They weren't able to seize that. And as a result, Team Ash now has all the gems, 10, 11, and with 8 seconds left on this, they make some big play. And with Leopard and Imunez right there, it's just not going to happen.
Well, they had to replay it, but there wasn't very much of a different result.
The outcome is the same.
You know, I will say one thing that made a big difference in that match was Imuniz. He was playing Nita, and he put down a bear that was there on the map, just chasing brawlers down for like at least 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Like, and that's one of the drawback, or when you're playing up against Nita, you have to decide between shooting your ammo off at the bear to try and take it out, or continuing to fire off against the enemy team, because if you don't fire off at the enemy team, then they're able to get some more control. But if you fire off against the bear, like, you have to fall back, you know.
And that's the beautiful thing about Nita Super. Even though the bear itself, the Super Bear, that's right, Super Bear Bruce. Even though he doesn't do a ton of damage, you know, like I said, he uses up the ammo of the other team. He has some, you know, control on the field, and that's really what, you know, swings some of the games. Especially if you have a bear out for that long, you have to account for that bear as soon as possible so that you can get back in the actual fight, not just the bear.
Yeah, and another thing with that match is that they also had Penny's turret. I mean, that match really did come down to them having basically spawns on the map that basically they had 5 players on the map.
And yeah, if you notice there, Penny, she would get that super down and get enough shots either from the super or from herself that as soon as that turret was destroyed, instantly had another super ready to go. So it was nonstop pressure from different angles that they had to deal with, and it turned out to be just too much for Chicken's team to handle.
Yeah, and with Penny's turret, I mean, typically the best way for you to dodge shots is you move back and forth in unpredictable movement patterns. But with Penny's turret, if you move back and forth, you will get hit by it. And so now you have to move in a straight pattern, but if you're to dodge that shot. But if you're moving in a straight pattern, then the enemy team knows where to fire so that they can hit you. You're against a skilled player, you're guaranteed going to take damage whenever there's a Penny turret up, and that's why it's so important for you to get rid of that. So with the dual combo of having that bear up, which was able to really push people back, and also that turret basically guaranteed damage.
Yeah, it was too much. You know, the spawns were too much for them to handle here. But moving along now to Heist, it's new life for Chicken and team. They need this one because they definitely don't want to fall down 2-0 and have the potential deciding match come in 3 straight games. So look for them to come out with their best game right here. Again, they picked a Dynamite and Brock, while Team Ash has got Barley and Bull. All great choices, and it's really going to depend on their other teammate. So here we're hopping in right here. We've got a Jesse, a Brock, and a Dynamite going up against a Bull, a Barley, and a Rico.
And Leopard is pulling Rico match after match. He seems to be very skilled with that. I mean, you can see how all of his shots are perfectly angled right there. You can see him just like applying some pressure to Alcrix.
And you'll watch on the left-hand side here where Little Batsme is going to be going up against Imunez. So both of the throwers want that spot right there by that puddle and the wall. from that spot, they can reach the safe. So one thrower wants to get there, the other one wants to deny them from getting there.
Yep.
It's a big matchup to watch.
And here, Little Batsman actually is on the opposite side. Wow, that is an interesting position. Chicken actually opts to break down the walls so they can attack from multiple fronts. And now Alcarix throws down that turret, which allows him to super. Wow, this is crazy.
They got a good chunk of damage there. Alcarix is going to go down. Ash is a little bit of health. Is he going to be able to convert with this? No, they're going to hold back just a second, see if they can regain some health and hold that position and then turn that into an attack.
Yes, and Bull, you can see Little Batsman throwing down attacks as much as he can, trying to deal some damage, and Ash is just doing an excellent job at dodging right there. And there we got Imuniz in the perfect spot right there, being able to just throw down attack after attack, dealing damage, and Leopard shooting down the center, attacking from multiple fronts. And wow,
nice super takes him out there. But that push now puts them into the lead, and Ash has got a super again. He's probably not going to charge in by himself just yet, but as you can see there, Leopard in the back there with the Rico, if he can stay alive, he can pop out there, look down the middle, and get some shots in on the safe, or he can move up to the side like he's doing now and still reach it as well.
It's super close, so we are 40 to 44. Ash actually goes in.
Decent push. Leopard with that super. Is he going to be able to finish it off right here? He uses the wall to bounce it. He didn't attack it directly. He used the wall behind it to bounce the shots, get more damage. That is a heads-up play from a great player right there.
Absolutely. When Ricochet is maxed out, he gets his star power, super bouncy, which increases the damage of every shot by 80 damage.
Right.
When you have as many shots as he's firing off, which I believe is 12.
It's not a small number.
It's an additional 400 damage.
Right.
When you didn't have to have that damage before, so like that's
and you could see that it came down to almost that last gem that was bouncing out of Rico's shots there.
Yes.
So that star power may have been the difference between killing it right then or not at all.
Yeah. Either way, I mean that was. Either way, I would say that was a strong flex on Leopard's part.
Yes. Yeah, even if that wasn't needed, it sure looked good.
It definitely looked good. He's coming out there. He's saying, hey, guys, you sure you don't want to draft Rico? Because I'm going to be playing Rico this whole time, and I'm going to be melting through everybody. And that's one thing that we've seen as well for this tournament is that Ricochet is actually becoming very viable in Heist, where beforehand, he just struggled too much. He couldn't take care of the wall or anything like, the wall was in front of the safe, and now that it's opened up, Ricochet is an incredibly strong option. And now Colt is starting to actually fall back away from the limelight a little bit, and not quite as strong of an option because Rico outranges him.
So with the game up 2-0 in favor of Ash, we are potentially looking at our first sweep of the day here.
We are.
Yeah, every match except for one has went to 5 games, and the other one went to 4.
We have had plenty of matches though where it went 2, and then 2 to the other team.
That's right. So
and then
Chicken definitely has a chance to do that right here, but they're going to need to really play their best here in Backyard Bowl. Let's hop into this game right here. We got Pam, Spike, and Brock going up against Anita, Jesse, and Tara.
Yeah, and that Tara is really important.
Ooh, Alcarix coming in strong right off the bat. Was not able to finish Tara respawning there, but wow, a very commanding push right off the start there.
Ash is almost able to completely get rid of Alcarix, but he's almost taken out. Ash does have his super charged up. Chicken is trying to get a shot around the corner to deal a little bit of damage to Ash, but Ash is now finally healing all the way up. Chicken has his super, he flashes that up just a little bit and is able to deal some damage to Leopard, but Leopard lands 4 shots on him. Look at that super from Ash. Oh my gosh, there's so much that is going on.
It was an interesting play there by Leopard. Instead of spawning his bear out, he threw it back into the goal, which basically just gave him more lead time to be able to finish out and
charge up another bear.
Right, exactly. So they gives them more time to get together in a bigger push falling forward.
Absolutely, and that's a very strong thing. Ash goes down to the super, which
opens up the wall,
and now they're able. Are they able to? They pass it to Chicken.
Yeah,
and
I think this is going to be it. Wow. Bruce was still, Super Bear Bruce was still on the field, all the way from one goal into the goal, all the way to the next.
Wow.
And again, that super from Nita making such a difference. It's another body to account for, and in the end, too much was piling up and they couldn't handle it.
That's a super skilled move. I actually have not seen that happen before. But Chicken's not quite out yet. They're throwing down. They've taken out every other player, and they're just trying to build up. Looks like Tom is most likely going to be trying to charge up the super, so that he can actually take out that middle wall. Ash throws down a super. And
he actually uses the super he does take out one player as well as Bruce, so it was effective, but not exactly what they were looking for, but in this situation is probably the best he could have done with that.
Yes, and it's interesting. In today's tournament, we have seen I don't know if we've seen a missed super from Terra. Like, these players are so incredibly skilled that they don't even miss Terra supers, which are so incredibly important to make. And now, with 20 seconds left, Chicken.
They're not going to rest on their laurels. No, they want to go ahead and take this all the way. He was going at him, but look at the lever juking back and forth, dealing some damage to Pam, and ends up taking him out. Bruce is still on the field. Tara's got that super.
Oh,
and it's just
now finally able to take out.
Yeah.
There's the missed super that I was talking about.
You just had to mention it.
I just had to mention it. It's okay. It didn't matter.
That's going to be our first sweep of the entire match here. So it looks like Chicken's going to go down to Ash, 3-0. But
he still has a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to move down to the losers bracket, but as we saw as Ray in Group A, Ray made it to the finals there after losing.
You know, and
he still has a chance.
Absolutely, and that's the thing, is that this is literally one of the hardest matchups that you can have. Like I said earlier, every team, the team that they're most nervous about playing against is Team Ash, where you've got Leopard, who's an incredible player, along with Imuniz. Imuniz has actually competed in a lot of the tournaments that you and I have hosted, and every single time he participates, he does great. Crush it.
I remember when we did the duos tournament.
Yes, him and IKAOS.
Yeah, they just completely wrecked people.
They wrecked everybody.
So these guys are really great players. Have been playing it for a long time, and they showed their stuff today.
Yeah, and so, but Chicken definitely still is not completely taken out yet. You know, he still has that option. This could have been his warm-up. This could have been his warm-up. He's just getting used to things. It's stressful to be here in this environment where you have people watching you live. It's different when you're actually playing at your home, staring at your camera in an empty room. Nobody's there.
On the bright side for Chicken here is that they may have lost this first round, but probably the toughest team in the tournament, or at least going by the seeding, they don't have to face them again.
That is correct.
They're going to go down to the losers bracket.
Unless Ash actually continues and he makes his way back. Which
if he makes it all, but that'll be tomorrow on the big stage. And at that point, he's probably okay with facing them again at that point, because then he's guaranteed money.
I see what you're saying. Yes, yes. Yeah, absolutely. That's right. But we're actually going to be taking a look. Up next is going to be Team Arc versus Team Consti. And I'm really excited about that.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a very, very close matchup.
Yeah, Arc is a personal good friend, and I've actually spoken a lot with Consti as well. He's a very skilled player from Brazil and speaks Portuguese on YouTube. And he's super great. If you guys speak Portuguese, make sure you guys go check him out. But for now, we're going to go ahead and let the players all get set up and have a quick break, but we will see you guys right after that. Hello and welcome back to the Red Bull M.E.O. held by ESL Brawl Stars World Finals. We are here in Dortmund, Germany, and we have some of the best players in the world competing for a chance to get into the finals.
8 teams, 1 content creator per team, and they had qualifiers to determine who was going to play with their favorite. I won't say YouTuber, but is it all
it's
YouTube?
All YouTubers.
Okay,
yep, okay. Yep, absolutely. There were actually some streamers that were in it, but only the YouTubers made it.
Oh! Well, so we have 8 teams here in Germany. Group A has already resolved for the day.
Yep.
We have 2 teams going to tomorrow's semifinals. We're in Group B right now, finding out who is going to fill those last 2 semifinal spots. In the first match of Group B, we saw our first sweep, a dominating performance.
Wow. Yeah.
Team Ash knocked Team Chicken down into the lower bracket. So who's coming up next, Kairos?
Well, up next, we are going to be showing a Team Arc versus Team Consti. Now, for these 2 teams right here, we've got some really skilled gameplay. Team Arc is a lesser-known YouTuber. Mm-hmm. He should be more known, though, because he's incredibly skilled. He does some streaming on YouTube, and then he also does some amazing Brawl Stars content. Really hilarious guy.
Okay.
Love him. He's a really good friend of mine. Then we also have Consti, who creates content for Brawl Stars as a Brazilian YouTuber that does Portuguese content.
That is quite a far flight.
Yeah, yeah.
Brazil to Germany.
Yeah, that's for sure. But leading up to today's event, earlier in Group A, we actually had, starting off, it was Team Alex, a very lesser-known YouTuber with only 1,000 subscribers.
It's going to be more than that after this weekend.
If you haven't already checked out Alex's YouTube channel, you absolutely need to go check that out because the gameplay from him and his team has been absolutely phenomenal. They absolutely wrecked it. I've been saying absolutely because it was so dominating. You know what I mean?
It is an absolute. But they marched their way through the bracket. They didn't drop a single match on their way to the semifinals. And down in the lower bracket of Group A, it was
Ray.
Team Ray that was successful. They was really close. They went up against Team Itzu in the sort of final match of Group A, and it went all the way to Game 5. Ray was able to pull it out at the end. So those 2 teams are already in the money. They're going to have their chance at splitting a $32,000 prize pool. Who will join them from Group B? Arc and Consti both here to find out.
Yeah, it could be one of them. It could be one of the people that we just recently saw, Team Chicken or Team Ash. We will see. It doesn't matter even if they get taken out, they still have a chance to actually play in the championship because this is basically we have 2 groups, Group A, Group B, and both of them have a losers bracket, and that losers bracket gives them an opportunity to make it to tomorrow, which is going to be the semifinals and the finals, and that's where all the money is. We can see some of the players here getting ready, and it's going to be very interesting, this matchup here. I actually don't know who I would put my money on. Not that I'm betting.
Well, we have a little bit of inside info here because we can see the maps that they're using and, of course, the team-exclusive picks. The format that we are doing here at the Red Bull M.E.O. is that each team will get to draft 2 brawlers that only they can use. There's no bans. All of the brawlers are available, but the teams will get to choose exclusive picks for their teams. Any unpicked brawler is available for either team or both.
Absolutely. And we have all of these drafts right here. Basically how it works out is Arc got to pick they drafted Pam right off the bat, and it's no surprise because
we're playing Stone Fort.
We're playing Stone Fort on Gem Grab.
We saw that I believe 2 matches ago, and it's the Gem Grab map with the big square, the little box right in the middle, the Stone Fort in the middle.
Stone Fort, yes.
Okay. So you think Pam's a really good first overall choice for that map?
For
every map. All the maps.
She's very excellent. But one thing with Stone Fort specifically is it has those 4 choke points, one on each side. And if you can control those choke points, then it makes it very difficult for the enemy to actually get in there. And then you can just basically control that, that center area. And if you do that, I mean, it's very hard to get in. So it's interesting because a lot of the times there's 2 strategies for Stone Fort. Either you take all 3 players and you go right up the middle and try to hold it down, or you at the very beginning you actually split up into 3 separate lanes and try and attack from multiple angles. Okay. One person goes off to the side, or both sides, and then one goes up into the center. And with that, it's for this. What we'll probably be seeing here, where Arc has Pam and Jessie, and Consti has Spike and Terra. My guess is Arc's team is going to go right up into the middle, and they'll try to dominate the center.
Terra, 2 turret, so that it goes. Arc picks Pam first overall, goes to Team Consti, and they pick Spike and Terra back to back. Arc with the second choice goes with Jessie. So with Pam and Jessie on Team Arc, double turrets can really control the middle with those extra teammates summoned by their supers.
Yes, because Pam is able to throw down that turret, which helps heal everybody in there, and she thrives best when you have those 3 players close to that turret. If Pam's by herself, it doesn't really benefit the other players as much as if they are close up. You do run a little bit of a risk when you are bunched up like that, though. Typically, when you're playing most Gem Grab maps, you do want to be split up into 3 different lanes, because what happens is if I fire off against Brawler A, and I happen to miss it, there's still a good chance I'll hit Brawler B, So bunching up's not typically a good thing to do, except for in Stone Fort, where you actually have lots of walls that you can dodge those shots, and there's plenty of opportunities for that to happen.
It looks like Team Consti's going for the sort of wombo combo duo, where if they can catch the enemy team with Terra's sort of tornado vortex, and Spike can hit his cactus patch on top, no one is surviving that. I don't care if you've got Bull, Daryl, El Primo, they're all going down.
Exactly. Right? Yeah, and that's one thing I think that what's going to happen is we'll have Arc going right up the center, trying to control the middle, and then Team Consti will probably split up into those 3 lanes and try to slowly build up their supers, and they might even just let Arc pick up all the gems and then get them on the falling back. Terra has, all it takes to win a Gem Grab match can be just 1 Terra super.
Right, yeah. There's sort of the running joke that you always hear Brawl Stars players. That was like, your teammate gets the 10 gems and then runs right into the enemy team. Yeah. I don't think anyone's going to make a mistake that bad, but they might have 10 gems and Terra pulls them into you.
Exactly.
And then it's over. And now, I just want to look ahead to the other maps because we will play, it's a best of 5, so we're going to have minimum 3 games, maximum 5 games.
Yes.
Stone Fort Gem Grab will be map 1, game 1. Kaboom Canyon Heist will be game 2. Now, you mentioned last time we were up here casting together, Kaboom Canyon, no walls, very wide open map, seems very good for long-range brawlers. Consti would have the first pick on that map, and they chose Jessie. Then it goes to Team Arc, who chose Pam. Colt, back to Consti, chooses Bull. So what do you like here of the 2 picks between Jessie, Bull, or Pam, Colt?
Yeah, so I like that Bull actually has that opportunity to go into the bush because it is a very wide open map, and so you're absolutely right. Typically, you do want those longer range brawlers, but one benefit is that you have a center area with bush that actually Bull can go onto to the left side of the map and gain access to that bush and be able to walk all the way across it and basically take people out without them knowing that he's there, because he can take anybody out. I mean, if he takes out, if he faces Colt, he's gone. If he faces Jessie, he's gone. Or Pam, even Pam he can take out.
That's something that's really important to think about for maps if you want to play the big tanky short-range brawlers, is how much of a continuous bush network is there on the map that you can maneuver through. We actually saw Hard Rock Mine, the other Gem Grab map a bit earlier, and it was really interesting because, of course, there's that big line of bushes that goes all the way to these big sides as well. So we saw Leon's, Bulls, El Primos, those sort of characters just move from the left side of the map to the right side of the map, never being seen by following those networks.
Yeah, but one thing that is interesting as well is that we do have Arc's team who has Colt, who typically, early game, Bull is going to dominate against Colt. But as soon as Colt charges up his super, he can get rid of that bush, and now, since the most recent update, bushes will not respawn, and as soon as that happens, Bull becomes useless.
Yeah, very. It's actually. I like the idea that Consti's team is probably playing in Kaboom Canyon Game 2 when we get there, is going to be playing a much more aggressive, try to take the heist safe out on the first 2 or 3 pushes.
Yes.
But if the longer the game goes on, the more it favors Pam and Colt. Pam's healing can slowly take over a game the longer the engagements go on. And as you mentioned, yeah, Colt, insane once he can start chaining super after super.
Yeah.
Moving on to map 3, it'll be Brawl Ball on Triple Dribble. Arc once again would have the first pick, goes with Terra first overall. Consti's team goes Spike, Nita, back to Arc, El Primo. We have Terra and El Primo against Spike and Nita.
Ooh, yeah. You know, I've got to put my money on Team Arc on that. If we're just looking at brawler comps,
okay.
You know, because
Terra pulls him, Primo gives him the thunder drop, the big old elbow from the top rope
down from the elbow drop. Yes, but Terra is just such a great brawler for Brawl Ball because of her ability to create opportunities to make a goal to make a goal, and that's really what Brawl Ball is all about, is scoring goals. And so she can do that. And on top of what's going to happen, I can almost guarantee you, is that Terra will pull a super, and she'll actually move one of the enemy players away from the goal, and then that will allow El Primo to super onto the ball immediately, and then kick it right into the ball. And that way, it doesn't matter. One of the things since the most recent changes to Brawl Ball is that players are actually spawning in the goals, and then it only takes a few seconds for them to move up to the goal. So their strategy will be to keep them alive, and then use those 2 supers to actually just move them away from the goal and kick it in.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
But then you also have Consti playing with Spike and Nita, which are solid brawlers at control. It will, as always, it does come down to skill, but I'm liking Arc's comp for that.
And if we need a Game 4 and Game 5, we'll have Snake Prairie Bounty, and then Hard Rock Mine Gem Grab. Snake Prairie, we saw a little bit of that earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, Snake Prairie
bushes.
has all bushes, really favorable for brawlers like Bo, who can actually reveal brawlers. Crow can also be decent. We actually haven't seen any Crow today in today's tournament. He seems to be a little bit underwhelming in the current meta. But then also, like, Ricochet does a great job on that map because of his ability to bounce shots all the way around and actually control a good field or part of the.
There's an interesting strategy that you have to go with Snake Prairie, where it's, do you want to take advantage of the bushes? Do you want to play Bo and live in the bushes and use your advantage of sight to win the match, or do you want to play maybe 3 terrain-destroying brawlers, destroy as much of the bush as possible, and just make it a wide-open field for you to shoot across?
Yeah, and that's actually something that a lot of really competitive players will do, is they'll actually play with a Bo, and then they'll play with Brock and Piper. And Brock will actually use his super, and totally, after they have an advantage, they'll actually use his super to get rid of bushes so that they can see whenever an enemy brawler comes to their side.
Right, you basically create a moat in the middle, like a huge gap that people just have to walk across, and then it really takes the advantage of stealth away from them. The teams are getting set up here. We have Consti on the left. Remember, the content creators are always
closest
front, the closest ones to the camera. So Consti is on the left with his 2 winning players. Arc on the right, his 2 player. Well, only 1 player, and we got a ghost.
He's hiding.
Hiding a little bit.
He's there.
It is there. It's just the hiding from the
can't see him.
perspective, the amazing appearing teammate.
Yeah, he'll be there when he. Wow, he really is.
It really is. It's a perfect blocking. There it is.
There
oh,
we can see him.
Those.
Okay, there he is.
It is a real person.
Yeah, but I'm excited to see this matchup here because we do have some very skilled players. One thing to pay attention to in competitive gameplay is that when you're playing against players on different servers, is there is a little bit of a shot delay. And I know that Team Consti has actually had to learn how to play with that shot delay to prepare for today's event. And for today's event, where we're all in Germany and we're all playing on the same server, there isn't shot delay. And because of that, is that going to impact their gameplay in a positive way, where all of a sudden they can play without that handicap, or have they been used to shot delay and now, you know what I mean? I don't know if this will be beneficial for them or not. So
I think it probably hurts the most on brawlers where you really want to do predictive aiming, right? Characters like Piper, where I'm shooting and in my head I'm making the calculation of, like, I'm going to fire this bullet, it's going to be in this place at that time just as they walk into it.
Yes.
It can throw you off. The other thing, I think the more important one, is actually teamwork, because when you're used to playing online, sometimes you can, use voice chat and things like that to communicate, but here you are right next to each other, having to work together. You don't want to be shouting over each other too much, and you sort of have to have an understanding of what your teammates are trying to do. Of course, the big risk is you don't want your enemy team, you don't want them to know what you're doing.
And that's one of the reasons why they have these headsets on here, so that they can effectively communicate with their teams without the enemy team actually overhearing things. All you have to do, though, is you just, pull up a little bit.
Oh, cheating time.
No, I don't know if...
Kairos cheats.
Yeah. Welcome, the real Brawl Stars strategies
right.
here.
Next level.
Yeah, no, I imagine, though, that
you're
they're
playing
really
in 2020, buddy. You're playing in the future.
That's right. That's right. No, this is very... the highest competition here, it really is. And that's what we've noticed. One of the questions, or one of the things that people have asked is, hey, is this just the best players carrying their YouTubers? And that's absolutely not the case. One thing about Brawl Stars is, if you are playing against, if you have two competitive players, and you're playing against another team that has 3 competitive players, and you're trying to carry somebody, you will lose.
Right.
And that's because the game really does come down to skill. And Brawl Stars, if you're playing competitively, you just can't carry.
And I wouldn't underestimate any of these content creators, because it's not like there was only 8 chosen. There was a significantly larger pool that played to this point. So we're seeing the best of the best. And in a lot of cases, the content creator is arguably the best player on the team. We saw Team Ash dominate 3-0 sweep in the last match. Well, Ash has been a #1 global player multiple times, so he might be the best player on his own team.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And plus, they've just been focusing so much on creating content for the game and figuring out all the metas. But we're gonna go ahead and swap to a break really fast, and we will bring you guys that match as soon as we can after that. Welcome back to the Brawl Stars World Finals here at the Red Bull M.E.O by ESL. I'm Kairos and I got my good friend here, Seth. How you doing?
Doing great. We are here in Group B of the Red Bull M.E.O. There are 4 teams in Group B, but only 2 of them are going to survive into tomorrow's semifinals, competing for a cash prize. Well, a prize pool of $32,000.
Right.
$16,000 for first place, though.
That's correct.
This is the biggest Red Bull, I'm sorry, well, it's the biggest Red Bull M.E.O ever, but it's the biggest Brawl Stars tournament ever, the biggest cash prize in the game's short new life.
Yes.
And the start of something great for Brawl Stars Esports.
Absolutely. Very exciting here. We're going to be basically how this event has been going on is we've had several players competing against each other for a chance to play with their favorite YouTubers. From that point on, the players actually joined teams with their favorite YouTubers to play off against each other. And we started with 32 teams of multiple YouTubers, and now we are down to the final 8. And, well, 2 of them have already they're already gone.
We're down to the final 6 because we got 2 teams have already gone home, 2 teams are in the semifinals, and it's up in the air for the remaining 4. We're going to see the first match soon between Team Consti on your left and Team Arc on your right. This is their first game in Group B. They're both 0-0. No one's the underdog here as far as we can tell. The first map is going to be Gem Grab Stone Fort starting very soon, and it is Arc. Team Arc on the right will have Pam and Jesse. Team Consti on the left will have Spike and Tara.
Correct. And with those draft picks, basically what happens here is we got those teams will be able to play those brawlers, but the enemy team will not be able to play those brawlers. They can draft a brawler and then not play it if they want to. Typically, though, the best strategy, at least for what we've seen today, is actually selecting the best brawlers for a specific map and game mode.
You don't want to pick one of the best brawlers in the game and then not play them arbitrarily. I have yet to see a team not play their drafted brawlers. So it may be allowed in the rules as an edge case, but it seems like what these players are picking is what you will see. We got Team Chicken here in the crowd next to Team Ash. That was the first match of Group B. Team Ash defeated Team Chicken 3-0, but Team Chicken not out of it yet. They are going down to the lower bracket where they will face the loser of Team Arc and Team Consti.
Correct.
The winner of Arc and Consti gets the honor, the privilege, and the fear of playing against Team Ash. The #1 seed in the whole tournament.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, so before this tournament, we actually had the qualifiers, and after we had the 8 qualifying teams, they continued to play off against each other for seed positions. Basically, the best or worst position in the tournament for today and tomorrow. And Ash won the whole thing, beating Team Itsu, who had the 2nd seed. And now Team Itsu actually did not make it into the finals. So you can see how a lot of the players, although the qualifiers did actually put different players into good seeds and things like that, it's been a whole month since that happened. And they've been practicing, they've been playing, they know that the money's on the line, and all the fame and the glory, they had the chance. And so things have kind of changed up a little bit since then.
Yeah, and of course, having to play into this format where you can't just play the same 3 brawlers you might like on each of the maps. You have to think, what do I want to play? What does my opponent want to play? And when my opposing team makes a pick, do I pick a counter? Do I pick something that would counter my team? Like, it's a very skill testing and deep format. We've seen a lot of games like this, these sort of team-based multiplayer arena games go with drafting, and it's so much of the strategy. It adds so much of a depth of strategy that I'm really excited to see which team comes out on top, because it'll be whichever team maximizes their picks.
Absolutely, because in Brawl Stars, it absolutely is skill-based. Like, if I'm playing up against a counter, then I know what I need to do to try and work around that counter and actually win, and I can do that if I can outskill my opponent. But today, we have the most skilled players playing off against each other, and so you need any additional extra edge that you can possibly get, and that means even if you guys are of equal skill, having brawlers for that you can actually counter the enemy team. So drafting adds such a big difference into, it actually impacts things quite a bit. We saw one of the teams earlier, Team Alex, where they actually were the first qualifiers for tomorrow's tournament. And we had a close-up or a shot-up of their playbook where they had an actual notebook for every single one of the maps, and they were literally selecting their best brawlers, and they didn't have to think about the drafts because they had already discussed things beforehand, and it was just a matter of what the other team was actually going to pick, and then it was all set for them.
It's not just your in-game skill that's going to determine the winner, but it is also your teamwork. It's not your individual skill, but how you work together as a team, and of course your preparation. How much time is your team putting in before this actual event to prepare comps that work well together? Like, for example, Kairos, let's pretend that I'm a good Brawl Stars player. If you and I were on a team and we had great individual performances, but those 2 brawlers didn't work well together in a comp, we have to figure out, well, which new brawlers can we learn to be synergistic together?
Yeah, absolutely. And there are definitely meta comps that will work by themselves, 3 great brawlers in and of themselves. But then you have other brawler comps that actually work because of how they work well together. For example, we talked a little bit earlier about Heist and how you can have a Bull and a Daryl playing with a Poco, when Poco is not very good in Heist.
Right,
but when he's paired up with
fills that gap.
Yeah, absolutely. And when he does play with Bull and Daryl, he's able to heal them up. His star power allows him to actually heal up those brawlers 500 HP since his recent buff with every single attack, and now Poco is able to actually do really well. We're going to go ahead. They are starting here into the game here in just a moment, and we will be seeing some Stone Fort with Team Arc versus Team Consti. Some very exciting stuff here. Once again, we've got, looks like Consti's going with Bo. YDE is playing, Spike, and then Terra. Like we said, looks like actually at the very beginning they did decide to split up a little bit, but Sun, Bentley, and Arc did decide to take the middle right there.
Bo's using his extended range to reveal anyone who might be hiding in the inner sides of Stone Fort here. All those bushes, you can see Bo has a much wider vision radius because of his star power, and that's allowing him to have perfect information of who is inside the Stone Fort at any given time.
Yeah, and we're seeing that Bo is actually very strong since his recent balance changes, where he is able to, you can see those mines that he just placed right there. That is the perfect place because you have to deal with it. And Arc, look at that. They are so perfectly just lighting those off without taking any damage, which means that Bo has to work super hard to actually recharge his super up once again.
Yeah, Bo is one of the most snowball-y brawlers in the game in the sense that he throws his mines. If those mines blow up and take out an enemy, he has his mines up again. He can just keep throwing mines, and unless you can set them off without dying, you are in big trouble.
YDE has just totally destroyed the enemy team with the combination of Skirix and YDE just absolutely rocking things. YDE is also a very skilled player, has his own YouTube channel of about 2,000 subscribers, and is incredibly skilled and known for his competitive gameplay on that channel. And you can see right there, I mean, he just was taking out one brawler after the next, and gave them a very fast victory right there.
Star player for sure. Not only did he have the heads-up play to take out the enemies, but pick up the gems shortly after.
Yep.
He also was very conscious of Spike being a fragile character. You don't really want to get into head-to-head fights when you're holding 10 gems. He just retreated, let his teammates run interference, and they're going to go up 1-0 in this game. So Team Consti is up 1. Hey, before we get on to the next game, which will be Kaboom Canyon Heist, this is, of course, the biggest Brawl Stars tournament ever, but it's also the last Brawl Stars tournament until Gene comes out. I had to go in for a second.
I was like, what? Do you know something I don't know?
No, not at all. So Gene comes out real soon here.
Yes.
What game mode do you think Gene is going to excel on?
I think that Gene is going to do very well on similar modes that Terra actually does on, because so we're talking Gem Grab and Brawl Ball, where he will be able to actually take out the gem carrier. One thing with a gem carrier is you do not want to overextend yourself. Once you have those gems, you're the gold that everybody tries to protect, And so with Gene, you can be a gem carrier away from the gem mine the entire time, where all you have to do is you just pull that gem carrier to your side, and then you and your teammates. Gene, from the looks of the limited gameplay that we've seen, Gene seems to have very low damage outputs by himself, and so
like you mentioned, like Terra, much more of a utility support sort of brawler, which is great because there's not so many support brawlers right now. At least the support brawlers tend to be healing based. A lot of healing right now. It's kind of cool to see more movement tricks and the ability to combo, having Gene pull something towards you and then your team
absolutely
whacks them.
Personally, I think that I've taken as close of a look at Gene as I possibly can. And personally, I think that he's going to be kind of similar to Terra, but he's going to be more of a 1v1 Terra, whereas Terra tends to thrive against multiple brawlers, where Gene will be better against one other brawler, but that's about it.
We'll be getting into Kaboom Canyon very shortly. So we have Heist, wide open Heist map. This time, Consti had the first pick, chose Jesse. And when it came back to him, Team Consti picked Bull. So it's Jesse and Bull against Pam and Colt. It looks like it's Jesse, Bull, and Poco against Pam, Colt, and Leon.
Yes, Leon's going to be a very solid option right here. Very strong. And Zynox, one thing with Colt is that Colt is an incredibly high skill cap brawler, but if you do have that skill cap and you're able to actually out-dodge your enemy players and still charge, and then land some shots, then you can absolutely dominate, and you can see him pulling some of those good things, those sweet moves, sweeping just perfectly, and YDE having to hide behind that attack, or that wall right there.
Both safes at 100% right now, but Leon comes in and gets a little bit of burst damage, bringing it down to 89, and manages to get around the box. Him and Bull are fighting. I don't see who's going to win, but Leon just keeps popping his head out, getting a little bit of damage, and it's going to take 2 of them to corner him, but not before Leon gets a little bit more damage.
Wow, look at that. Yes, that's one thing about Leon. That was such a great play right there, because he forced 2 teams to actually have to keep falling back, and that meant that the enemy team, even though they were playing defense as well, they had plenty of time to actually catch up, and now they have some decent ground here.
You've heard the saying, the best defense is a good offense.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what we saw there. Leon tied up 2 members of the enemy team and still got about 40% damage, but Bull on there brings it down to 63, 62, and 58, 55, and just like that.
Nicholas actually had a really great opportunity to go and deal damage to the enemy safe, but because we had a Bull on the safe, he had to fall back and help deal with them. Arc, this really could be anyone's matchup or game right here, where we got Nicholas playing as Leon, going invisible. He does have plenty of HP, and the question, he takes out Consti as well.
And now Jesse's back in that same thing. The nice thing is that Jesse can kind of 2v1 you by herself.
Yes.
Throws the turret down one side, comes around the other. Nowhere for Leon to go. But currently we are at a near tie game. 36 seconds left, 54% to 55%, and the saves are low enough that one good sustained push will get it for it. Here comes Nicholas trying to chip out some more damage.
He just does a little bit, but it's 48 and 34, 29. That Jesse turret is just dominating things right there. And
13%.
Look at that. And
Blue
Spears
team is still here. They can't get rid of him.
From the Bull, 8%. Wow. Wow, you could absolutely see that there. YDE throwing down that super, or that turret from Jessie, and positioning it so that she could actually attack the safe from a long distance. When Jessie is actually maxed out, then she has her star power, then she can actually bounce her shots off of that turret to not only heal it, but also increase her range, and that's exactly what YDE was doing on that last match. And it really came down. That was very close. I really liked seeing how swingy that match was. I had no idea who was going to win.
Yeah, it's really fun to watch the safes. But when they're both at 100%, you know that you can take a little bit of damage and you're fine. But once both teams got down to that 50% range, especially with characters like Bull and Colt on the field, it only takes 1 or 2 supers, maybe 5 unanswered seconds, and they can drop that whole safe. So you have to be really careful. I liked what Leon was doing in that game, bouncing around, chipping it down, trying to get it low enough that they could just finish it off.
Yes.
But didn't quite work out for him that time.
Didn't quite work out. It was close. And Team Consti here is now at 2-0 against Team Arc, and they're going to be playing up against them in a triple dribble, where Arc drafted Terra, arguably one of the best brawlers to draft for Brawl Ball. Consti went with Spike and Nita, and then Arc went to El Primo. This is going to be interesting. If I had to put my money on a specific team comp, obviously it comes down to player skill, but mine would be for Arc's team, having Terra and El Primo that both have 2 amazing supers that do different things. Where you have Terra's super that creates an opportunity to make a goal, and then you have El Primo super, which allows him to actually super in and close that gap very quickly and then score that goal very quickly.
Yeah, I think Terra's interesting because she doesn't strike me as the most powerful Brawl Baller, but she is the most versatile. And in a game like Brawl Stars, where you only have 3 brawlers on each team, you really need brawlers that can wear multiple hats, right? It's not 5-on-5, it's not 50-on-50.
Yeah.
You cannot be too much of a specialist, especially in a mode like Brawl Ball, where you have to carry the ball, shoot the ball, kill the enemy ball carriers. Like, it's not, there's more than just like Bounty, for example, where it's just don't die and kill other people.
Yeah.
Brawl Ball has a lot of mechanics going on, and it's so much better if you can be versatile in that mode.
Yeah, it's very teamwork oriented, and it really does come down to the team comps and how well you work with your team. And it's going to be a difficult Spike and Nita for Team Consti. They're not bad brawlers for this map. They absolutely are not. And one of the things that works well with Spike is his ability to drop a super at any moment and basically control that targeted location very well, and that can create opportunities to make a shot into a goal. And then Nita does a very good job at pushing back the enemy team with her bear that wastes shots from the enemy players. Also can deal some damage if you're not paying attention to it. It forces the enemy as well to decide between taking out the bear versus taking out the enemy team. So,
and Team Arc really discussing their choices. They're down 2-0. They cannot afford another loss. Consti looking for the 3-0 sweep. That would be only our second sweep of the day if they pull it off, and that means the 2 teams that did sweep, Ash and Consti, would be playing right in the next round. But we're not quite there yet. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We actually saw in some of the earlier matches, some teams did go down 2-0, 2-1, and came back to win.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we several times actually at the very beginning. It was two losses and then 2 wins, and then it came down to the final of the best 3 of 5. And so it's very, very skilled gameplay here. This is literally the best of the best when it comes to Brawl Stars competitive. It's competitive scene.
What I'm really excited for too is watching how Brawl Stars develops over the next few years, because Brawl Stars is a very high skill cap game, and it's something where if you think these players are good now, check back in 9 months. It's only going to get better.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Okay, so it looks like they went with a Jessie on both sides of the team. Actually, this is a very good map for Jessie, where she's able to put down that turret and increase her range. Look at this, Skirix and Consti just pushing people back. YDE's facing off against Zynox, just kind of 1v1ing right there. But now that Consti was able to keep his enemy taked out, they were able to 2v1 him.
Arc has been bogarting the ball pretty much, and sitting on the brawl for most of the entire time. Is this what you would consider like very control sort of comp?
For Arc's team, I would actually say that, where we got YDE, Consti, we got Spike and Jessie and Nita, they're the control, whereas the Terra and the Jessie and the El Primo is a little bit less than that. But look at that.
Bogart to get in there, and he gets in! Turns the corner, throws it to the side, scores that ball. 1-0 for Team Consti. They are just 1 minute, 25 seconds away from sweeping this match, so Arc needs to be more aggressive.
Yeah. Not too aggressive, though.
Not too aggressive. Don't get too zero.
Taken out. YDE, though, he's got his super charged up there, and Zynox does not. That Terra charging up her super is such a vital thing. If you can't charge up your super as Terra, then you're basically, you're struggling. You're going to struggle.
Consti's coming in.
Look at
He's
that.
taking a shot. Oh, wow.
Barely
right by
Zynox. Right? Wow, that was such a quick reaction right there, where he just instantly, he knew where that opportunity was. He knew where Arc was, or the enemy player was most likely going to try and block the shot.
I was expecting him to go left, because I noticed that Zynox was coming on the right side, and I thought he would stutter step to the left and shoot, but there's something that Consti saw that I didn't see, which was the boxes on the left side were still there, but the boxes on the right side were gone. Shifts right, you have a wider shot on your goal, hit it right in the corner, right near the goalpost, and it goes in. 2-0 victory that caps a 3-0 match.
Yes, that was really high gameplay. You know, we got to give really good props to Arc, though. We know that Consti is a very skilled player. Arc is also a very skilled player. Make sure you guys go check out Arc on YouTube. He does a lot of competitive streams. I mean, there's a reason why he's here. And so he does a lot of competitive gameplay on the ladder, and then Consti as well. Specifically, if you speak Portuguese, you absolutely need to go drop him a subscribe as well, because he's really top quality for the Portuguese audience.
We have a great matchup then of two stud teams coming up in the future, because it's going to be the 3-0 sweep of Team Ash against the 3-0 sweep of Team Consti. That'll be coming up in the future.
Well, I will actually have Team Ash and Consti up next.
Oh,
and so we'll see that next, and then we'll actually take a look at the losers bracket, which is going to be Team Chicken versus Team Arc. Two OG Brawl Stars. I like to call them OG Brawl Tubers.
Oh, there you go. That's a lot of portmanteaus, but all right, we'll take it. So we'll have that match coming up next, and I think the winner of that match is probably the favorite going into the semifinals based on their dominant group stage performance.
Yes, absolutely. It's going to be, we've got some really exciting matches coming up here, and you know that these players are going to be facing off against each other for, they want to win, you know. Of course. They want that prize money, they want that fame, they want that glory. They want to be here tomorrow where more people are going to go subscribe to their channel.
I mean, and of course, we're here in Dortmund, Germany. Do you know how many doner kebabs you could buy with 16,000 euros? It's a lot.
That's right. That is absolutely right, but
more than you and I could eat. I think.
Yeah,
I think.
I don't know. I like doner kebabs. Yeah. Anyways, thank you guys so much for watching. We're still going to have some more amazing matches here right after this break.
Welcome back to the Red Bull M.E.O. here with Brawl Stars. Now, we just had our second sweep of the day. Were you expecting anything like that?
Group A was so tight. Every game, every match, 4 or 5 games. And then so far in Group B here, sweep, sweep. All right. Well, let's see who's the better of those two teams.
That's right.
Both winners are playing. Team Ash, Team Consti are squaring off in the near future.
That's right.
Who do you think?
I'm not sure. But I mean, Ash came in as the #1 seed, but both of these teams are going to be really going at it because whoever wins this match, guaranteed money.
Absolutely. They'll be moving on. The winner of the winners will be going into the semifinals. That's the top 4 tomorrow. They are playing for their share of a $32,000 prize pool. And that means that if you win this match, you're in the money.
That's right. Guaranteed at minimum $1,000 per player, with the potential to be a lot more than that. So, of course, the loser still not completely out of it. They're going to go down to loser bracket and play the winner of the first 2 teams that got swept. So, with that being said, Consti versus Ash. They're going to be starting off in Hard Rock Mine, and they've already made their picks. We'll get into that in just a second here, but these are 2 really top-notch teams. Ash, again, the #1 seed coming out of the out of these Phase 2. Really tremendous player. And Consti, as you just saw, swept Arc. I'm interested to see how these 2 teams fare off against each other. I'm hoping that it's going to be another 5-game match.
Oh, of course. I mean, the more games, the better.
Yeah.
What I find really interesting is that both of these teams played very aggressive in both of their matches. We've talked a lot about, whether people want to play control or be aggro, and it seemed like both of these players, or both these teams, really favored the aggressive style.
Right.
They were pushing to, we saw actually in the last game of Consti's set, they were already winning in Brawl Ball, and they decided to go ahead and score like a second goal. Just
not going to rest on their laurels.
Yeah, why even let it go to the clock? Just take it out. So we'll have to see here. You mentioned Hard Rock Mine will be the first map, talking gem grab. Consti had the first pick, and they first picked Poco.
Yeah, it's a bit of a surprise there.
Surprise pick. And then Ash gets Rico and Spike, and Consti gets Nita to go with Poco. So we got Poco, Nita, Rico, Spike. What do you think about those picks on Hard Rock Mine?
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting because Pam is almost across the board a superior option, for a gym carrier. So maybe they know something that we don't, but they went with Poco, who usually gets pushed out by Pam. In fact, nobody picked Pam. I would expect that Ash's team with Rico and Spike, actually, Pam, Rico, Spike is like the classic meta comp right now for Hard Rock Mine. So
they can play it because Pam was chosen by neither team. Now, maybe they went with Poco over Pam because Hard Rock Mine's a bit more open. There's not that many walls, so maybe you have a lot more of a chance to use Poco's very wide arc and hit multiple brawlers at a time, which is a bit harder on a map maybe like Stonefort.
Yeah, and it's going to be a little bit harder anyways for them with Poco, just simply because usually on Hard Rock Mine, it's a very 3-lane strategy. You're going to have one far left, one far right, and one in the middle. So the value for Poco may not be there, but...
and the value for Pam drops in that case, too. So maybe that's why they want Pam.
But 1v1, Pam versus Poco, Pam has a greater range and, of course, has that better damage. Now, Poco does have the mobile heal, so that's always very nice to have. We'll see how it shakes out. Of course, skill trumps the brawler selection almost always.
Especially when you're already at this stage of the tournament. Maybe back when there were 32 brawlers, you could beat a more skilled team with your picks, but at this point, it's whichever team can optimize all of it. Who can optimize individual performance, who can optimize teamwork, and of course, who can prepare enough for all of these maps. And after Hard Rock Mine, in Game 2, we're going to be playing Kaboom Canyon. That's Heist. First team to destroy the safe is going to win. Kaboom Canyon offers a lot of opportunities to hit that safe.
Yeah, I really like Kaboom Canyon, and with the recent rework to Heist, long-range brawlers really work very well. And taking a look at the picks, Ash got the first pick, and they chose Pam, which she is just so great at holding down that center, all the grass there in the middle. She can really, any brawler's trying to hide in there, she can find them. You know, she's the ultimate hide and seek champ right there. Well, next to Bo.
Sure.
And then following that up,
Bo's good at seeking for sure.
Yeah. Constantly picks Jesse and Daryl, very good picks as well. And there's a long range brawler I'm talking about. Ash picked up Brock after that. And what the great thing about Heist now is that those long range brawlers can sit at halfway through the map and still hit that safe and do damage. So all of those picks are really good. And Daryl might have a little bit of a challenge against some of the brawlers like Pam just because she has the health. But if he picks out, you know, like some of the brawlers like Brock, he can burst them down really quick with that star power.
Camera zooming in here on Ash. Ash, multiple-time #1 global player and the leader of his team, has a huge YouTube channel.
Yeah, 500,000 subscribers. Now, of course, he was big in Clash Royale before he moved over to Brawl Stars.
And Clash of Clans before that. Ash has been with the Supercell games for quite a long time. Yeah. But you're right. He made his fame and fortune on Clash Royale, but he immediately picked up Brawl Stars, loved it.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never seen someone obsess over a game as quickly as Ash did for Brawl Stars.
And he excelled at it. He's just obviously a great player.
Yeah, and he's going up against Consti, one of the biggest, if not the biggest, Brazilian YouTubers for Brawl Stars. So if you are, you know, my family's from Portugal, so if you speak Portuguese like my grandmother does, she probably follows Consti.
That's right, and if you haven't, you need to go check him out.
So yeah, it's Consti right there, getting zoomed in on. Here at the Red Bull M.E.O, you can see that? Yeah. They're getting all set up.
They're getting ready. They're going to be playing here soon. But yeah, after Kaboom Canyon, the third game that is absolutely going to happen is going to be Brawl Ball and Backyard Bowl, the most open Brawl Ball map of them all.
That's fun because that's when you get the most of those cross-field passes, the assists where the two players are very far apart. Everyone's closing in on the left brawler passes it to right brawler, and right brawler shoots it in. That's right. Those are the moments of Brawl Ball that makes it my favorite move.
I love the teamwork aspect of Brawl Ball. So
yeah. Actually, good. So what's cool about these best-of-5 sets is we get to play every team game mode in Brawl Stars. You get to play it. We're going to play each one once and then gem grab in games 1 and 5. If you had to rank the game modes by your personal favorites, go. Rank them.
Absolutely easy #1 choice is gem grab.
Gem grab is your favorite?
No doubt. My second favorite would be Brawl Ball.
Okay.
I love the teamwork aspect of it. Third would be Heist.
Okay.
My least favorite is Bounty.
Okay.
I don't know why, actually, because Bounty is a lot of fun, and I actually really love the changes that they just made, dropping the game down to 2 minutes instead of 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah.
It doesn't feel like the game drags on as much.
And the map changes. Actually, that new map, the map that's live right now in Brawl Stars.
Which one is it?
Excel.
Oh, see, that one's it's like just a bunch of stacked bushes and walls. Yeah.
Fun. Yeah, because you can knock out huge areas of it. I was using Thickochet. Let's be real, Thickochet.
Yeah.
And there's so many little walls for all the shots to rattle off of. It was so much fun. If I had to pick them, I think I'd go Heist first. Brawl Ball's like I waffle between Heist and Brawl Ball. I think Brawl Ball's my favorite, but I'm better at Heist.
Gotcha.
And you know, I like what I'm good at.
Yeah,
right?
sure.
So I'll say, for the sake of argument, we'll do Heist 1, Brawl Ball 2, Gem Grab 3. I think I'd also put Bounty at the bottom, but only because I am terrible at staying alive. I can do the objectives. I can shoot the ball. I can grab the gems. I have a really hard time staying alive in those modes. Right. So Bounty is doesn't play to my strengths.
The most important question here, though, is when you were playing Bounty there with Thickochet, loaded Rico skin?
No, here's the thing.
See you guys.
I'm just broke. I'm just so broke.
Oh, come on now.
No, but I will say I love the redesign that went into. I'm not on the Brawl Stars team, so I'm totally like I literally hear about stuff the same time you hear about stuff. Like it's sometimes like I see Ryan, I'm like, oh, when's the next update coming out? So like I don't know anymore or anything. But I didn't know they were gonna do this sort of like gumball machine.
Yeah, it's
stuff.
great.
It's
man.
hilarious.
Yeah.
Because like just imagine like it's he looks like a character from Toy Story.
Right.
It's a lot of fun.
Yep.
But yeah, the loaded Ricochet is hilarious looking. I want to see. I kind of want to throw back to the Western style. I want like a throwback Western.
Yeah, like some sort of cowboy-looking skin. That would be really cool.
Like a pop gun.
That would be really good, actually.
Actually, the one thing that stood out to me, and we're going to get into the game real soon here, is the effects in the most recent update are
they're beautiful.
So good. I played Nita, and I love her little rock smash ball thing she throws.
And then especially when she throws out her super and it leaves that bear print, whenever Bruce walks away. It's just the small details have really upped the visual impact of the game, and it's beautiful.
And it plays well into esports, like what we've been seeing here at the M.E.O. this weekend, because whenever you're playing a game like Brawl Stars, that's very complex. There's a lot. Well, there's a lot of visuals happening at a time, and it's hard sometimes to read the screen. There's so much going on. But with each of these new effects that really stand out, like that's Nita's attack, that's Ricochet's attack. I get it. That I think it makes it so much easier to follow from a spectator standpoint.
Sure. Yeah, no, they're really have, like I said, they've upped their game in the visual aspect, and I think that it makes the game feel much more immersive. So well done to the Brawl Stars
getting
team.
settled in. Oh, rolling up the sleeves here. He's getting ready.
He means business
Nothing
now.
up his sleeve.
Yeah, so they're going to be heading into Hard Rock Mine first. Again, both of these teams swept the competition. I doubt that's going to happen.
They haven't lost a game today. Actually, neither of these teams have lost a single game today. And in about, what
2 minutes or so.
2.5 minutes.
We're going to find out.
One of them will have to
the
defeat.
first view of Mortis that we've got today.
Really?
Yeah.
YDE, very high. We've already seen like very high skill, very mechanically specific player.
I was watching this last match, and he played so well. Now this is a really tough matchup for him to try to approach Ricochet. As you can see, he's kind of really just controlling. So he may try to switch around to attack a different brawler, maybe swap sides.
But why would you play Mortis? Like, let's get into the idea of the whys right now.
Well, I mean, Mortis now, since his change, he's actually a pretty decent aggro brawler because of the way that he can heal himself for much more than he did before.
Okay.
So if he can get position and get up in there, he's going to be a menace to them. And
whoa!
As you just saw, he took out Ricochet, and look at with the heal, he killed 2 brawlers and has still got so much health.
And he's still got the mobility to get out of dodge when he needs to.
He did get taken out, but that's all right, because Constantly was right there to pick up the gems with the help of strikers. So, I mean,
Poco, of course, a great gem carrier.
Yeah.
He's so hard to take down, and just when you think you've taken Poco out, boom, throws that healing guitar riff, and he's all the way back up.
I guarantee you, Ashton Team is probably not expecting YDE to come in with a Mortis, so that was a bit of a wild card for him to maybe caught him off guard there a little bit. Wow.
That's always the most fun thing about esports events is seeing the best players pull out strategies that you never saw coming.
Yep.
YDE's going to pick up another gem. Oh, no, he's not.
He missed the super, but
he takes him
But the
out.
heal, his heal whenever he kills somebody is 1,800 hit points for that heal. That is not a small number, and it helps him stay alive so well. And as you can see, dominating performance right there by Consty's team.
Consty's team goes up 1-0, and suddenly Team Ash has bled.
Yes.
The #1 seed coming into the tournament. Yes, it is possible.
Wow, so that first match did not take very long at all. Consty coming in, like I said, playing the Mortis was the game changer right there. He really just caused a ruckus behind the scenes there. We'll see if they have their eyes open for another surprise pick maybe this next go round.
And I think when you get to 2 players or teams that really know the meta inside and out, they are planning and practicing these meta matchups so much that one of the best ways to get a strategic advantage is to go completely off meta.
Right.
Do something they're never expecting, that they're not planning for. And as you mentioned, and as you mentioned, most people were not planning for Mortis.
Yeah, no, it's something that, it's a nice little chess game that they've got going on here, that the picks and the different brawlers that they can play. So, but yeah, coming into Kaboom Canyon, I doubt that they'll probably go too far off the map. I mean, looking at the teams again now, so Consty's team, we've got Jesse and Daryl, and Ash's team has Pam and Brock. Those are all pretty standard picks. From there, Pam and Brock, they're probably going to have some sort of support brawler, maybe a Spike even, or a Crow, a Colt. There's a lot of options on this map. Daryl, perhaps. No, they can't play Daryl because Consty's team got him, so I would expect Consty's team to pick some sort of long-range brawler. Ricochet is a good option right there. There's a lot of options now. If they try to go something off the map, we haven't seen Crow played at all today.
And that hurts me. It hurts me because Crow is one of my favorite.
He is my favorite.
He's your favorite? I love playing him in Showdown because what I like about Crow in Showdown is you can hit someone and mark them so that everyone can see them, and you're sort of like, go get him. Yes. Go take that person out.
That's right.
Look, they're weak, and you can see them. Go.
You can run away from everybody and say, yeah, pick on him.
Yeah.
Crow is just a blast to play, and we have not seen him played at all. He's been rather down in the meta for a little while now. He received a buff that helped him out a little bit, but since then he still hasn't, found his place again quite yet. Heist is one of the few maps, and this map in particular, he's actually pretty decent at, mainly because he can use those poisons to reveal people in that grass in the middle. Yeah,
and one thing I really like about Crow and Colt is they have a speed advantage. They move faster than the other brawlers in the game. Colt has to get the star power to do it, but once he has it, I'm a really big believer in speed in competitive games because it allows you to determine every engagement. If I'm faster than you, then I'm only going to fight you when I want to fight you.
Exactly.
And if you can't catch me, then I'm always going to get away.
Yeah.
So I think that there's a lot of strategic advantages to using people like Colt over Brock or Crow over whoever you'd like to use them for, right?
And Colt is actually really good on this map as well. Crow and Colt are both very viable on this map, so it'll be interesting to see if either one of these teams pick those brawlers.
Team Consti, the pride of Brazil, is up 1-0 over Team Ash, and they are considering their options here. What could go with Pam and Brock? Headsets are coming on. They may have made their decision.
Yeah, we're about to find out. You know that Ash is looking at that first match like, all right, we cannot let that happen again, because it was a dominating performance.
Yeah, that was, given that these were two of the best teams, I think we expected a little bit of a closer game, but of course that's why you play all five games. You play all the different game modes, because it's very possible for some of these teams to maybe be significantly better at certain game modes. Just because they lost at Gem Grab does not mean that Team Ash is going to be disadvantaged going into Heist.
Yeah, absolutely.
Could even mean the reverse, where like, okay, that's the mode you're better at, but we're
this may be a game mode that they are just a little bit little better versed in. So
yeah, and that's one thing I've really enjoyed about watching Brawl Stars develop as an esport is I can't think of any other esport that switches between game formats so often. Like, I love these best-of-5 matches where we get to see how these teams can perform in each of the different modes.
Yeah, it's neat because it forces every team to be versatile. You can't be a one-trick pony. You
not
can't
at
say,
all.
I'm only playing Gem Grab, because then in this sort of format, you're not going to do well.
Yeah, exactly. You can't master one brawler because you need to learn all the different stuff. And the balance has seemed really good. I mean, hats off to the team. Yeah. I handle balance for Clash Royale, and it is a tricky thing to do. And when you have 4 different game modes, that is a real challenge.
22, soon to be 23 brawlers, 4 or 5 different game modes to play with, all these different interactions. It is a lot harder than people think to make sure that the balance is respectable.
I asked Kairos this. You can give me a quick one. We're about to jump into the game real soon here, but real quick, what do you think Gene slots in? Gene's coming out real soon, I believe.
I see Gene as more of a kind of a support brawler, because I don't think he has the pure damage to really, be a menace that way. Similar to Terra, but not in a little bit of a different way. I think Gene's going to do well in Gem Grab, like pulling a Gem Carrier, or I will see him doing well in Bounty. In Heist, I think he's going to be not great.
Okay. What about Brawl Ball? Can he pull the ball carriers?
He could pull the ball carrier. Unfortunately, won't pull the ball itself, that it'll drop. But maybe, if it's a situation where they've got a breakaway and they're getting away from you, you yank him back. Sorry, that's not going to happen. That'll be interesting to see. But I think Gene is going to be very interesting, and I think he's going to be more of a support brawler. I can't wait to, drop a lot of gems and get him.
I can't wait until I've been saving up my boxes. I got a couple boxes all saved up. I'm really bad about saving them, but I've been trying to save them.
I've got like 150 or so waiting.
Ooh, all right, yeah.
I'll probably still end up having to buy gems.
It's so much easier to save up the boxes now because the cap on tokens are up to 200.
200, which is a great little benefit to, especially the free-to-play players. You can get more for your playing time.
Yeah, what I see it as is it's the same amount. Like, you're still earning the same amount of tokens every day, but what I like is it allows you to have longer sessions with your friends. When, you, me, and Kairos are going to sit down and play some games after this tournament's over. We can finally stop casting Brawl Stars and go play some Brawl Stars. We'll be able to actually play for, 30, 40 minutes before running out of tokens. Sometimes before it would end too quick.
You can, before, if you were to play a couple good showdown game, that's almost all your tokens are gone right there. You're like, okay.
That was my favorite mode. I think.
Do you?
I play a lot of solo showdown.
That's my least favorite.
Oh, I love. You don't like showdown?
Well, here's
okay.
It's only because I'm higher up in the trophies, and there's so much teaming going on that I'm not particularly too much of a fan.
I love lying about teaming. Lying about teaming is my favorite, honestly. Like, I spin,
and
they're like, they're on my team.
Yeah. I mean, that is a great feeling, too, though.
It's the best.
I do love Duo Showdown. That's one of, actually, when you were talking about the game modes, we didn't touch on it. We were just talking about 3v3, but Duo Showdown is a blast to me. I absolutely love that.
Yeah, Duo Showdown's a lot of fun. There's actually some changes in the last update for it. I believe it makes when your teammate dies, it takes longer for them to respawn.
Okay.
So there's a bigger opportunity for you to
knock
get in there. Teams. Yeah, when you take someone out.
Sure.
So Kaboom Canyon's starting real soon here.
Yep.
And we have, after that will be Backyard Bowl. You mentioned it's a very wide open Brawl Ball map. This is actually the first time that I would be casting a Backyard Bowl game today. I've seen only Triple Dribble and there's one other one. Actually, I didn't say that. So actually, it's been all Triple Dribble for me on the times that I've been in the booth. So tell me about Backyard Bowl.
Yeah, Backyard Bowl. Like I said, the entire center of the map, probably 7 or 8 tiles, is just completely wide open in the middle. So that's pretty neat. It's different than any of the other Brawl Ball maps. So it allows you to be able to have some more long-range brawlers in there that normally wouldn't fit into some of the other maps. So some Brocks and Ricos also fit in there where they normally wouldn't. Pam obviously is pretty good, and she was picked. So it'll be pretty interesting.
Actually, I noticed this. The final map, Game 5, would be on Chill Cave, and Team Consti actually drafted Mortis.
Oh, wow. You know why they did that, right? Because that map is very prevalent to have throwers, and Mortis completely hard counters the throwers.
Yeah, you can just dash and dodge around.
Yeah, so throwers do not do well against Mortis, so that's probably why they did that. And so with that being said, I guarantee you almost Ash's team will not play a thrower.
But out of the 22 brawlers in the game, just kind of eyeballing the picks, they have, I mean, well over half of them have been drafted. I mean, maybe even way more than that. But I mean, easily just from looking at the picks, out of the 22 brawlers in the game, something like 14 of them are strong enough on the different game modes that these teams were willing to pick them as exclusive picks just for their team. So I think it really shows how much you need to master a wide range of brawlers to be successful at the highest level. Here we are!
All right, so they're going with a Poco, which he also does that, kind of mid-range control there in the center, as well as he heals up his teammates, which the buff to his star power here recently has been a really big help to not necessarily his, ability to kill anybody, but keep his team alive.
Here comes Bull! Oh my God, Ash is just lighting it up!
And look at that, per shot, 2,800 damage per shot. He reeled off 3, now 4, and 5 shots. They're already down to 64%.
And he's still there, 56%. He's still there.
They can't, okay, finally YDE takes care of Ash, but not until half of the safe is already gone. But
and now you have Daryl and Poco.
Yeah, Poco and Daryl. Now, the really dangerous part here is with Jessie. She hits those shots, it's going to chain off onto the safe, and that's what YDE's looking for here.
And Ash is just charged past all 3 members of that team to get on the gun. He's blasting it. 39%.
It's a safe race 31%. Right now.
Oh, but the red team's safe is going down so much faster. 4%, 0%.
Wow.
Ash was trying to solo the safe, but his 2 teammates could not defend. Team Consti goes up 2-0.
That was really impressive. Both teams took off, but on the top side there, they had 2 brawlers attacking the safe. Where on the bottom, it was just Ash, and 2 brawlers' damage is going to output more than Ash. And
I like that strategy, though. I mean, I like the idea of bait the other 3 team members towards the midfield, use Bull's charge to just completely circumvent them. Like, you're so far past them that it takes them a long time for them to come back, and you can just rattle off shotgun shots and try to take it down.
At that point, you're really banking on your team being able to handle on defense, and they weren't able to do that on the top side there. So that means that Consti goes up 2 games to none.
And like you mentioned, it's hard enough to defend 2v3, but with Jessie on the offense, it's really like 4v2. It's really hard.
And when you're doing that, you cannot get hit by any Jessie shots.
No.
Or it's guaranteed damage on the safe.
Right.
So,
you're already down, like it was like 23% at one point. It was not something you could play around with.
No,
so we are going into Backyard Bowl, an elimination game for, well, not elimination for the whole tournament, but for this match.
Right.
Team Consti, if they win it, they'll go 3-0 sweep after a 3-0 sweep in round 1, and they will be in the semifinals, in the money, and they've struck the fear of the higher powers into the other teams if you're going to go 6-0 in the group stage.
Yeah, now in the first one, we're already jumping in. They're wasting no time. They want to get in there and get this done. Now, Ash's team, they've got Jessie, Spike, and I didn't see their third brawler, but
Tara's got the ball.
I'm looking at YDE. He's playing Spike. He was playing Spike in their first matchup, and he was just dominant with Spike. And right here, he's got Ash in a very bad position, but Ash uses that super with the star power to heal himself up.
Oh, and a great placement for both Spike and Tara.
Yeah, if Tara could have finished him off right there, finished off Leopard, he might have had a chance to score.
And this is a great use of Nita's Bear just running off one of his teammates. YDE is trying to retreat by himself, healing up there using the Cactus Patch.
Yep, it's always nice to have that star power, and you don't always want to use it in a defensive manner, but when you need that extra heals, it's really great to have that.
Leopard kind of stuck in the middle here, almost goes down, but again, Nita's Bear is so good at pushing back Tara. Tara can do a decent amount of damage, but really not enough to burn down the Bear.
She's more of a poker, especially early game, until she builds up that super. Her super is why you bring Tara, and as you can see right there, that quick pull, and it takes them out instantaneously.
Tara using her poke to take out Nita's turret, but then goes down for it.
Yeah, so, I mean, on the top side here, Consti's team, they have both, Ash's team have double spawners, which once you get those built up and you can keep those supers rolling, it gets really annoying.
And with a Spike on both teams, there's going to be a lot of those Cactus Patches going around. If you get caught, if your whole team gets caught in a Cactus Patch, that could be the end of the game.
Yeah. Imunius there was just healing up his turret, and they had to focus so many shots on the turret rather than on the other team that it really put some pressure on them there, but eventually they were able to take it out. Now they're all pushing right back down. They're getting them into a pretty defensive scenario here, but they're going to have to chain some kills and kill more than just one player at a time to really convert this goal.
Team Ash is looking really good here. They've got all 3 and really 4 if you count Jesse's turret.
Yeah, here's
here.
A good opportunity, but now the respawns are going to start happening. As you can see, Whitey is just playing it safe right there at the goal line there.
And the big downside is actually they don't have any terrain destruction, so it's really hard to get around this wall. You literally just have to walk around it and either try to take a pretty tough angle shot with a really narrow line of sight.
In fact, the only brawler on the map right now that can destroy anything, and that's Terra. And only using that super, she'll only get a couple boxes. But speaking of terrain, it's not going to matter in 5 seconds because it's all going by the wayside.
Good point. And maybe that's why you want to play that sort of control style comp. Just you hold possession, and then once it's all down, you just whoop, pop it in.
Now the biggest thing to watch for here is the supers, because in overtime, when you can get those supers, it really can make a huge difference. When you're across midfield with a super, you find an opening, you can score a goal.
Yeah, and those are, I think, some of the most exciting shots, those midfield shots where you have the high speed shot, and you can usually take like little corner angle kicks too because there's no walls in the way.
Yeah, now if nobody wins here in the next 30 seconds, they're going to replay this game because draws aren't a thing here in the Red Bull M.E.O. We have to have a deciding match. So
is it an unlimited number of replays? Like if they draw, then draw again, draw again. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So we will have this end with a winner, hell or high water.
Now, they can choose to switch up the brawlers if they want. Just because they pick the brawler doesn't mean they have to play them.
Right.
But usually they picked them for a reason. But 7 seconds. YDE, Consti's got a super kick, throws it up there. Does it go in? No. It looks like Ash was there to stop it. So it looks like that's going to be a draw. We're going to replay this match.
All right. And I'm really impressed by Terra in that last meeting. Skyrikes.
Yeah, look. Did you see those trophies?
Strike 800,
890.
I think that's all of my trophies. That's all of my.
That's all of them. All in one.
No, I'm kidding.
But yeah, no, that's an impressive amount. It takes a lot of dedication to grind up a brawler that high.
Yeah, because each season it resets back to 500. Am I correct?
No, it takes any trophies above 500. It takes away 50% of those trophies.
Right. Okay. So in order to push it up, you have to push it up to 800. You fall back.
Yes.
You fall back to 650, and you push it up to 900. Fall back a little bit, keep pushing.
Yeah.
You're right. That's. I would assume it's Skyrike's favorite brawler with a number like that.
I'm not sure. I know I've seen some of the brawlers or some of the people recently, especially like the person who was #1 in the world last season, Yamada. All of his brawlers are around 900. All of them.
Jeez. I
think the highest I've ever gotten one brawler is like almost 700.
Whew.
And that took some grinding to get that much, and I can't imagine doing all of them. That's some serious dedication and skill right there.
But hey, at 2.5 minutes a game, you can fit in a lot of games every hour.
That's true, but you got to have a pretty high win rate because the higher you can climb up in trophies, then you're getting less trophies for a win and more for a loss.
That's very true, yeah.
So your win rate's got to be great.
Yeah, that's might be the hardest. So we're going to go back into Backyard Bowl very soon. Now, if both teams, obviously it was a draw, so no one really had like a huge advantage there. Would you stick with Jesse Nita, or would you mix it up if you're Team Ash?
I think I'd probably stay with it, honestly, because seeing what the other team is playing, I don't think a tank is probably going to work very well. This Brawl Ball map is probably the least beneficial to tanks just because of the wide open space. You really need walls and something to give yourself positioning, and you don't have that in the center of the map here. So I think that they'll probably stick with it. Now the only other thing, I don't know, maybe they'll slide a Terra in there for Team Ash because
they can't do Terra because Consti.
That's right. Okay, well,
that's right. So let's go to Team Consti then. They're 2-0. They're on the brink of making the semifinals. They drew right there with Terra and Pam. What can they do to push themselves over the limit?
I think what they had was going fine. If anything, they could change. They could maybe get something with a little bit more DPS than Jesse if they wanted to get those, multiple kills at the same time to open up that, goal. But other than that, I actually like their team comp. I think it works well. And maybe it's just one of those things where, listen, we were doing well. We just need to do it a little bit better. So we'll see. They're going to make their decisions. They're going to see if they want to switch anything up. And then we're going to hop back into this game. And once we do, if Team Consti wins, that's it. They're going to be moving on, and they're either going to be guaranteed to be on the big stage tomorrow, and Team Ash will move down into the losers bracket and see if they can still work their way back in. They'll still have the opportunity, but it's definitely a lot harder of a road.
Yeah, I was really impressed by the control that both teams showed in that last game. It seemed like there wasn't a lot of... Actually, I don't know if there were any, real shots on goal.
Yeah, there was a couple close moments, but no real super shots on goal. So we'll see if they change anything. And they did. They bring a Colt. That's what I thought. I thought they maybe bring something that has a little bit more DPS, and that would be Colt right there. So he also can break the walls. They didn't have a wall breaker before. So we'll see if this works out. Now, Leopard, watching him in this tournament, he is super skilled. I mean, we were watching him play Ricochet, and he was just doing so well. So we'll see how that works out for him.
with a little bit of a poke from Nita. There's a lot of poke brawlers on both sides here. It's really hard to just pick up a ball that's sitting there alone on the field because every time you walk towards it, all the guns just zoom in right on.
Yeah, and of course, Colt doesn't have a ton of health, so it's not like he can absorb very many shots before he has to. A big super right there does take down some of the walls, and I think that is his DPS and his wall breaking ability is why they decided to bring Colt in here. The other option that would have been pretty good was Brock, but Colt is usually a little bit of a standout on Brawl Ball. And if you can hit those shots,
so
wow.
good. I'm like watching him just fire these spike shots and I feel like everyone is hitting something, and he's doing a great job at dodging the poke shots from the enemies. Slowly moving the ball up the field just a little bit at a time.
Yeah, it's kind of a stalemate here in the center. Each team is trying to regain or gain some sort of control that they can really make a push. And it looks like that right now is Team Ash. They are pushing him back.
He's got a super. He's low health, but
he opens up not only the wall in front of the goal, but also that side wall of the goal. So now they've got quite a bit of a room there that they can get a shot in if they can get that opportunity.
Of course, only a minute to go, and then all the terrain's gone. But I agree that
nice super there takes them out.
Oh, nice job by Leopard.
Tides have changed a little bit. They're getting an opportunity to push back in here, but Jessie should be respawning. There she comes, right there. So we're kind of back into the middle, and it's stalemate in the middle. Who can gain control? The ball is in far bottom right. Yep.
You have this kind of duel here between Jessie and Spike on the right side. Ooh. They're both trying to dodge each other's shots while getting the hits off, and now it's Jessie's turn to kind of hide back and heal up.
That healing turret right there for Consti is paying big dividends because she's been there for quite some time. Low health quite a few times, and they were never taken out. Drop that healing turret again, and it's
slowly moving forward. Wow, still alive!
Yeah, finally goes down, but it took two brawlers and Bruce there wailing on before you were able to take him out. So
is that the official name? Or is that your fun
Bruce.
name?
No, that is. They actually did name that his name was Bruce. It was very early on. Not very many people know that though.
That's why I watch these events, is for the trivia. Use that later. So the walls are down, and now this is, I think, Blue's chance to turn around. They didn't have any terrain destruction. Now all of Colt's terrain destruction is negated because there's no more terrain to destroy.
Right.
And they're moving in, trying to take a shot.
Oh, this may be it right here. Here he comes.
Shoot it.
Yep, there it is right there.
YDE might be the MVP of Team Consti. I've seen he's there every game.
That's a sweep against the #1 seed in this tournament. That is super impressive. Team Consti has been dominant so far.
There are millions of Brazilians rooting for their hometown hero,
right.
And Team Consti has not let them down, has not dropped a game today, and they're going to end today 6-0 undefeated, taking one of the 2 remaining slots in the semifinals. So it's up to Ash, Arc, and Chicken to figure out who will take that last semifinal
so
spot.
Chicken and Arc are going to play off. The winner of those is going on to face Ash. Whoever wins that is going to be on the big stage tomorrow. So it's going to be some really great games, and I'm so impressed with Consti right now, being able to be so dominant in that game. So hats off to both of those teams, but Consti definitely had the upper hand on that one.
And it just shows how worldwide these sports are going. Brawl Stars Esports is going to be. You have players from so many different nations, all converging here in Dortmund, Germany, competing for the biggest prize pool in Brawl Stars history, and so far, looks like Brazil has the upper hand.
Yes, they do, and I'm sure that they are all very happy about that, but when we come back, we're going to be taking a look at, again, Chicken versus Arc, which is going to be a great matchup. These guys are really good friends, and that's going to be a really interesting matchup to see.
They were friends.
Well, yeah. They're going to be not friends for about the next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see that one. Obviously, Team Chicken has the great chicken hats. I think I'm going to go with Team Chicken.
All right, well, I can't fault that, but we're going to find out who is going to win right after this break. Welcome back to the Red Bull M.E.O. Brawl Stars World Final. Now, after that sweep that we just saw, we're going to head on down to the losers bracket where the two friends, Chicken and Ark, are going to be facing off to see who is going to be eliminated and who is going to still keep the dream alive for being on the main stage tomorrow.
Ark lost to Consti, and Chicken lost to Ash. We just saw the match between those two winners, but we must see who will advance between Ark and Chicken.
Right.
Really good. I mean, both of these guys are great characters in the Brawl Stars YouTuber community.
Yeah.
You can tell Chicken likes to be a little silly with these chicken hats.
The chicken hats are great. I love them. I absolutely love them. And Ark is known to be quite the wild character himself. You're right.
Yeah, I've heard they're both great senses of humor.
Yeah.
So whoever advances will be a good addition to the,
absolutely.
the tournament.
Yeah.
These chicken hats. I mean, did you make them yourself? Did you get your mom to make them? Did you buy them? Like, where do you even
I
get?
want one.
Like, do you Google chicken hat? Like, how do you?
You must have. I mean, but I like I said, I want one. But
Ark no hats. No Arks on. They're not wearing Arks. They're not dressed like Arks. It's just.
Yeah. They don't have the style points. They're definitely behind. But whoever wins this is going to move on to face Ash in the next round. So that's going to be a tough matchup regardless. But they've got to focus on the here and now. And right now, those chicken hats are staring Ark in the face.
I know.
It's got to be intimidating.
Where is the chicken brawler? We need a brawler.
Well, you know, Dynamite has, a canary.
Right.
So it's...
Don't touch my canary.
That's right. Did you see that I just interviewed him on my channel? The voice actor for Dynamite?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you have to go check that out. He's really good. He was hilarious.
I mean, because he's doing all the voices up there. And
yeah,
oh, man, it's so fun.
But... So this matchup right here, of course, we're going to start off in Gym Grab, as always, but we're going to be playing in Stone Fort, which is a fun map. It is a big square in the center. It has lots of grass. And the main thing that you want to look for in Stone Fort is who is going to be able to control that middle section. If you can get in there and establish a really strong spot in there, it's going to be hard to remove them from there. So looking at the picks, it looks like Chicken got to pick first and chose Pam. Followed up Ark, took Spike, and then Jesse, and then back to Chicken, and he chose Brock. All solid picks. Brock he's usually going to play a lane on the side, not so much center control there. So I would look to see like a Spike playing with, on Chicken's team as.
Right.
That's right, man. I always keep doing that. That is such a classic pick for this. Spike is so good. Jesse is going to be their gym carrier there, so we could be seeing like a Rico from either team actually would work pretty well. It looks like this might be a situation where they're going to play the more traditional 3-lane, but they still may swap it up and try to take over center control there.
And Game 2 will be played on Forks Out in Heist Game mode. Backyard Bowl Brawl Ball will be Game 3, a very wide open map, and then Snake Prairie, a very bush-covered map, will be the Bounty Game 4. If we make it to Game 5, it'll be Hard Rock Mine Gem Grab.
Yeah, some good games coming in there. taking a look at Forks Out is probably has the most walls of any of the heist maps. Usually favors the throwers quite a bit, and you can see there, or you can't see, but Arc actually took Barley there with their first choice, which is very solid for that map. But I don't know, these two teams right here, like we were talking about before we went to break, these guys are good friends. They're pretty close, but for the, like I said, for the next 15 minutes or so, no, there's no friendship. It's all, it's going to be a war.
Yeah, I mean, they are really good friends in real life, and of course, they'll be friends after this.
Oh, yeah,
but
absolutely.
For a good 10 minutes, it's a grudge match.
It's the grudge match between the chickens.
They hate each other.
I just can't get over the chicken hats. I love them. But
and of course, that's the chicken in the front left. All the YouTubers, the content creators, they will be in the front with their team behind. Now, these teammates are not just random scrubs they picked up off the street of Dortmund, Germany. They had to play through their own tournament in order to qualify to be on the team of their content creators.
And some of these qualifiers that they qualified through, I saw a couple of them where there was over 200 people, signed up to try to qualify just for the chance to get to play on their team, to get to play in the first, phase of the tournament.
And once you made it through the qualifiers and you were on the team, there were 32 different YouTubers, content creators, right? But only YouTubers made it through. And so you are seeing the best of the best, not just qualifying to be on the team, but then which teams themselves were the best to make it all the way here to Germany. Yeah. We brought in 8 teams. 3 have made it to the semifinals. There's only one semifinal spot left. And here we are, game 1.
Oh, now we're seeing Leon from both teams. Kind of forgot about Leon. We haven't seen him played as much lately.
How the turntables.
Yeah, exactly. He just got nerfed, and he was just so unbelievably strong. But the nerfs that they implied on him were just perfect. I think that he's a pretty balanced brawler now.
And I like where Jesse is trying to kind of duel with Pam here. I think both of them are trying to just charge up their super so they can play their turrets. Yeah,
it's a tough matchup for Jessie in the beginning, but again, once she gets that super built up and she can place that turret, it's going to be a long day for Team Chicken there. And as you can see right now, they've got him pushed completely out there. Now that's actually a pretty nice super by Brock because that eliminates one spot that Jessie can place that turret.
And that's I really like putting Jessie's turrets in those corners because it's really hard to get to unless you have a thrower, and you have to sort of turn the corner right into the turret shot to get a poke at it.
Yeah, Pam just takes control, just completely pushes her way into the center, grabs some more gems, and now it's 7-3. That's a pretty good lead right there. Now here comes the turret. Now, of course, she puts it in the only place that you really can. So now I think I would look for Brock trying to take out that turret, and if he gets 1 shot, 2 shots on there, it's already removed. That's a big thing for Team Chicken there to take out that turret that quickly.
Oh, Arc's coming in, invisible, and surprises Pam. She drops 8 gems for Arc to pick up.
And assassinate. But she drops in. Can Chicken fall back? He is going to. Picks up those right there.
Wow. Gone, invisible and fast.
Leon just had turned around the match in 2 different ways. Arc had a great assassination, but then he went down in the other Leon played by Chicken. He picks the gems up himself. Now here we go,
Arc
5 seconds.
Ooh, and Chicken takes him out. Heads up play there by Chicken, holding 13 gems. Match is over. Team Chicken up 1-0.
That got exciting there at the end, but in the end, yes, Chicken does pick up that win. Starts it off strong. It won game 2-0.
Gotta say, every win for each of these teams is gonna matter because both of them got swept by winners. So that's the first win of the day.
It's gotta feel good to get that win back under your belt there.
It also helps build confidence because that feeling of losing 0-3, you just go like, can we do anything right? Like, why are we messing up? So to get a win is like, all right, I know how to play this game. We're on,
Get back in your groove, and that's a good way to start it off for them. Arc has not won a match today yet, so it's a tough break, but he's looking to change things here and coming up in this next heist map, which again is Forks Out. Arc's got Barley and Spike. Chicken has Bull and Brock. All solid choices. A little bit different in the way that they're going to play them. Looks like Chicken is going to play a little more traditional with the big tank there and the long range. For Arc, he could play a Primo, but probably not. I would say that he's probably going to go with a more control route there. Could play a Ricochet. That would be pretty interesting. I don't know. There's a lot of options right there for both teams. I would would expect Chicken probably is going to play a Dynamite in his third slot there. That would probably be a pretty solid choice.
Yeah, with Barley, one of the throwers already being taken by Arc's team, if you want a thrower, you're pretty much locked into Dynamite, unless maybe you could see a Penny having the ability to sort of be a thrower with the mortar, but also taking those long shots on the safe. Or, remember you mentioned how Jesse, you know, you don't want to stand near the safe, because if Jesse hits you, it ricochets onto the safe, and that just happens.
Yeah, Jesse could be a good solid choice. That's a good pick right there.
Penny could also do that as well, because you're standing anywhere near the safe, and she hits you, the spread of her coin bag can hit the safe
if you catch anybody bunched up whatsoever with Penny, you're in trouble. Her turret isn't as effective on the safe as Jesse's can be, but it still can put on a lot of pressure on the other team. But we're going to find out here pretty soon, as soon as they get the setup, what exactly they picked. But one thing about Dynamite that I would like to say, if Chicken's team decides to go ahead and move forward with Dynamite, is that when you're comparing Dynamite and Barley, Dynamite has a much higher skill cap than Barley does. Barley, because the shots are so wide, it's more of an area control, and it's a little bit easier to play. Dynamite, it's more of a pinpoint damage, although much more burst potential. But his star power, if you can really use that star power, you can see some amazing plays by Dynamite.
Jumping over walls, dodging
other shots. Yeah, because whenever you use that star power and you're in the air, you're invincible. Nobody can touch you. So I've seen some players, land shots and then jump and dodge. It's some great plays can be made, but it takes a special player to be able to pull that off.
Dynamite was, I think, my first favorite brawler. When the game first came out into beta, I was playing a ton of Dynamite. A lot of people didn't like him, or it's early in the game's history, so people didn't understand how to use him yet, and they were like, "Oh, I don't think he's very good." Right. I was like top 100 global with Dynamite with like 200 trophies because it was brand new and nobody had trophies yet.
Oh man,
it was fun. Yeah, I would like to see a lot of Dynamite on this map. I think the most exciting plays you can do with Dynamite are comboing his super with other big area supers like Spike, like Terra. If you can throw Terra and Dynamite super in the same place, that is game over.
That's if you can get multiple brawlers combined with Dynamite, even his normal shots, because they do like 2,400 damage per. If you land both of them, it's just such massive damage. You can really turn the tide of the game real quick, and in this case, you can destroy safe. Oh, it's crazy. And on this map, if you can get to certain spots there, you can sit there and access the safe, over that water with the other team not being able to get to you. So if they do end up playing Dynamite, you'll see Barley focusing on Dynamite, the two throwers going after each other to make sure that they don't stay in those spots where they can only the other person can reach.
These teams are loading up. Looks like we're going to be getting into game 2 very quickly. Everyone's looking at their phone, and that's a good sign.
All right, here we go. We're going to be jumping into this. I'm excited to see now. Arc pressure's on Arc right now.
Yes. You want to tie this up 1-0. You do not want to be down 2-0. So have to win 3 in a row.
Little bad to me. I'm not sure how comfortable he's already taken out by Sun Bentley with that with the Barley there. Now, so you see on the bottom left-hand side where that water is there with the wall. That's the spot that you can sit there and get at the safe. But little Basmi wants some revenge. He's chasing him over there, but Daryl rolls in with that Daryl dumpling skin, the one that you like so much.
Oh, he's a hot soup dumpling. I love him.
Yeah. Did you notice that his guns are actually soy sauce?
Yeah, they're little soy sauce. Actually, I was playing a touchdown bull earlier, and he's got a football.
Yeah.
An American football. We're in Germany. I say it right.
That's right.
Okay, we're down to 42% on that.
That was a big push right there. But now they're coming back almost full strength and see if they can, it's a game of pushes, and it really only takes one massive push to take out the safe. But you can see little Basmi, he wants to get in that spot on the upper right-hand side, but Barley is right there on the other side of the wall saying, no, sir, you cannot go right here.
I like that Daryl was trying to slip by. It's like if he could get one more kill, I think he would have kept going down that left side. You mentioned that the pressure was on Arc. It's looking they did a really good job. They're still at 100% on their own safe, although it looks like...
great play by Nicholas there to move over there and take out Dynamite. But, you see Chicken back here at a range is still able to get some shots. Drops a big super on there as well.
Tolman alive.
Look at the safe going down to 22%. Now, Sun Bentley does have his super. He throws it out there mainly just for some control. He doesn't catch the safe whatsoever, but he does take out Chicken.
I love this high aggressive play.
He's in the range right there.
Both of them are going for it. 7% left on Team
Can Nicholas roll in there and get to it?
Yes, he can. One more shot. No!
It's going to take one more shot. One more shot from the Arcs team, and they're going to take this home. So they've got to play some defense right here. They do. They take him out. This is a really tight matchup right here. Basmi, look at this star power jump right there. It allows him to get one shot on the safe, but 1%. Can he finish it off? And he does.
I loved that game.
Yeah, back and forth, so close. But Arc, in the clutch, they needed to get a win. They needed a win, and they were able to pick it up right there to knot this game up 1-1.
High action heist. Team Chicken, 1 win. Team Arc, 1 win. And we go into Game 3 in Backyard Bowl. Wide open brawl ball map. It's going to be really teamwork heavy. We have Spike and Pam on Team Arc and Jesse and Nita on Team Chicken.
Yeah, all solid picks. And the only question here is, are you going to play control or aggression? And I think, considering this map, I think both teams will probably go with the control route.
Okay. You think that the open maps are harder for aggressive strategies because it's harder for you to advance because it's wide open?
Yeah, because the tanks, you can still do it, but whoever's playing the tank, say if you're playing El Primo and you want to advance up the field, you can't just like move from cover to cover to cover. You have to cross a big open spot, and to do that, you're going to have to be really good at juking shots, and it gets much harder at this level because the people that are shooting at you, they don't miss very often.
That's true. Now, El Primo, though, is a little bit faster than other brawlers. Do you think that allows him to maybe juke shots? Could a really skilled El Primo player sort of dodge those shots, even though, of course, the shooters are pretty good?
I mean, that definitely helps a little bit. Also, at the same time, El Primo's hitbox is a tiny bit bigger as well, so it's maybe a little bit of give and take, but that's extra speed. I'm not going to discount that because that does definitely help. The big thing is that once El Primo gets that super, of course, he does the classic kick the ball, leap all the way to the ball. And he can cover so much ground, disrupt, break walls. He is just, in terms of pure ball carrier, he's the best in the game right now.
And that's probably my favorite moments when I play on Brawl Ball is just being able to bulldoze your way into into the goal when you know you have enough health left and they don't have enough damage to take you down.
Right. You're like, you know what? I can just walk this in and there's really nothing that you can do about it.
It's even better if it's the second goal. If it's the second goal, it's a little better.
Yeah, as we've seen, though, that there's not a lot of these Brawl Ball games that have been going to 2 goals. So we'll see if either one of these teams can, find the secret sauce to make that happen.
So they're planning their next thing and trying to talk out their strategy?
Looks like they're getting ready to go. Well, yeah, it looks like Arc's having a little bit of a chat with this team. They're probably just figuring out that last brawler. On these maps right here, nobody chose Tara on Backyard Bowl, which is a little surprising to me because Tara is one of the best Brawl Ball players in the game because of her absolutely just great control with that super, being able to redirect brawlers, pull them out of an area that you need to get to, or just getting kills. So I would not be surprised in the least to see both teams playing Tara in that 3rd slot.
That's a really good point because, as you mentioned, it's very versatile. They already have sort of their turret creating characters. They've got a decent amount of Nita brings additive summons. Spike has the big cactus pageant. They have a lot of utility and summons and things like that already on, so maybe something like a Tara could push them over the top. I really like the idea of Jesse, Nita, Tara, because then you have 3 summons, which is pretty good.
So looking at it, okay, we got a Leon on one side and a Tara on the other. So one of them went with the Tara, the other with the Leon, he's just the assassination. But plus, also, whenever he activates his super, his speed, that makes him the fastest brawler in the game.
It's a short period of time, but you only need a little bit to just run past the defender and get in there.
8 seconds, you can cover a lot of ground with that sort of speed. Oh, they got 2 kills there, but they weren't able to convert before they respawned and filled back, that opening in the goal there.
But if they can get 2 kills now, so close to the goal, they might have a really good shot there.
Chicken's biding his time there, waiting. He comes in there, but Son Bentley is able to take him out. Not before he does a lot of damage, though. It's going to give him a little bit of weight towards his next super, but they got to watch out now. Zynox has the super. They're coming down at almost full strength.
Ooh. That Leon going down right away is not great.
Big super holds him back there, was looking for an opportunity. The only wall breaker in the game, and that's Tara at the moment right here. She's the only one on the field who can destroy walls. They use that, so close. They almost were able to push in there, but now with them all respawning, Son Bentley's probably going to have to drop back.
I like the persistence, though. I like how they decide to clear out some path and just take shots. Shot. It's not always going to work, but it only needs to work once.
That's right.
For you to win the game.
You'll never make it if you don't shoot it, so they were definitely giving it their best shot there. It just didn't work out that time. It's a nice push right here. 3 versus 1. Can Tara hold them back in time? Yes, Zynox does a good job there. He was playing a little bit of goalie action.
I really like Jesse's, though, able to get these shots in here, and you can just see them bouncing off multiple targets and really softening them up.
Look at that, just barely keeping that turret back alive for one more final shot, but it does finally go down, and now with the health whittling there on Chicken's team, Arc's going to grab the ball, and they're going to start making a little slow push forward.
And you can see those, every Jesse shot is just bouncing, hitting multiple people.
Oh,
she's getting the summon. Oh, and the summon goes down almost right away. Good response time to stop that shadow from breaking, breaking your defense.
And that's actually a pretty, it's a hurtful play for Cynox there, because the thing about Terra is that her super charges very slowly. The way you recharge that super is by using that super and getting a lot of damage, and that did not happen there. So now he's left with a super with hardly no charge, and that's a very important part of their team composition.
Jesse's lining up for the shot. The train's going to go down here in the middle. He's looking to take that center shot.
They've got great position with only 4 seconds left when these walls drop.
Here comes the bear to clear him out.
Here
he got it too soon.
They get some kills. Can he push it up? He kicks it up to his teammates.
Kick it in.
They do.
Chicken.
Wow.
What great play. I think Jesse was so smart there, holding on to the ball as it was closing in, waiting for the time to go down and take that shot.
They knew they had the position.
Yes.
They're like, if we can just hold here, we don't have to worry about the walls in 5 seconds. Hold our position, bide our time, and then wait for our moment. And that's exactly what they did, and they capitalized on it beautifully.
Heads up play by Nita, too, throwing her bear down about 5 seconds before overtime hit, so the bear could just come out and force all of that ammo usage on the bear. When the team came up, didn't have the ammo to fight back, and they were able to get the kills, push the ball into the goal. Team Chicken is just one game away from advancing to the next round.
Ark's back is against the wall, coming into Snake Prairie. Now, if we look at the picks, Ark's team has picked Leon and Brock, while Chicken has picked Bo and Piper. Now, Bo and Piper, that's the more classic choice for this map. However, Bo's star power just received a 55% nerf. So it's not near as effective as it used to be. It used to be the classic combos Bo, Piper, Brock. Of course, they can't play Brock because the other team picked it, but it's still going to be an effective strategy. Is it going to be as good as it once was? We're going to find out. But as for the other brawlers, I can see playing like a Daryl. Daryl is really good in Bounty now because he's just that rolling assassin, and with this buff to the star power, which gives him even more shield, he's really deadly.
I really liked, you did mention that Bo's star power got nerfed, and that is true, but we've casted a couple Snake Prairie games today, and in every single one, Bo's team has looked really good. So even though it's shorter than it once was, I think it's still a huge advantage on a map that is majority bushes.
Yeah, that's absolutely a great point. Yeah, it's got nerfed, but it's still incredibly valuable on those certain maps that it works well on. Again, we still haven't seen Crow. Crow works well on this map.
Okay. Maybe some Crow in Snake Prairie.
I would love to see that. Do I think it's going to happen? Probably not, honestly.
Say it louder for the speakers. Maybe some Crow in Snake Prairie.
I want to see it happen just because he's my favorite brawler, but I probably don't think it's going to. He's just kind of outclassed in a lot of different ways. You get a little sneak peek there what their picks might be. I'm not going to say them out loud, but we'll see.
We'll see.
But yeah, it looks like they are gearing up and jumping into a game, so we're going to hop into some Snake Prairie action here in just a second. Again, Ark's back is against the wall.
Has to win, has to push it to 2-2, has to go to a Game 5, or else Ark is going home empty-handed.
Yeah. Okay, so Chicken's playing Spike. That was their third pick, and on the other side, it looks like it's going to be Thicochet.
Loaded Thicochet.
Loaded Thicochet. Yeah, so Rico is a great choice on this because he can hold down one side of the map pretty well, but Chicken just walks straight up to him and a couple quick shots, especially at close range with Spike. Such huge burst potential.
Spike is fragile.
Uh-oh, big super coming down from some Bentley. Does open up quite a bit of the walls here. Now, one strategy that you might see employed here is that if Ark's team can get a lead and they can open up the left and the right-hand side of the grass on both sides, that would mean that the other team cannot approach them without being seen.
And I can there's sort of a little path here on the left side. There is some bushes left. So if you're Ark, you can be Leon and sort of sneak your way behind them if you want. But the problem is it's hard to sneak up on any of these people because of Bo's amazing star power.
It's knotted up 5-5 right now. Pretty close game. Some Bentley is carrying 4 stars overhead, so he's got to be a prime target.
Oh, and
lands a shot.
Oh, wow.
But wow.
Okay, so it's 1v1 right now. Everyone else has gone down. 10-8 for the red team.
Nicholas is going to back up, using some shots to his cover. 10-8. It's still a close game. Some Bentley's got 5 stars over his head now. That's a big bounty right there.
Ooh, Chicken just walks into a Brock Rocket.
Ooh, catches another one. So low health, he's going to have to fall back. As you'll see in Bounty, especially, when you start off in Bounty, you'll see a lot of really high-scoring games. Players just rushing each other. But as you move up, big play from Ark. He kills he takes that one player, but then he gets taken out himself, and so that was probably a negative trade in the end, but he did get some stars, so it wasn't completely bad. But as I was saying, usually you'll see really high-scoring games. When you start climbing up in trophies, players are a lot more passive. They get hit once, they're going to fall back because it's not just about kills, it's about staying alive. And with 10 seconds left, 14-12, it is
Nicholas
coming down just
with
to this.
Just 40 health, and that could be the difference here because they're up by 2, and he would have given up 2 stars.
Son Bentley has to go down, but he gets a clean shot on Chicken, and that means we are going to Game 5. The pressure was on. The Arcs team did not cave. Son Bentley played just tremendous there, had so many stars over his head at the very end, and that looks like we're going to Game 5, back to gem grab for the deciding match here. Who is going to move on and who is going to go home with nothing?
And I know I said Bo was really powerful on that map, but that time Bo's team didn't win.
Yeah.
So even though you had the extra vision, Team Arc was able to stay focused, pick their spots. Brock especially, I think, was a standout in that last game. Multiple times he was just kind of cold firing rockets into the bush and hit an enemy right at a choke point.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where, as you're a long-range brawler, if you don't have the help of Bo, you see another team fire a shot, and you can kind of say, okay, they're moving this way, so I think that they're going to be about here. And sometimes it's a guess. It's an educated guess, though, and obviously it was working out pretty well for Son Bentley right there.
All right, so we are going into the deciding game number 5. Arc or Chicken. One of these teams is going home. The other team moves on to fight Team Ash for a chance at the semi-finals. Arc had the first pick going into Hard Rock Mine, chose Nita. Team Chicken responds with Pam and Spike. Team Arc closes it out with Rico. So Nita Rico versus Pam Spike.
On paper, the more classic choices on Chicken's team, Pam and Spike, you compare that, you can add like a Brock in there, and that is a very formidable team. As for Team Arc here, I bet you they're going to go with something like a Jessie or a Penny for their middle. And with that, Rico is so strong, and especially if you get a really good Rico player, he can really dominate a side of a map. But on paper, I like Chicken's team. Are they going to be able to, convert that? Because, again, it always comes down to skill.
I'm trying to think who could. So Nita, Arc's team does not have a very clear gem carrier, so they would probably want to fill it with a gem carrier.
Like a Jessie or a Penny is probably what they're going to be looking at right there to play that.
And the Chicken has maybe the best gem carrier in the entire game with Pam, so they're looking to sort of protect and find something.
They're going to want some range here. I bet you they're going to go with something like a Brock would make sense to me.
I like Colt actually on Hard Rock Mine.
Do you?
Because there's you get some wide open spaces, but also there's that bush line that goes left to right. You can see it right here in front of it.
Yeah.
So if you can just do kind of a side shot and just wipe a lot of that out, you cut off one of their main ways to travel between the sides of the board.
Okay, so they did go with Jessie, like I thought, and Brock as well, like I thought. Just call me Nostradamus here, but. This is going to be interesting. Now, again, once Nicholas gets that turret down, which he just did really quickly, that is actually a big benefit to Arc's team, being able to get that turret out there that quick.
And it's a great place. Look at that corner. Like, you can't just walk up to it. Brock. Actually, Brock was able to get it with his flank.
Catch it, and unfortunately, Nicholas was not able to heal it up in time to keep it alive. So he's going to have to, regroup and get that super back again. But with a shot landing on his backside right there for Brock, he's going to have to back off.
I love Nita's bear just taking out that turret. Yeah. The red team has control of the center, and when Pam tries to go take
Pam down in the middle. Now Chicken's just waiting with that super. He's going to try to keep him from the gems, but it's just not going to happen. There was 3 versus 1, and that's a matchup you're never going to win.
Wow, this might be a dominating 10-0 win here because Nicholas is going to pick up the 10th gem. The countdown has begun. 15 seconds for the blue team to come back.
Trying to get some final damage in there. She got some pot shots, but it's just not enough to take out Nicholas. Now they got 2 players coming in. Can Thomas get a final shot off on here with Bruce chasing him? It doesn't look like it's going to happen. No.
MVP Ricochet did so much damage, cleared the team out. Jessie did great job staying in the center, controlling the map, and taking all of the gems. But I really think that it was Son Bentley on his Rico that was keeping everyone else off of Jessie.
Very tight matchup, but right there, it looks like, Arc had a slow start on that match, but he came back to bring it to 5 games, and now he's going to move on to face off against Ash in the next matchup. That's going to be a great game. Unfortunately, Chicken didn't win that, but they fought really hard, played a good game, and they definitely win the most style points for anybody in the
actually, Team Chicken is the only losing team to go home with something. They go home with chicken hats.
That's right, and that's a pretty darn good consolation.
We're all winners today.
But yes, no, that was a very, very hard-fought match, and it's good to see these guys shaking hands and, being friends again after that match. Good job, Arc.
Gives a little thumbs up.
That's right.
Incredible play. Yeah, I mean, hey, great job for Arc coming back. He was down 1-0 at the start. We ended up winning 3 of the last 4 games of that match, and that's what brought him the victory.
That's right.
So Arc goes up against Ash next.
Ash, yeah, that's going to be a tough matchup. Obviously, Ash just coming off a pretty tough loss to Consti there, but he's going to be looking. Like I said, he was the #1 seed. They're a very formidable team, but Arc is looking like he's got something to prove here. So,
and who knows? Because I mean, sure, Arc lost 3-0 to Consti, but so did Ash, right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Even using the transitive property, we have no idea which of these teams is better.
No, it should be a really great matchup, and we'll find out. Whoever wins that match is going to end up on the big stage tomorrow and guaranteed money.
Whew. So that is a must-watch match coming up next after our next break.
That's right. Welcome back to the Brawl Stars World Final Red Bull M.E.O. held by ESL. We have one more match left to go.
The last one.
Yes.
This is crazy.
We've got Arc versus Ash. The winner of this goes on to the big stage tomorrow, guarantees them money and a chance for that prize pool of $32,000.
That's crazy, man. Yeah, we've had a lot of gameplay leading up today. The hundreds and hundreds of hours being played and put into this tournament, where we actually have started off very from the beginning, where we had hundreds and hundreds of players facing off against each other for a chance to play with their favorite content creators. At that point, they're playing with their content creators from every single match from then on out, and we actually started with 32 teams from various content creators. And it really did come down to the most skilled at Brawl Stars. We had even some fan favorites, you know, like Chief Pat or OJ was another one. Galadon, you know, I was rooting for Galadon. He didn't have too much confidence in his skill. I don't know why. He was super great. But at that point, we whittled that down from 32 top teams down to this final 8.
The 8 that you have seen today, and they have duked it out, and we've had a lot of great matches, but we have yet one more match, Arc versus Ash. It's going to be a great match. As you can see here in Group A, the final 2 contestants here that are left are Team Alex and Team Ray. They will be on the big stage tomorrow, competing for all of the glory and that prize money. And then over in Group B, as you can see, we've got Team Consti's already there.
He's made it, and he had some hard competition. He went 3-0 against Ash, and then 3-0 against Arc, and then 3-0 against Ash, and now we're going between Ash and Arc, who will be competing against each other for a chance to continue playing tomorrow. And if they do win this next matchup right here within the next few minutes, then they will guarantee, at least every single one of them, those players will guarantee win and take home $1,000 US.
At very minimum, yeah.
At the very minimum, with a chance of taking home a total of $16,000 for their team, which $4,000 for each. I mean, what would you do with an extra $4,000?
I don't know, but I'm sure I could find something.
Sure,
maybe just buy a bunch of Red Bull.
Yeah, there you
I've
go.
had quite a few today. Thanks, Red Bull.
Yes, you have. This is a dream come true for Lex here. That is for sure. But this is some really great gameplay here. We've seen a lot of really high skilled gameplay as far as I mean. This really has been the most competitive game or competitive tournament that we've ever had in Brawl Stars. Very first major Brawl Stars event, and this is their World Finals. You know, this is kind of we're laying the foundation at what the esports scene is going to be like in the future.
Yeah, the first group that we had, I don't know how many of those matches. I think almost every single one of them went to 5 games, which is crazy impressive, and shows how closely matched those were. Now, the second, you know, in Group B here, Constantly kind of blew that out of the water, just not losing a single game, making it all the way to the semifinals without a single game lost. Kind of, you know, it's not that it was a enormous shock, but at the same time, it's kind of an enormous shock, you know, because you weren't expecting him to be that dominant, especially against like Ash, you know.
Absolutely. Ash was the team that everybody was saying. I mean, you know, Ash even beat out, I don't remember exactly what the bracket was for him to actually reach to the qualifiers, but he got number 1. He got number 1 seed, and Consti really did surprise a few people today, where he, you know, people don't absolutely necessarily know who he is. He's a Portuguese YouTuber, about 30,000 subscribers. Make sure you guys go check him out, especially if you do speak Portuguese. He's definitely one that you should know and should follow as one of the best players here.
Yeah, and Ash, you know, he went up against him and lost. I was shocked that he lost 3-0 on that, but he's got a chance right here to redeem himself. He's going up against Arc, who had a rough start himself. Of course, they're both in the losers bracket, so things haven't been going smooth sailing for either one of them. However, here's their chance to make that loss. It doesn't even matter anymore, because if they can win this game, then it's all square. We got 4 teams left.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you lose. You still have that chance to, you know, obviously you want that option of being like, okay, yeah, I can lose a match and then continue on. You want that option. But they don't have that option. This is their last. It comes down to this for them. They're getting ready here. They're actually selecting brawler picks as we speak right now. And how do those brawler picks actually work out, Lex?
So what happens is, you know, one team flips a coin, or a coin is flipped in. The winning
Can I flip
team,
the coin?
I mean, if you want to, you can.
Okay, well, it's probably too late. They're already flipped.
Yeah, it's already
Maybe tomorrow I can flip the coin. That's
and whoever wins the coin flip, they can choose whether they want to be Team A or Team B. Now, Team A gets to choose first. Team B gets to have 2 back-to-back choices, and then Team A gets to pick again. So
Do you want that first choice, or do you want the two that you can pick together?
That's a little bit of a strategy choice right there, right? Because do you want to have the one brawler that you think is going to be best on that map, or do you want to have the next two very strong brawlers? That's a little bit of a strategy that those teams are going to have to employ, but I don't know who's been choosing what on that.
Yeah, I don't know.
We haven't been seeing that. We've just been seeing the picks that have been coming in, but it's a pretty neat little mini draft system before every single match that we've been doing, and I really like the way it's been turning out.
Yeah, it really does show. It makes this tournament about not only your skill with all the playing the brawlers, but also understanding the meta, how different brawlers work together. We've seen some very interesting comps. I think the one that keeps coming to my mind was playing Bull and Daryl in Heist, which is no surprise.
With Poco.
With Poco, who is not good in Heist, but works so well with Bull and Daryl.
The synergy of that team was it surprised me. You know, I didn't even when they started playing, I thought.
I was like, they're going to lose.
This is a little weird to see this. But then once we realized, oh, this is what they're doing, we're like, well, that's just brilliant.
And the other team couldn't do anything. I mean, the other team had a traditional Heist team comp, and they kind of got destroyed.
They got pushed around in that match, plain and simple. And Poco was.
They got bullied.
Of course, this wouldn't be a Kairos and Lex thing if we didn't have some puns, now would it?
Yeah, but that's what I love about this tournament.
They're saying no, Kairos. They're saying no more puns.
They're giving me the thumbs down. Do I?
The gong is being hit right now. I think they want you off stage.
Oh, man. But that's what I love about this tournament is that it is about the skill and it's also about the meta. And what we've realized is that, and one thing I do love about Brawl Stars is how much that meta is defined by the different maps that you're actually playing.
Yeah.
And for today, we have 3 different maps for each of the different game modes where we're playing Gem Grab, we're playing Heist, we're playing Brawl Ball, we're playing Bounty as well. And then if it does come down to a decider match for those best 3 of 5, then we do another round of Gem Grab. Exactly. And so with different maps that are favoring different metas, we're actually seeing a lot of different gameplay with the exception of a few brawlers that have been very strong.
Right. And a few brawlers that just haven't made an appearance today. Although, did you catch the matches there with Mortis?
I actually wasn't. No, I was.
Dude, YDE played Mortis. It was like a surprise. He was playing him as an aggro in Gym Grab. It was great. But the one brawler that, you know, me and Seth were talking about that, I was like, we haven't seen this brawler today at all.
Is it Crow?
Yeah, I'm really disappointed about that actually, because Crow, he's my favorite brawler, and
he's fun.
He's not made a single appearance today. Brawl Stars team, he needs a buff.
And they're actually in the audience.
Yes.
They're actually watching this live with us here. They flew from Helsinki, Finland, just to come and see the first Brawl Stars event. It was really great talking to them actually in between matches, a little bit about how it is for them to see, you know, they don't get to interact with the players as much as like Lex and I do, where we get to actually read comments and, you know, they just focus on creating the game that they love and doing the best work that they can.
Sure.
And for here, they get to come and meet some of the players, they get to meet some of the casters or some of the, you know, the YouTubers as well, and see the people playing their game, and they're absolutely loving it, and I'm just loving their passion for the game. It's been phenomenal.
Yeah, and as you can see right here, Ark and Ash, they're getting ready to play. They're having a friendly chat. You can see they're you know, giving each other high fives and stuff. You know, it's a competition and a serious one, but at the same time, all these guys are friends and they're all having a great time. And you can see really the camaraderie between all the.
I think they're going go-karting tonight.
Are they going go-karting?
Well, I don't know if we are. I don't think we got invited.
That's okay.
That's okay. No, we're rehearsing for tomorrow's event. So, because we do have, today, right now what we're doing, this is the last of Group A and Group B. Yeah. But tomorrow we will actually be showing the semifinals and the finals, determining who gets the maximum amount of prize money and who goes away with only $1,000 in their pocket.
Feel so bad for them, right? But yeah, that's going to be tomorrow. Definitely, you're going to want to stay tuned to that. We'll give you more information on that a little bit later. But it's on the big stage. It's actually behind us here. You can't see it quite yet, but you're going to want to tomorrow because it looks amazing.
Yeah, it's going to be truly fantastic, and such a great venue here as well.
Yeah,
here
it looks like
Dortmund,
they're gearing up to start getting ready. So let's take a look at the picks here. The first map is going to be Hard Rock Mine and Gem Grab, and it looks like Ash's team picked Spike and Jesse, and Ark's team picked Nita and Rico. What do you think of those picks?
These are pretty common picks for this map specifically. You know, you got Rico, who seems to has become a lot more dominant since his buffs. He was very, very weak in the last meta, and all he really seems to need in order to become a thriving brawler for Gem Grab, or even really in general, Gem Grab, or in all of the maps. I don't even know what the gem roll. What did I say?
I'm not sure.
It's been a long day. We've been having some fun here, but Ricochet definitely seems to be, or he's not Ricochet anymore. He's now Rico. Rico has been really doing well, and on this map specifically, there's a lot of different places that allows him to do a little bit of spawn trapping, and that I think that we could see that Team Arc playing with Rico and Nita are both really good at spawn trapping, but Ash is also playing Spike.
Now, they did pick Jessie instead of, like a Pam. So I would kind of expect Arc to use a Pam right there, the Pam, Rico, Nita combo, which is going to be very strong. However, Jessie, as we've seen quite a few times, it's really hit or miss. I mean, if she can get that turret quick and if she can get good placement of it, then it's really strong.
Yeah.
But if it takes you a long time to build up to get that super, you might be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, Jessie will be interesting, and I'm curious to know if Ash is actually going, because what we've seen a lot today recently is that Pam just is so strong on so many different maps. I would not be surprised if we saw Ash's team actually play with Jessie and Pam, where Pam would actually be a lane brawler on one of the sides of the map, and then Jessie would actually take the center. And one of the benefits to that, and this doesn't work for all the gem carriers, okay? But one of the benefits is that if Jessie falls, or then Pam can actually go in and pick the gems and make her way out of there.
But she's so versatile and so much damage, and she can really control things that she does actually work with as a lane. You wouldn't be able to do that with a Poco.
No.
But with Pam, you can. So she's quite versatile and one of the best brawlers in Brawl Stars right now.
Yeah, definitely. If you don't have Pam, now would be the right time to get Pam.
AKA spend some
buy some gems. That's right. Yeah, it's been. But this is going to be really exciting here. I think that they're looks like they're still finalizing a little bit of their picks. They're giving each other the thumbs up, and yeah.
We should be getting there in about a minute or so, but looking at the next map, we've got Safe Zone, and then when we move over to Brawl Ball, we'll have Triple Dribble.
Have we seen very much Safe Zone today?
We have not. It's only came up like once or so.
Yeah, the maps are actually randomized.
It's randomized.
We talked about how there are 3 maps for each of the different game modes, but the one that the players will actually be playing is totally randomized. And so it just so happened that we're seeing not very much Safe Zone today.
Yeah, and then on Brawl Ball, we're going to be taking a look at Triple Dribble, and after that, fan favorite Snake Prairie and Bounty.
So fun.
If we not necessarily going to play it, but we very well may. But it looks like we're going to be hopping into a game here in just a second. So here we go, right here. We're looking at Barley. So they chose Barley.
They went with Barley.
He's the strong option on this map.
He absolutely is. Yeah, Arc did go with the Pam like we talked about. And then Nicholas 7 immediately is already dominating here, playing against a counter to Nita, but it looks like he has to actually follow up. Imunez was
took some good shots there from Imunez. But Imunez, he also took some shots himself, but he did get his super pretty quickly.
Arc was super close to getting taken out.
Now that's an interesting turret placement. What do you think of that?
For Jessie?
Yeah.
I almost wonder if Imunez just threw it down saying hey, you know what, I just got to put something down right here. Yeah, typically that's not a very great position for a turret like that. But sometimes you really do need that just last second, drop it down, have a little bit of a HP or, a little bit of a defense, a little bit of an offense, so it can work out.
You got some gems laying on the ground. There's a little bit of a scuffle for there. Imunez takes a little bit of a risk moving all the way up, and again uses that turret.
He is able to take away with it,
just as a shield, basically, right there.
Yes, and that worked out very well. And now he's actually shooting some stuff up over there. We've got
confetti. It's a party over here.
I don't know what the confetti is here for. You guys can see it. But it's very exciting here. Arc actually gets taken out here, and the gems. Leopard goes in for one of those gems, and now they have that countdown. But he gets taken out. Imunez does, and so it's okay. They're still alive. They're still very solid right there.
Yeah. So now with this, they need to make a push right here at the very fine. Some Bentley goes down. It's going to be really rough, and with little health and no time, he kind of has to make a push right here with 5 seconds left. Can they get anything done at all? Arc's coming in.
They're trying, but it looks like Imunez even throws down that little bit of a spin, saying, "Hey, we got this here."
We got you on that. So Ash and them take home the first game. That was close. There were some good moments in there, but in the end, it looks like Ash is going to take home the victory and be up 1-0.
Yeah, which is, it's going to be interesting. There's, and next up we've got Safe Zone. Safe Zone is a different map. I'm trying to think. We've seen the other. We've seen Kaboom Canyon
and Forks Out.
And Forks Out. What is different about the meta for Safe Zone?
Well, it's a little bit harder to say now because it's just changed up. But you definitely are going to see a lot more Brocks than you had before.
Yes.
but throwers are still strong on this, and I think Pam is the biggest thing, and that's just Pam in general, is that she is so good that she's able to be versatile like that and play in so many different things.
Yeah, that looks like that was actually the very first pick there. Ash selecting Pam there. Arc went with Barley, which is a very good, very solid brawler. Daryl instead of Bull. Daryl used to be the king of heist.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like his super, he could just roll.
When you could roll across almost the entire map.
22 tiles is what he used to be able to roll, which was absolutely nuts. Since then, he's had a total rework, and then he kind of fell off the throne of heist.
Yeah.
And Bull became the super strong option, because Bull was able to charge from any different direction and take out a ton. Looks like we've got some some Clash Royale stuff going on.
Concurrently, as when we were doing this stream, there's also been a Clash Royale event going on as well. Looks like we have a winner over there. Congrats to him.
Yeah, congrats to him. He's German. He's going to be continuing on to the championship. Not sure what's happening, but we're excited for him. Here at Red Bull M.E.O, we got actually Clash Royale, and we also have Arena of Valor, a non-Supercell game.
That's right.
Which I haven't played that very much, but I
played some in the early on.
I'm a little partial to Brawl Stars.
Well,
How about you?
Yeah, of course. But gotta try some other games out there. Arena of Valor is a very fun game. But
yeah, absolutely.
Looks like they're getting resituated here after the commotion of the winning and the confetti flying down. They're gonna get resituated here so we can get.
That was the confetti. Okay,
yeah.
That makes a lot more sense. You guys didn't see it, but there was confetti everywhere, and Lex and I were like, "Are we getting attacked? I don't know what's happening." Oh boy!
It actually came down on us, and we're slowly peeling off the confetti away from us.
There we go.
Platz.
For Dutchland, it's Germany.
Deutschland.
Clash Royale. Yeah, so
good job.
They'll actually be competing. Whoever won that is actually going to be moving on till tomorrow to be playing in some more Clash Royale stuff. So
if you're into Clash Royale, be sure to check that out tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I used to play Clash Royale a ton.
So did I.
Till Brawl Stars came out, and that changed my life.
That's right. Gotta love the Brawl Stars.
Brawl Stars is
all
where
day,
it's
every
at.
day.
We can see with the Brawl Stars YouTube or the developer team over there. They're like, guys, stop talking about Clash Royale. Stop doing it. Then we also have Seth here, who was actually casting with you. He's a part of the Clash Royale dev team as well, absolutely. And we'll see if we can't get some footage of them duking it out a little bit later. Who's better, Brawler, Clash Royale? Let us know in the comment section which game is better.
The only right answer is Brawl Stars. So, looking in here at Safe Zone, it looks like these guys are getting ready to play, but Arc, again, they have Barley and Brock as their exclusive picks, and Ash has Pam and Daryl as their exclusive picks.
Yeah, they just barely jumped into the match, and so...
we should be firing this up here in just a second. We're going to check out this sweet action here in game number 2 of this final match of the day.
Okay, so it's a little bit more open up here. One of the key differences between this map before and after the most recent update was the fact that safe is actually very opened up, and that does give Brock a very good advantage.
Yeah.
Look at Ash actually going in there. He is able to take out a Zynox, but Nicholas is able to kind of give a little bit of a backfire there.
That Leopard's sitting in right now, it's a good spot for a throw, but also now, like for a Brock, that's a great spot as well, because you have some, it's places to hide and yet still reach the safe. With using the star power, Leopard jumps over the wall, but right when he does it, Nicholas and Arc both drop a super right on top of him.
Yes, but Ash was actually able to stay alive and actually chip off just a little bit of damage, 7% at a time.
At a time. You Can You Dig It fans will get that. But the most of what I liked that Ash was able to stay alive is that allowed his team to be able to respawn. The other team didn't charge down immediately and get a massive counter push, so that ended up working out really well.
Yeah, and
he rolls in again right there and takes out Arc.
And he's able to do a little bit of damage. Not only to Nicholas charge up his super again.
That was close.
That was close. He didn't do, I imagine, as much damage to the safe as he was hoping to. Right. He did charge up his super again.
I'm sure his super is probably already completely charged up. He's ready to go again. So he'll be looking for a spot right there. And he does. He's probably got his eye on Arc.
He just goes right in there.
He just goes straight for the safe.
He's going right for the safe.
Look at the damage.
Look at that. So much damage.
Would you look at it?
Yeah.
Just look at it.
But now it is down 33%. But Arc's team is pushing forward a little bit.
That's Arc. He doesn't connect fully on the safe. Maybe only gets 1 or 2 shots on it, but he did some damage to the other brawlers. Ash looks like he's going to be going down, but he did take Arc out in the process, so not a complete loss. A big super from Zynox coming down there. Also takes out Imunez, so he's got to... Oh, him and Dynamite are battling it out in the center. The battle of the throwers. Looks like both of them end up living, and Leopard just barely avoids that super from Arc.
Oh, but Imunez was able to just barely clip him with one of those attack or projectiles from Pam. They're kind of pushing Arc back there.
Nicholas just walks straight past him.
Yeah, we've got...
He's like, hey, Pam, what's up? I'm going to go this way.
We have 20 seconds left. If Team Ash wants to win, they have to go for the push right now. And he does. They go in there. He's doing a little bit of damage to the safe.
Are they going to be able to finish it off with 14 seconds left? Even if not, the other team has to make a push. Team Arc has to make a push right now to be able to get it back with 39
wow, look at that.
It was close. They were starting to make a push, but if they had another 20 seconds, who knows? But that was going to be it. Very close game. No team destroyed the safe, but Ash will take home with the victory and put them up 2-0. That means that Arc's back is against the wall right here. They need to get a win to keep this game alive.
Yeah, you can see Arc. He's just sitting there. You can feel the emotion coming up off of him. You know, he's they're talking about the best brawlers and strategies that they want to. They already have 2 of their 3 brawlers selected. Arc is going to go with Nita and Jessie. They had the very first pick for Triple Dribble in Brawl Ball, which is a closer map.
You're right.
Does favor those brawlers. You know, Nita is actually a very good option there. Ash's second pick actually went with Rico.
Yeah, Rico's pretty good. I mean, there's still plenty of walls to bounce off there, but, you know, there's not a lot of huge, long lanes to shoot down. There's a couple, but not that much. Terra, of course, you can never go wrong with Terra on Brawl Ball, period.
Yeah, absolutely. Terra is such a strong brawler for Brawl Ball.
Who do you think now, looking at both these teams and their team comps of what they got so far, who do you think is going to be their third pick?
Well, you know, there's a couple different options that they could go with. They could go with Pam because she's just been so dominant in today's tournament, but they also might go with a brawler that, like, you know, is able to go in and actually score some goals. So Daryl, Primo is probably before Daryl, is what I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or maybe even a Spike.
A Spike. I was about to say.
Spike.
I think
Nita, Jessie, Spike would be very.
That would be strong. Very controlling team. We've only seen a couple times in this tournament today where on Brawl Ball somebody picked Mortis was only been played once, and that's on
correct.
Gem Grab.
That's right.
And
this would not be a good map for
true ball
Mortis.
scorer, you know, El Primo's been played 2 or 3 times, and that's it. So while that may not be the most ideal choice for them or what they want to do, I still kind of want to see it.
Yeah.
It's exciting to see those big plays by Primo where he kicks the ball and leaps across the map. But usually going up against 3 control ballers, you're not going to see that as much.
Yeah, and what we have here is we're playing the most competitive brawlers and the most competitive players here. And so typically El Primo would be a very big shoe-in to actually play. Looks like they're actually jumping into a match, so we'll be hopping over there to see that gameplay.
Let's see if Arc can keep this game alive. See if he can press this match on to Game 4. I would like to see it, just to, you know, get some more competition in there. We'll see what happens. But
yeah, absolutely. Sun Bentley's
Arc is already right there. Did he get it? He did.
Wow. Arc already has 1 goal, so now they either have to keep it for the rest of this match, or they have to go
playing
for
the Primo. Okay, so Ash, I've played with Ash.
Ash is a great Primo.
Yes, in fact, one time we grinded my Spike up to like 600 or so.
Yeah.
He was playing Primo. He's really good.
He's super good.
But look at this dominating. They are just pressing. They are not wasting any time. They are going straight for it. Ash is trying to fight through that super, but taking some shots from both sides. It looks like he's going to go down to Sun Bentley and that Jessie.
Wow, that turret
placement. Oh,
wow, that is a rough place to be in there by Leopard Super. And Leopard,
yeah, there was nowhere to go.
We've seen Leopard playing Rico so many times, and he's so incredibly skilled with that. And that was the lucky shot. That was him angling that perfectly because he knew he was going to be able to take out both her turret and Jessie as well.
Now Ash has got that super, and he's getting ready. Okay, he's going to go ahead and try to attack. He does. Takes out Sun Bentley right there. Can he take out? Now Nicholas turns the tides on him and takes him out. Oh, with that turret placement, and then now the super goes down, but...
And Arc is going to be able to go in there. He's grabbed the ball, but I don't think he's going to be able to pass it in there.
With this, it's so closed off right there, you can it's almost a better strategy to be able to walk it in, which that's going to be more Ash's forte with that big body of Primo, but he just hasn't had the opportunity yet. The controlling nature of the other team has just kept them at bay.
Yeah, they've been pushing. You know, Arc's team has really been pushing them forward so that they can try and stall for as long as they possibly can. Because
Again,
they already
getting
got
kills.
That goal.
They've got the Nita down. They're making a big push right now. Nicholas got that super, puts it down on Ash, keeps him out, takes him out. Can Sun Bentley or Nicholas get a shot right here? And they do.
Wow.
With a commanding victory for Arc.
Look at that.
So well played. You know, they were back to red against the wall, but they came out and said enough is enough, and they really dominated that game from start to finish.
Yes, that was put Ash in a very difficult situation there. Team Ash right there. there.
Team Ash, they almost never got out of their own. They hardly ever even crossed the midfield.
There was one point where they were trying to do so, but it didn't last for very long.
That was domination right there.
Absolutely. And up next, so we are so Ark still's not done.
No.
I'm sure
keeping the dream alive.
I'm sure that he's stressed a little bit. You know, he's like, hey, I've got to prove that sub count does not matter.
That's
the skill really is more important.
Yep.
As Ash has over 10,000 the sub count that Ark does, but absolutely, people need to go check out Ark's channel as well because of how skilled he is. Both of them actually do stream competitively quite a bit of Brawl Stars on their YouTube and I believe some Twitch as well.
Yeah.
Either way, I know that the Twitch is actually in the link of the description for both of their channels.
Right.
So you guys need to make sure you go check both of them out, especially if you want to watch competitive gameplay and a lot of it.
Both of them have really high level, pro players constantly streaming. It's really good stuff. Ark and Ash, you guys go check both of those guys out. So,
and they're both really great guys.
Yeah, the next match that we've got, or the next map that we've got coming up is a fan favorite. Like I said, Snake Prairie, got some bounty action. And for the picks, Ash picked Bo and Daryl, very solid picks, and Ark picked Brock and Leon. Leon has definitely seen plenty of action today, but not near like what he used to.
Yeah, if this would have happened a week ago, it would have been every match.
Leon,
like first draft pick,
day.
like every day. That's right.
But yeah, he's definitely been tamed down a lot. I love the balance changes that happen. He's still very strong, and he can still take somebody out before you know what happened, but he is definitely been put in check. So it looks like they're about to be starting up this game. We're going to hop in here, and we're going to see once again, if Ark can bring home this game and keep the dream alive, or if that's going to be it. So looks like Bo, Pam, and Daryl. Very solid, strong comp. And the other side, they've got Leon.
Ark.
Oh, they just got he got met with 2 brawlers right in his face, and of course, Munoz with that bow. He knew that it was coming. Ark did not have a clue what he was walking into.
No, he did not. Well, he was actually extended pretty far forward.
Yeah.
Leopard there was able to take Munoz out, and or it was Nicholas 7 there.
Yeah.
He's not playing right now.
Now, they trade kills there, so 7-6. It's actually a pretty darn close game there, even though it looked like for the moment Ash's team was really being dominant. 6-7, it's actually anybody's game right now.
It really is. Ark goes invisible right there. He's going to be pushing up, trying to get close to Imunez.
Oh,
wow, and they are able to take him out. But Leopard actually takes advantage of that opportunity to go in there and 2v1 Ark, which takes him out, and now they have...
Rolls in, gets the kill, and rolls right back out.
Absolutely.
That's what Daryl is great at. He is an assassin now, and that was a great example of that.
Yeah, and they're, it's really, really close right here. But one thing that's interesting is how Son Bentley actually has the majority of the kills on his side, whereas it's kind of split up. Well, actually, it's just Leopard. Leopard has those 3 stars right there.
And the last time that we played Snake Prairie, Son Bentley played Brock and was pretty much the reason why they won. And you can see he is not wasting any time picking up those stars.
Wow,
great job.
Look at that. Leopard goes and grabs some kill, but then Son Bentley gets another kill. Wow. He has 5 stars on his head. If they can take him out,
another big
that's
super dropping down, and he only catches 1 of those rockets on Munoz, so not quite the super he was looking for, but it's still. And on the left-hand side, Leopard rolling up into the middle of 2 brawlers.
But Son Bentley's able to take him out. Kill after kill after kill. If they can take him out, though,
Bentley cannot go down.
They are able to, and because of that, they're able to
21.
What? 21 to 21? Is this going to be a draw?
4 seconds. And it looks like they're going to have to replay this match once again. What a turn of events. Just when you think it's over, don't blink because we are playing that one again.
We are going to be playing that one
What
again.
an insane match. Great job to both teams.
That was super close, and that's...
Son Bentley kill up there, and he had so many stars, and they really swung it back, but then Ark came in at the last minute and got that kill to tie it up, and that was a great game.
You're absolutely right, though, about Son Bentley just absolutely shredding with Brock. We got a quick screenshot of it after the match was over, and he has a 700 Brock.
Yeah, that's nothing to sneeze at.
No, it really is not.
Yeah.
I don't know why I would sneeze at anything else, but
it's a phrase. Carlos, get with the program.
Well, that phrase is lame. I'm just kidding. So we will be replaying this matchup.
Yep.
They do not have to play the same brawlers. The only rule here is that they can't play the brawlers that the other team is actually drafting.
Right. So as normal, anything is open to them except for the exclusive picks for the other team. So we'll see if they want to change anything up. But man, with a close game like that, I fully expect Son Bentley to be playing Brock again because he was
killing it.
Really doing great with that. And Ark did well with Leon there as well. Clutch at the very end to bring that game back to a tie. So, if you were either team, what would you change, if anything?
Ooh, wow, that's really tricky. You know, maybe consider bringing in a Piper. On maybe Ark's team would actually benefit with a Piper. I don't remember what their third brawler was.
I don't know, but I just think that they should all play Crow.
They should all play Crow. Well, Crow actually works really well.
Yeah, he actually does decent on here. The bad side for Ark's team is that they don't have a bow, so there's definitely a distinct advantage for Ash's team with that extra sight. So, you know, is there anything that you can do to counteract that vision? I mean, not really, because that's kind of like a very unique trait to any brawler. So that's one of those things that you're just going to have to deal with and, you know, play well.
Yeah, it definitely will come down to skill here. And one thing with Bo is that he was so incredibly strong before this, before he had his balance changes, before his star power actually reduced the range by 2 tiles in any single direction. That's actually a 55% nerf to the amount of area that he can actually see. And so Bo, while he is a very strong brawler, like I don't think that that necessarily guarantees a win. They're jumping into their match right now, and we'll get that for you guys here in just a moment. And see who's able to do it. We'll see if they actually did any brawler changes here. Looks like they actually did decide to pull in a Piper there.
Piper on Piper. Oh, a big shot already.
Wow.
It was a guess, but he landed it.
Well, it was a guess at a choke point that is very populated at that area.
It was an educated guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
So they're looking at this. Look at both teams.
They
like
decided
to swap sides.
Yeah, they're just hanging out. Nicholas actually goes in for that star power and is able to grab it safely.
Successful, you know, grab with the star in the middle. And then they get another kill. Ark snatching a kill, and Son Bentley taking out Ash. A quick 5-0 lead for Ark's team.
That's actually a very big deal for them because now they can play a little bit more defensively, kind of keep people pushed back, and just kind of, you know, a 5 lead this early into a competitive bounty match actually can win you the game. It absolutely can. The difference, one of the big differences between lower level gameplay and higher level gameplay is how frequently brawlers actually score.
Yeah.
Ark actually goes invisible. He has no idea where they're at, and so he's trying his best to find them. He does find Ash, but Ash has his super and is able to charge
but
up.
he still takes out Bo anyways.
Wow.
But now he is deep inside the other, you know, enemy's territory there. That's a risky place to be. Actually, you know,
they've swapped sides again. They're back on their original
These guys do not know what side of the map that they're supposed to be playing on, clearly.
Oh, man.
What's weird is that when they do that, they're actually all shooting downwards, which is usually a little bit of a disadvantage. But look at some quick kills.
Wow, look at that. Ash
8-7 now.
Yeah, Ash was just rocking some of those shots, and that actually gave them an advantage with only 25 seconds left. It really is going to come down to the wire.
You notice Bentley has that. He has that super, so he's got to really make use of it. He lands one shot on Ash, and looks like they're piling in here. Can they make anything happen? A kill by Leopard on
Great
Ark.
super by Leopard.
And then another
They're able
one.
to take out all 3 of them. Wow, that is absolutely insane. That's going to be hard to come back from. With 5 seconds left and them taking out Ark, I don't think they can do that.
Yeah.
And that means that Ash's team is going
Leopard right there. He team wiped them to take. You know, it was a close game until that moment when he killed all 3 of their brawlers, and at that point, that was going to be it. So handshakes going all around. Great job by both teams. That means that Ash is going to be moving on to the big stage tomorrow.
Yes, and tomorrow, he will be facing off against Consti, right?
Consti, Ray, and who was the last one that?
Well, we had Ray, we had
Ray,
Team Alex.
Okay, there was the last one. Alex, Ray, Consti, and Ash are the 4 teams that are going to be making it to the big stage. Big stage.
That's right. But
it's been a long day, guys.
It's going to be exciting though. What the bracket is actually going to see if they continue the bracket as it was today, then Ash would actually face off against Consti, who 3-0 wiped them today. So
that'll be an interesting matchup. You know, if that's the way it goes down, you know that they're going to be looking for a little bit of revenge. Yep. So let's take a look at the bracket right now, and we'll be able to see how this is all shaken out today. As you can see, over in Group A, a lot of great matches, especially in this group. You can see all the 5 games. There's 4 out of the 5 right there. They went to 5 games. But in the end, Team Alex and Team Ray are the ones moving on. And then on the other side of the bracket in Group B, things weren't quite as competitive or close as they was over there.
Yeah,
but
we had some sweeps.
Yeah, as you can see, though, in the end here, Team Consti and Team Ash are the ones making it over to the big stage tomorrow, which is going to be a great time.
That's going to be great. You guys are absolutely going to want to follow on Twitch. You're going to want to follow on YouTube, follow on Facebook, whichever is the most convenient place for you to follow Red Bull M.E.O. By ESL, so that you do not miss that. It's been a ton of fun. We've had a lot of really great competition today, and I cannot wait to see what's going to happen tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be a blast tomorrow. You guys, again, make sure that you follow all those places and tune in tomorrow to see the finals of the Brawl Stars Red Bull M.E.O. held by ESL, because it's going to be a blast. Who's going to take home first place? Come back tomorrow and find out.
That's right. Anyways, guys, hope you enjoyed watching this. Make sure you drop your comments in the comment section, letting us know what you liked and what you're excited to see tomorrow. For now, we will be. I was about to say my catchphrase. What? Okay, we'll.
This is Lex and Kairos. Be sure you come back tomorrow for all the action.
That's right.